Hello, y'all. Hey, today is Sunday. Not a usual day for a stream, but it happens to be a very regular Sunday with which is not particularly noteworthy. Excepting that well, it is the 2-year anniversary of me becoming a Twitch affiliate, but I don't think that's very important, and I don't think most people think that's super important, especially if you are watching on the YouTube. Why would you care about that? I personally put my stream anniversary when I started streaming a lot higher than the Twitch affiliates anniversary, which is when I started being able to take money on Twitch. But regardless of what this happens to coincide with, this is a big stream. I wanted to do a big stream in this quarter of the year. The next big stream that I have a reason for would be in May, which is, months away. That'd be my birthday. And, well, I wanted to do one right now, right here. And so I decided to do, let's try to play all of Banjo-Tooie in, one session here. I've done before. You can look at these files here that I got. The times are all like 10 hours, 9.5 hours. Well, that one's actually just 72 jiggies. Dang, that's just clear the game. You're gonna play laundry when you start up? That's great. Hey, Jayhawk, how you doing? Oh, I know. I think I know how to do. This one's around 11 hours, but 89 jiggies. I think, based on these files, beating the game in around 10 to 11 hours is very reasonable. Of a thing, the only thing that would hold me back from that is Canary Mary, which, oh boy. You can look down there. I will say I got some sub goals down there. You can look at them. At 5 sub goals, which is, by the way, a Twitch premium thing for people on the YouTube. You can, if you want, you can support on Twitch even without an account. Also, it's worth noting, if you are on YouTube and you don't know that if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch stub every month that you can just give to any streamer. So, you could cash that in if you had no idea you even had it. That'd be a point towards that. And anyway, or you could direct donate. I'll also count that as well. Anyway, 5 subs. I am putting a goal there to do a nuts and bolts playthrough at some point in the future. Now, I have 2 playthroughs planned right now in the immediate future, so that would be after the StarCraft Legacy of the Void playthrough that's going to be next month. Like this month, actually. Like, up until the point where I move. And then after the Odyssey playthrough, which will be after I move in, like, April. So, it's gonna be a ways away, but for 5 subs, I think it's very reasonable as a incentive. The other one, at 10 subs, is an hour of Cloud Cuckooland Canary Mary tries. If you don't know what Canary Mary is a jiggy where you just have to, like, mash the A button really hard and usually not do it right, and you lose, and you try again and you try again. This file, I'll say, when I played this file last time I played Tooie on the Xbox, this is the Xbox version, by the way, when I got to this jiggy, I was ahead on time. I was ahead of this file, honestly. I was like 9 hours in, and then I spent 2 hours mashing A and couldn't do it, and had to throw in the towel. I'll say, because of that, I'm not gonna necessarily commit to that during this stream, but for 10 subs, I will spend up to an hour. I got a whole thing. I can press a button, and then a timer will come up, and I will go until the timer ends. That'll be a whole thing. I will keep trying Canary Mary until the timer ends. The last sub is 20 subs. The last sub goal is 20 subs for DK64 Randomizer. Oops, all Beaver Bother. That is going to be DK64 randomizer, maybe like 40 golden bananas, 30 to 40 golden bananas required, and every golden banana I get will require me to do Beaver Bother. So that'd be a fun stream if it were to get met. That'd be in the near future, I think. Just one stream. I can find time for that sometime soon. And that's what I'm putting at 20. I like to have these big event streams have sub goals, though I really don't need to, I know, but I think it's more fun to do so. That card there was supposed to cue the sub goal discussion, but clearly we've done that already. I'll also say we do have emotes here. Let me pull those up. There we are. There's 7 of those that are new or updated. The last 5 animated emotes from the crocodile opening and closing mouth. That's a Banjo emote, by the way. Hey, to Knuckles, to Kazooie, another Banjo emote, to the SAX, to the Tropher from Glover. All of those are brand new for subs now. Also, the Brain is now on the tier 1 tier, so more accessible to folks. And also, I have added the Cranky Kong Shrug. That one is brand new. Came like a couple of weeks ago. Naturally, this isn't like I didn't just update these. I did this like 2 weeks ago, but the intent was to have them ready for this stream, and they're ready for this stream. Check it out. They're very nice. They're very convenient to have when you're chatting in a Twitch chat and you want to use some very nice emotes. I personally find them to be very nice, and I love to use them. They're all very useful, and I hope y'all think so too. Get that down. One more card here. Just want to talk a little bit about how I'm going to be deploying cards during this this stream. As you might know, I like to have a number of cards where they have stuff on them I want to remember to talk about. And for this stream, I've not put together that many, but I put together broader topics. So things I can talk on for a little bit more. I've got 12 main cards, and also something I call the Anime Hour, in which I will try to go over every anime that I'm watching currently over the course of an hour. I'll set a timer, and once the timer is up, no more anime talk after there. And the way that this is going to work, the way I'm going to start it, is we see Boggy Bear. That's when the Anime Hour starts. And there'll be a timestamp and everything, as there often is with parts of the stream. So if you want to just watch that or something, look back on the VOD later, and you can find it. Or if you don't want to see that, alternatively, you know when it ends. An hour or so. Hello, Sonic Fan 298765. How you doing? All right. How do I delete? I need to delete. That's what I need to do. That's not what I need to do. I was thinking that I would hit A and it would come up with a thing to do delete. That was silly of me. That was very silly of me. Ugh. My head hurts a little bit. Is it B? How do I delete a... Oh, right, it's a crash can. Are you playing on the Xbox One or a Series X? This is a Series X. I'm gonna delete this one, considering that, it did not, get all the jiggies. And also is slower than the other two. Well, maybe not per jiggy compared to this one, but still. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to start the timer. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Yeah, we're good. Okay. And, we're gonna skip cutscenes and stuff where possible. I want to get this done in one sesh. The plot, the writing here, I think is good, but we need to truck. We need to truck a little bit. Basic plot, basic setup, if you don't know. Grunty's sisters came to town. They, they dug up Grunty using magic or something. Or their boulder machine, their digging machine. And then, now she's a skeleton, and it's a whole thing. And we gotta go into that hole to go to the world, the first world. Got it? Pretty straightforward. And we're gonna beat Plungo's ass here. It's gonna be a little boss fight. Pretty simple. This whole section of the game, very straightforward. You know, until we get to Mayahem Temple, not much to speak of. I'll say, for my part, my experience with Banjo-Tooie, played it many, many times. I played it many, many times. I got it when it came out. The day it came out, I actually had, like, eye surgery that day. And, on the way home from that, my parents picked it up for me as, like, a reward for going through the surgery properly good. And I remember playing it for the first time with an eye patch on, because the eye was all, messed up and shit. Which I think was, interesting? How many people can say they did that? Probably not that many. Anyway, played it countless times, forever, for a while. I've always said it was one of my favorite games of all time, like top 5. I do think it was dethroned at a certain point by Mario Odyssey, which I think is just a better game. It's just a lot better, honestly. And I had to admit, like, you know what? With Odyssey on the list, is it top 5 anymore? No. But probably still top 10. Shit. I love this game. It is a bit of an acquired taste, I'll admit. And also it can be hard to get into if this were to be your first time. For those who haven't played it before, it can be hard to get it all down pat. And know where things are, and know where to go, and shit. I have it all. I know it, right? I'm not even gonna go get a guide out of the... I got a player's guide in a box in my closet. Not gonna get it out. I know where everything is, roughly. And I'll be able to manage. So, as far as optimum play and all that, I'll say for what it's worth, I don't know, like, 100% what the best routes are. I've seen a speedrun now and again, but I don't know where exactly folks go in any given case. I don't know what the routing is. I don't know, off the top of my head, what the next best jiggy to get in any given case is, how best to backtrack, etc., etc. But I'm not really going to worry about it. I feel like Banjo-Tooie is the most fun when you are just going with the flow and just in the spur of the moment saying, where am I going next? Where to next? Really, it's like you have a million options in this game, and you can just go wherever you fancy. It's not really a big thing. How about I make that timer a wee bit smaller? How about yay big? Oh crap. I shouldn't have done that. I forgot I made a silly shadow. I should have made it smaller before the stream. That's what I should have done. Oh well. Oh well. It's not his name. Hopefully that's close enough. We'll see how that looks in a second. In OBS, there's not like as far as I know, there's not like a really easy way to add like a shadow to, say, a timer window capture. So instead I just took the timer capture, duplicated it, and made it all dark and shit. And hopefully that looks good as a shadow. Or good enough as a shadow, let's say. Ah, that looks fine. That looks fine to me. If it doesn't look fine to you, I'm sorry. Jingling was just fucked up royally. That's not important, though. Hopefully there's a substitute, because, oh yeah, Bottles is dead. I don't know why I was disconnected from Xbox Live. Whatever. You know what? I don't know what that means for the, There's the whole leaderboard thing where it updates your time as you get, like, more G's than you ever did before, with a lower time than you ever did before. But that really doesn't matter, and is not a real thing. It's not really the most important thing in the world, though. I do like to see... It is fun to look at those times and go like, ooh, how do I compare to my friends on my leaderboard? That shit. It is fun to look at, but we don't have to worry about that. And I'm not going to. Ah. Ugh. Nose is a little bit sniffly. Let's go in, talk to Jiggling, and then we do the puzzle, and then we get into the first world, and then we can actually start making decisions. You know what? In retrospect, it's only like 10 minutes between the game starting and you getting into it. I sometimes do think this game has a little bit of a slow start, but that's not that bad, honestly. Just a couple of cutscenes. You know, I've been playing Persona 3 Reload. That game's slow. This game's alright. I guess it's just slow for a 3D platformer, in particular. I wonder how Odyssey compares as far as openings go. Odyssey's opening... Well, to be fair, Odyssey's opening is like a good and proper platforming level. Where you learn how to capture, you do a bunch of stuff. It's a different thing. Versus just going to a guy, going to another guy, going to a guy, going to a puzzle, and then you starting. Alright. Whoop. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Continue offline. I have internet connection. Do I not? Let me know if I'm not online. If I have gone offline, please do tell me. Hello, the White Tiger. This is your first real exposure to the Banjo game universe? Hell yeah, dude. Well, you're gonna see me do the whole game if you hang out and watch. I'll also do cards as I go, as I tend to do. But I don't have that many of them, so I'm gonna, you know, reserve them a bit. Also, we just are about to go into the first world, in which I'll have a bit to talk about as far as the order in which to do things that I feel like is optimal. Now, one thing to know about this game is that some amount of... You can't do everything at once. You can't do everything at once. There's going to be stuff that you can't do on your first visit, and you gotta accept that and just do what you can, or do what you like. You'll be back later, and when you're back, you can always do what you missed the first time. Or whatever you can do on a subsequent visit. You know, obviously, until you have all the moves, you can't do all of the things. But, yeah. Alright, here we are in Mayahem. There's a boulder in the water. We can't break that boulder yet. At least not without becoming a big statue guy. Let's see, no point going over there. This first world is pretty straightforward. You go in a straight line, you talk to jam jars over here to learn the first move, and I guess then you have a decision whether you want to do the temple on the side, the temple over to the left that requires egg aiming, or if you want to do, bottles or jam or mumbo jumbo or some shit. So we just got egg aim. One of the cool things about jam jars is he raps every time he does a move. He has like a little rhyming thing. You know, poem, I guess. Military poem. Probably a better word for that than military poem. Do drill sergeants typically rhyme? And sing along to, like, you know, the military song that goes... like a military-sounding song, I guess. Okay, first off, here. Good time to think and do things in a good order. Let's get this, go up the thing, and do the jiggy that's up there, plus the temple, which is the first of the first-person Regal blaster bits. Ah, we got a bonk. Sometimes he bonks. It's funny. It's funny. Okay. So we head out the back here, get Jiggy 1. One cool thing, Banjo-Tooie versus Banjo-Kazooie. When you get a Jiggy in Banjo-Tooie, no dance. You just get the Jiggy and you move on. So you can see here we have first-person shooter mode. This is all good. It works like a regular first-person shooter on the Xbox with regular first-person shooter controls. They're GoldenEye controls in the original game. It's fine. Either way is fun, I think. Though, obviously, I think dual-stick controls are a little more comfortable. Personally speaking. Here we have to collect 20 trophies. And also there's a Jinjo that we want to get in here. So I guess will be our first Jinjo. I said these were regular shooter controls. I lied. They're like relative to stick position. So if I wanna aim up, I have to like slightly tilt the stick. Or tilt and put the button mid-tilt to shoot. Or I could go into this mode, I guess. You know, they didn't know how to do a shooter at this point in time. Normal style. They were just winging it, and... you know, for its time, GoldenEye and this are two of the best versions of shooters on consoles that anyone did. And, you know, maybe kids today will look at that and say, well, that doesn't sound right, but it was true. It was true at the time. There's our Jinjo. If you get the white Jinjo first, it saves time. But, because the cutscenes combine, the first finishing a Jinjo house as cutscene and the first getting a Jinjo cutscene. But that didn't happen, so whatever. Can't help that. How about a card? Oh, you're welcome, Green Jinjo. Did you hear about all those layouts? Seems like that's been the big news of this last week. Whole bunch of fucking layoffs at like every company, from Microsoft to Sony to even smaller companies that no one's ever heard of, like the guys who make the Life is Strange spin-off games, which I didn't know that wasn't just Don't Nod. Apparently it's a whole company that all they do is make, you know, what the fuck is that, Telltale type story-based adventure games? Is that the word? Which are cool, but, you know, I feel like those things have mostly gotten pretty stale in the last couple of years, so, you know, honestly, I'm not... I heard about that one, and that is perhaps the only one I heard about where I went, yeah, that sounds fair, I don't know. How much demand can there possibly be for Life is Strange type games? Not that much, I don't think. As sad as that might be to say, but otherwise, you know, we're talking about big, huge companies. We're talking about big, huge companies who have a whole lot of money behind them, and also have made huge investments in huge things and suddenly can't afford to pay for 20% of their people or some such. It's terrible. And I hope that everyone who has gotten laid off lands on their feet, finds something cool in time, and, you know, is all right at the end of the day. That's all you can hope for in situations like this. It's fucked up. And the fact that it came all at once, man, I don't know if they're trying to all just, like, skirt, just say, hey, TYBD, how you doing? I don't know if all these layoffs are happening all at once because the companies involved want to be like, hey, you know, there's already bigger fish in the ocean. There's already bigger layoffs that are taking the cake right now. We can just slip this news in and get buried and shit. If that's the idea, that sucks, and it makes it even worse. Because it's not like the news gets buried, it's just that all the news is at once, and it just becomes fucking miserable for a bit. I don't know. It's tough times out there, in general, but also specifically with that whole stuff. As far as what's up, I'm having a good weekend. Relaxing. Playing some games. Going to have a nice quiet week this week, I'll say. Usually I'd have a Tuesday stream, but since I finished the Skyward Sword HD playthrough last week, the way that I tend to do these playthroughs is I take a break between them, and you know, I don't do a Tuesday stream the week after I finish a playthrough. So, you know, we'll have a nice amount of time next week to relax and think about stuff, I guess. And maybe do some clipping and do the short stuff. We got YouTube Shorts now, by the way. I say we. I set up, I've started posting those. That's been like the newest thing that's been happening on this channel. Last few days, last handful of days, and hopefully, you know, the people who have watched those, which those things tend to get a lot of views really quickly, including some likes, which is, you know, is interesting, is good as far as, you know, those happy chemicals in your brain that, when things that are good happen, go like, ooh, endorphin. Is that the word? Anyway, that's been neat. That's been neat. I haven't put those on TikTok. I thought about it. I made an account, like, relatively recently. Never had a TikTok account before. Made one, but really just haven't felt like going through the trouble of getting that all correctly metadataed or whatever for the TikTok side. Maybe will in the coming week, but haven't yet. I can't say that yesterday was busy because it really wasn't. I just watched anime, hang out with my dad a bit, and otherwise slept, mostly. Let's get the fuck out of here. Where's the exit? Here we go. Here's the exit. But still, I didn't find the time to do any TikTok type stuff. Whatever. Also, I did have to do some minor prep for this stream, just in terms of making the cards, setting up the sub-goal tracker thing, and also making sure that I could hit a button and do a timer for an hour of Canary Mary once we hit that. Okay. I think next, let's do Mumbo. Let's do Mumbo. Get the statue situation done. We get the statue situation done. We open up the next area, we get Grip Grab, and I think let's wait until we get Grip Grab before we do the temple where you have to open the door with eggs. I do want Mumbo's help. Oh, my head kinda hurts. I got an amount of sleep last night. Let me see, how much sleep did I get according to my sleep tracker app? 4.5 hours? Oh, geez, I thought it was more like 5. I should sleep more. But I like to watch anime and stuff instead. Last night I was just looking at... I wanted to finish all the anime that was on Saturday. Because I thought, like, well, it'd be silly to talk about anime on the stream without being fully caught up on everything I could be caught up on. A silly way to look at it, but whatever. Could I have used an hour more sleep? I probably. It was a really good episode of Dangers in My Heart, though. Okay. If there's a way to do this, the statue in one trip without returning to the podium, I don't know it. I always feel like you have to do one to go this way, one trip to go up, and one trip to go the other way. Basically, I'm gonna walk around here and open these doors. I feel like the Mumbo gameplay in Banjo-Tooie, perhaps not the most beloved part of the game. Let's do this water boulder. It has a Jinjo in it. Wait, I thought there was a boulder in the water. I guess there's not. Misremembered there. Whatever. Can we do this all in one? We got 25 seconds. We can at least get this jiggy, I think. Perhaps I have totally underestimated how much you can do. And also, do we need to open the code room, really? 3, 2, 1. Ah, so close. Do we need to open the code room? Maybe not. I'm not gonna get cheato pages. Or focus on those. That's not gonna be a priority. So, let's just move on. I would go for all cheato pages, but I know for a fact Cloud Cuckooland has a cheato page that is annoying to get, and I don't want to get. So, yeah, let's not do that then. Let's just be about our way. Not worry about those per se. I do want to get honeycombs. I'll say that. Honeycombs, I want those. I want to have max health and all that. Okay. Let's stop by Bovina on our way to down there. I guess also a thing to remember is that we have all these fast travel points. Make sure to use them. Been a minute. Oh, crap, Hey, Highway, how's it going? Crap, I forgot. Grip Grab. I need Grip Grab for that one. Okay, let's, You know what? We'll be back with Grip Grab. It is a beautiful game, I agree. How you doing, Highway? It's good to see y'all. I say y'all, I mean everyone. TYBD, everyone who has chatted, including Highway, Sonic Fan, Jayhawk, the White Tiger on the YouTube side. I always appreciate people come by and hanging out. How fast can you do Banjo-Tooie? Am I going to get all 90 jiggies? I'm gonna get at least 89. Look, Canary Mary is a crapshoot, and I have decided to make it a sub-goal to spend an hour on that. I'll give it a few tries, sub-goal or not, but we're not gonna spend more than like 5 minutes there if not for that sub-goal. I'll say as a rule, I prefer to have live streams last around 12 hours just because, at most 12 hours these days, just because YouTube, if you have a VOD that goes over 12 hours, you gotta split it, so it's kind of a whole annoying thing. You know, if I have to split it, I don't like that at all, so definitely want to keep things under 12. I'm not gonna get that right now. That'll be a second trip thing for me. I like to do that with the Clockwork Kazooie eggs. You think you beat Tooie in 9 hours back in 2010? Nice, that's about what I'm at. That's about what I can do Banjo-Tooie in. Alright, we're gonna meet Wumba. Do we want to do Wumba now? I feel like with Wumba, let's wait until we got second Wumba. I say second Wumba like that's a thing. Let's wait until we get the access to the Hailfire Peaks, and we can do the other Stony bit later on. You got lost in Grunty Industries? Dang. I don't dislike Grunty Industries. I'll admit that perhaps its structure is not the most clear, but I don't know, I find my way through. You enjoy watching the streams, White Tiger? I saw that, by the way, that you said that a minute ago. You're welcome, White Tiger, for... White Tiger says thank you for having us. I guess I say you're welcome? That's a weird thing to say. I don't have any red feathers. You don't have it down to a science? Hey, neither do I. On a certain level, though, I feel like that's one of my favorite parts about Banjo-Tooie. It's just how I don't know what to do, and I'm just making it up as I go. Let's do this temple here on the upper left. Let's do that. And I know how to do the little bit of cheese. Egg aiming being upside down is so confusing. In some cases, I've historically went into the menus and inverted the up-down controls. Jesus Christ. Inverted the up-down controls, you know, situationally. Like, oh, I get into the water, I turn that upside down, so it's the right way up. I get into egg aim mode, I turn it the other way, so that this is right way up. I wish there was an individual toggle for these different settings in the game. You're playing through Banjo-Kazooie on the 3DS emulator? Like, an emulator on the 3DS? Oh, that's cool. So, I guess, you know what, honestly, it is on the Switch, Banjo-Tooie, so, or Banjo-Kazooie is, anyway. So it's not quite, unprecedented to have a portable version of Banjo-Kazooie, but that is cool. The idea of a portable N64 emulator was always a big dream, I feel like. I remember when the PSP came out, that was always a thing people talked about, like, oh crap, they could do a N64 emulator on this. And they did. And that's, you know, really made me jealous as a kid. But now that I have a portable N64 online situation, it's like, nah man, I need the N64 controller to play that. I can't do that. Fuck. I was hoping to zoom the camera out there, but I forgot that B isn't zoom the camera out, it's drop in this game. Gotta use the sticks. Now that I have one, I need that N64 controller. I need those C buttons. Those actual C buttons. I don't really play N64 games with a regular out-of-the-box Switch controller. I guess it'd be different if I could remap the controls. That would be a whole godsend for N64 Online. But since you can't, you gotta use the actual N64 controller that they sell. All right, let's just cheese this. There we go. I do not like any of the gameplay around like lightly walking slowly. I don't care for that. That's a mechanic that they rightly figured out that no one wants to do after Banjo-Tooie. But in the N64 GameCube era, they didn't quite get that message yet. They didn't know, like, oh, should we have gameplay where you just walk really slowly? And it's like, hell no, dude. The sticks really aren't that sensitive, aren't that precise. You really need to not do that, actually. Can we get up here and do this? Oh, this is just for a cheato page, isn't it? We don't need to get those. Maybe one day I'll do like a, you know, I have done before a full Banjo-Kazooie playthrough that was across multiple streams, right? Eventually, maybe we could do a Banjo-Tooie playthrough that was the same way, where we did go for 100%, including all notes and all the Canary Mary stuff for sure. But for now, for this stream that has a hard out, I do think we need to pick our battles. You remember the speculation about the upcoming Banjo 3 nuts and bolts before it was released, circa 2006, 2007? I remember people talking about it. I remember the trailers, yeah, with the new style of Banjo, the key door thing. People probably, you know, I think we all suspected, like, what the fuck, you're gonna have a move where you use Kazooie as a key? That's about all I remember in terms of, like, specific speculation that people brought to bear. And obviously that was a very silly idea. Kazooie key. Who would do such a thing? I mean, I think it would have been cool if you could make Kazooie into a key. Though I don't know what kind of move that would be. I guess the other thing about that trailer was that Banjo ran very fast at the end, which was weird. You know, especially when... Given that Talon Trot is like the traditional run fast option in Banjo games. Greg Mails posted on the Rare Witch Project forums answering questions, but was pretty vague about some things. Huh, I don't remember that at all, but I believe you. As far as, like, interactions with Rare that I remember, well, I know that there was a huge amount of, like, back and forth between the Donkey Kong community, which, by the way, I do have a card tonight to shout out because I don't talk about my roots, where, you know, the place where I met folks such as Highway, you know, long, long ago. Don't talk about that enough. I remember that there was a spirited back and forth between Greg Males and all that and the people who hang out on forums and stuff. The thing I remember is, I think I remembered that when Twitter was around, right? I forgot, I don't have any fucking... I need to get some red feathers. There's some red feathers. Let's get some. Perfect. Let me get that Jinjo over there, and then we'll go into the... Where should we go next? Guess into that little sheltered paddock area, and then maybe leave? We might be nearly done, but what we can do here... for now. Oh, right, the fucking... You know what? We need to... help and options. Go ahead and, where's the invert controls option? I cannot fly like this. I cannot fly like this. I need to invert the thing. We do another shooter section, I'll invert it back. I remember you've heard of Grunty's Lair in the Isle of Hags. Get ready for some conflagration violence. Anagram Confrontation Village, aka Showtown Town. Showdown Town is a better name than Conflagration Village. Yes. Wild history lost to time. Yeah, a lot of things do get lost to time. The thing I was thinking about was, you know, there was a lot of, like, beta, speculation about Banjo-Kazooie, right? Like, stuff like Mount Fire Eyes and Fungi Forest and, Hammerhead Beach. All that business. And I remember at some point, when Twitter was a thing, linking, some one of the ex-Banjo people who was, like, tweeting about all that stuff. Where am I going? Let's go to the other place, the other side. I tweeted at him being like, hey, check this out. This is a wiki page describing, all this beta stuff that we think we know about. And, the dude said, oh, this is all wrong. It's interesting, though. Which, I guess that makes sense. We all spent a lot of years extrapolating things from, like, the rare beta screenshot and making up a whole wild history of like, oh, what was involved. Go over there, I think. We can't do that area over there yet. To the left. That is over... Yeah, that's just for the... Ooh, I forget what it is, but we can do it later. Yeah, all that stuff was, I'll say it was fun, even if it was inaccurate. It was definitely fun, and in those days, people didn't know shit about how games were developed. People believed that there were whole untold mysteries in every game that they played, and who was anyone to tell them that they were wrong about that? How's the volume, by the way? Is it all good even when the boot music is playing? How about we just take down 2 scotches, just to be 100% safe. Just 2 little ticks. I think this is all we can do in this world for now, so... I should have taken the warp pad there. You know what, we'll get this. I'll remember next time. There is an opportunity to do so. This is a sign. I did ask, that's right. Thank you for saying. I don't have any... I'm gonna leave all this for now. One of the things about Banjo-Tooie, of course, is that every level, multiple visits. Do what you can on a first visit, but don't hold yourself to perfection. Just do what you can and move on. How about another card? Purchased a lot of stuff last few months. This is one of those wider topics that I mentioned earlier, a topic that I could talk about a fair bit, considering that I have been buying a lot the last few months, and that's why there's a card for it. I did play Nuts and Bolts, yeah, I don't know if I 100%ed it, but I played, like, nearly all of it. Couple times, maybe not finishing it, maybe finishing it, like, once or twice, maybe 3 times. 1 to 3 times, I would say, in my life. And that would be a playthrough that I would do after a couple others. For 5 Twitch subs, or otherwise direct donations. Anyway, been buying a lot of stuff recently, which has been nice. You know, I got a new job, and I figured, like, well, this is as good a time as ever to start upgrading shit. You know, I got a new PC that's been handling things wonderfully. I got a new laptop that has 2 screens. It's ridiculous and really handy for bringing into the office and doing stuff on. And also, I do think it's powerful enough where... Oh, I have enough jiggies to do another one. I do think it's powerful enough where I could, if I wanted to... do, streams on it. If I wanted to, and I do think when I go to Japan, I will try, you know, internet speed notwithstanding. I think that'd be fun to do a stream or 2 or 3, depending on how many weeks I'm there, in Japan. You know, assuming I have time, assuming that I'm, you know, I'm like pooped from all the walking and just want to spend like an hour or 2 talking to y'all and seeing how that's gone. I'm really happy with that. I've also bought other things, like, shit, man, got new mice, got new razors, just getting a ton of stuff. I'll say, just to go, like, thing by thing, the PC has been working out very nice. Obviously, I'll say, like, I don't push it to its limit that much, but the previous PC just had, like, all sorts of issues sometimes while streaming. Performance issues or otherwise, so having a PC that doesn't do that shit is just a benefit onto itself, as is having a working laptop that isn't a pain in the ass. Like, the last few years, as I've had to use a 10-year-old laptop to go places, it's just been, like, barely hanging on and barely working whenever I did, to the point where I didn't really want to bring it places. Now this new laptop, I am happy to take it places. It's really good. I also really recently got an Apple Watch, which has been very nice. I have enjoyed just having a watch on my hand and feeling like I was, you know, caught up with everyone else, where, you know, it seems like a lot of people have Apple Watches now, and the time has come, you know, it has become like a real actual thing that people do, and it's normal, and it's just a nice little quality of life thing. What else have I gotten recently? Oh, I got a little stand for my iPhone that connects with magnets to the back. That's been really cool. A lot of watch bands for my watch. A new charger thing for my phone and watch. A portable ash cushion that I bring to the office every day. You know, so I can have like an ergonomic seating situation while I'm at the office. It's important to watch out for your spine, don't you know? Such things are good. As far as like office purchases go, the best thing I bought in the last month for that has definitely got to be the little portable fan that I got. The office is a little bit stuffy, and this is just like a fan that's like this big, about the size of a hand, and it blows cool air on me, and I plug it into a USB port, and that's just pretty damn good. And it's small, so it's very easy to carry around and take places. I'd highly recommend getting a little handheld blower device thing. They are quite swell, actually. I recommend all the things I've gotten, honestly. Like, I would recommend building a really good PC that is just very, very nice to have. I'd recommend the Asus ZenBook Duo. It is a nice laptop. I have been noticing with the laptop that the fan was kind of loud while doing games and stuff. But then I realized, like, I turned it to performance mode. I turned the fan profile onto performance mode. Of course it blew. It cranked up to high speeds. I turned it to loud mode. That's on me, really, and I bet if I turned it onto normal, or even better, whisper, it would be quieter. I'm not sure if you can do whisper and play games at the same time. Like, what happens if you do that? Does it just get really hot and stay quiet? Or does it just blow up hardcore when it really needs to do? Not sure. But I'll say I've been happy with my purchase. And really enjoying having an actual really good laptop. Pro tip here. Very simple pro tip. Before you go into the second world, it's very easy to just go get grenade eggs right now, since all you need is the fire egg to go get grenade eggs. We could also go in and get split up. Is it a good idea to go get split up right now? Wonder if we can afford it as far as notes go. I'm thinking it might be a good idea to go get split up while we're here in the neighborhood. It's worth a shot, right? I got headphones for the office, basically like the headphones I'm wearing now. They're perfectly fine, perfectly convenient. What else have I gotten recently? Yes, it's an altar of knowledge. It tells you how many jiggies you need. It's all fine. I got a razor. It's been alright. I got a twisting mouse, which is a bit convenient insofar as it's very easy to take places. This is Mrs. Boggy, not Boggy. Doesn't count, by the way. Other than that, I think I've about covered everything I've gotten in the last, since the new PC. I got a backpack for work. That's not really that interesting. It's just a backpack. It's been pretty good for taking in everything I need for the office at once. And it has a pretty convenient, like, laptop slot, which has enough room in there for that fancy twisting mouse that gets pretty slim, and also the power thing. So I'll say that I'm carrying my new laptop around in a way that's more logical than my previous one, where the mouse and the power and all that went into a different opening in my previous laptop. In my previous laptop bag. My previous bag. Which I still use for, like, you know, personal stuff. And for, going places recreationally. Did I skip Glitter Gulch? I just want to get some moves real fast. TYBD. I just want to get some moves real fast. I figure if I get split up pads, there's like one extra jiggy I can get back in Glitter Gulch Mine before I return. I'm not sure if I can get enough notes to get everything, though. But I can at least get split up. There is a teleporter up by Wumbas here. You can also do the Jiggy in the dark. Yes, that's correct. I can do that once I get the thing. How many notes is that? 170. Okay. I can get Pack Whack. I can get that. Cool. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get Pack Whack. I'm going to get, there's no midair aiming in, There's no flying in the mine, so we don't have to grab that real fast. What the fuck? There we go. So let's not worry about that one, but let's get the other two moves before we head down to the, before we head down to the mines. Okay, get this. Get the thing. It may cause you some trial and error. Yeah, you can do it in the dark as well. But, I don't know. It's simpler to go get this now, I think. Gives me more options. I always feel like in this game, prioritizing the acquisition of moves is a good idea. I do this in Banjo-Kazooie as well a lot. I will go to a world, just grab the move, and exit right away. You know, oftentimes I'll skip Bubble Gloop Swamp or Freeze Easy Peak in order to, There's a couple of options. One is you can skip Bubble Gloop until you have the Turbo Trainers. The second thing you can do is you can do Bubble Gloop, but, before you go into Freeze Easy, go get the shoes so that you can do everything in there in one. The third thing you can do is you can skip Freeze Easy and do Gobi's Valley in its entirety. So long as you go pick up the Beak Bomb. Split up was so fire that you could split up Banjo and Kazooie. If they could have made a two-player, that'd be amazing. But that would be something, yeah. I do think... I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but I do like splitting up Banjo and Kazooie. I think it is cool. I think it is obviously a lot better than, say, Mumbo mode. I feel like a lot of people rag on this game and Donkey Kong 64 for good reason, for like the amount of character switching it made you do. But I do think transformations and also, I think transformations and Banjo-Kazooie alone were both justified. If you're asking me, I would just say they should have gotten rid of, oh crap, I don't have Bill's Rill, so this is a non-starter. Okay. They should have gotten rid of the Mumbo mode, I think. Honestly, like, that is... Mumbo's gameplay is just walking around. Whereas I think that, being Kazooie and being able to glide is really cool. And I really love the thing you can do at Pack Whack, where you do a double jump. That is just so fun to me. It feels like a glitch. I don't know if they knew it. I don't know if it was an intended mechanic or not. That you can Pack Whack, jump, Pack Whack. Jump, Pack Whack, jump. Jump out of a Pack Whack, sort of like a double jump. But it is just so satisfying to do every time, and I think it is definitely one of the most underappreciated things out there. We probably don't have enough to get the ice eggs. Am I playing the Xbox version? That is correct. I don't have an N64 anymore, and, I don't have an N64 anymore, and, oh, that's just a note, that's fine. I don't have an N64 anymore, and it's not on N64 online, so this is just the simplest way to play it. Also, one of the better ways, aside from the thing where you have to turn invert the Y-axis when you go into shooter mode, that's the only thing that I really don't care for that much in, this. My head really hurts. What I get for not sleeping good. I like to start by doing this little race. That's always what I like to do when I come into, this world for the first time. I grab the shoes, and I go for a run. Don't know if this is the smartest thing, but it's what I do. Okay, there's nothing in there, right? Yes. Okay, let's think about this for a second. I do want to get Dragon Kazooie. That is definitely something that's on my mind. Should I have jumped to that little door? I probably should have jumped to that little door. There's a note cleft down there. Let me go ahead and grab that. Perfect. I wish someone would create a mod that fixed a lot of small slice of life problems. You mean quality of life, yeah? Totally, that'd be cool. There are such mods for Donkey Kong 64. There's a mod that I know that allows you to switch on the spot, for instance. But yeah, that'd be cool for this game as well. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't one such thing. Maybe it's just that, I'm gonna say, like, maybe Banjo-Kazooie is less popular than Donkey Kong, but I don't know if that's true. I always thought at the time that they were about equal in popularity. Maybe the franchise that has, continued on since this era and had, like, half dozen games is more popular than this. Who can say? I don't know. Maybe that makes sense, you know, hey, just in terms of amount of people who give a fuck. Get these notes. I don't think we can get that until we get these bouncy shoes. So let's just hold off on that. A map for each level. Map would be cool, yeah. Can I grenade egg these or no? Oh, that'd be cool if I could, but nah. I need to get my, my drill bill. There's like some directional audio here with the music, isn't there? I'm hearing it on my headset. I haven't... Ugh, this is throwing me off. I'll say, I personally prefer to not do, like, directional audio stuff. And for my previous PC, I had it set up where, it was all mono audio, you know, all mixed down to one non-directional audio source. Because cases like this where it's just like you have a saxophone in your left ear, I just find it, to be distracting. I know that a good modern mix won't necessarily have that problem of, like, the saxophoner lives in your ear. It'll be like, no, it'll just be like a little bit off to the side, not like way over there. Fast exit. Oh, yeah, that's another thing that it could use. Yes. Alright, we got the bill drill. Let's do it. Honeycomb. No point in going into Bullion Bill until we return back to the thing. You can't remember how many jam jars there are in the game? Ooh, I don't think I know either off the top of my head how many jam jars there are. There's quite a few. I almost want to go to my PC and turn on my new PC and turn on mono audio because this is... I find this to be a little distracting. Whatever. Yes, I can do the fish as well now. I absolutely will before we do any world that involves swimming. This world doesn't really involve swimming, so we don't have to worry for now. I say any world. It'll be World 4. It'll be Jolly Roger's Lagoon. Shall we do, what shall we do next? We definitely gotta do the train. We gotta do the train, we should do this now. The shooter game. And I'll do another card as I do. Someone made a ROM hack of Super Mario 64 that adds all the 2E levels to the game. That's rad. That, probably makes for a really great, Mario 64 experience. There's a lot of cool stuff happening in Mario 64 modding. So now we have a melee attack for our first-person mode. Because I inverted the controls, now up is down and down is up, so I need to uninvert the controls. And I will re-uninvert... I will switch it back after we're done with this, sequence. Again, separate Y things. Canary Mary, she's easy, just open the cage for her and get the jiggy. Yeah, totally. Well, that is, how it works here, but I'll say... The Canary Mary mentioned down there for 10 subs, that's for Cloud Cuckooland Canary Mary, which I historically have had trouble with. And I don't know if I can get in an hour. And, you know, maybe after tonight, if we can't get it, if we were to do the incentive, maybe I could do a standing thing where there's another streamer I know, name of McClunky, who they haven't streamed in a while for what it's worth, but... They had a thing where every couple of subs they had to do like a set amount of Jump King. And I could totally do like, oh yeah, an hour of Canary Mary until I get it for every 10 subs that I owe. You know. She's not that bad, there's a secret to her. Man, the last time I played, I just struggled and struggled. The secret is that you go slow. You don't go all out. You pace yourself, and you try to keep in mind that she's gonna try to rubber band, right? Man, I know that secret. I know that strategy. It don't do me no good. I struggle to pace myself to do things at a consistent pace. When I first played Paper Mario, you know the place where you have to tap at a certain rhythm to play the record? I didn't get that the first couple times I played, or for a bit. I remember being distinctly very confused when I got there. Try to beat her at the last second. That is the strategy, and I will keep that in mind. I'll say, again, the last time I played it, I had lost, like, 2 hours on her, like, and then couldn't do it. I ended up giving up and just saying, whatever, I'm just gonna go finish the game. It's fine, I give up. Okay, I can't spend more than 2 hours on this, was my thoughts. I'll try a few times tonight, sub goal or not, but for anything more than, like, a handful of tries, let's say... We'll say 5 tries, Mario Maker style. For anything more than that, it'll be, contingent on a sub-goal. On the sub-goal that you can see down there. This thing always challenged me. Challenged me? I always struggled finding all these fuckers, and... clearing all these rooms properly. Could you use a map here or some sort of radar? I don't know. It'd be cool if you had eggs that, like, I don't know, did like an enemy sensor thing. There's like aren't there like proximity eggs or something? I think that's like a multiplayer thing. Boo Mansion? Yeah. That is right, yeah. In Boo's Mansion, in Chapter 3 of Paper Mario. I got it down now! Proximity eggs are more like mines, though. They're more like mines. They're not like what I'm talking about. Like a radar egg. Dang it. Second try. Alright, I'll get out. That's fine. I love Paper Mario, I'll say. Jinjo fastest and single egg splat equals hell of a time. Oh, you guys played the multiplayer mode a bunch? I never played that much myself. I'll say, it'll be fun once it's out on N64 Online in the future, right? Let's use left-hand rule. Just go into rooms on the left repeatedly. That'll be how we do this efficiently. I didn't play those modes all that much. My sister was not really that interested in playing Banjo-Tooie multiplayer. But it'll be cool when it is on Nintendo 64 Online and we can do online Banjo-Tooie. I'll absolutely do that, you know, we'll do some... I'm sure at some point when they add it, I don't know if I'll do a full playthrough considering that I am... Wait, I'm hearing... That's the exit, right? I don't know if I'll do a full playthrough considering that, you know, I'm doing this here tonight. That's sort of the full playthrough for this game, but definitely can do the online mode and do some multiplayer stuff. Hell, there's Bottle's Revenge Is there a code to access Bottle's Revenge in Banjo-Tooie? Or is that strictly a Game Shark thing? Bottle's Revenge, for people who don't know, that's a mode where you play as Bottle's evil ghosts, and you can control enemies. And sort of be like adversational. I think it's a Game Shark game. That makes sense. So we can't necessarily do that on N64 Online. It's a cheat given to you by Hetty? No, that's definitely not the case. It was something that was discovered, like, years and years later. Like practically a decade after the game came out before anyone realized that was in the game. Definitely not Heggy. Definitely not Heggy. Godzooks. Alright, we're down to 1 again. Curiously, though, Bottle's Revenge is not unlockable. It remains within the game and can be used by a hacking device. Okay. Does not appear in the Xbox Live version, naturally. You know what? The directional audio clued me in. You know what? I was besmirching the directional audio earlier, but it just totally helped me find that thing, which turns out was in the central room. The one room I didn't go into. Doing the left-hand rule situation. Oh, you thought I was talking about homing eggs? I was talking about, Bottle's Revenge. It's a whole Game Shark thing. I'll say, as far as, like, accessible multiplayer modes, there is in Diddy Kong Racing a co-op adventure that you can do, where you can play the adventure mode co-op with a buddy. I'm pretty sure that is just regularly accessible, and I think that'd be fun to do, like, on stream at some point. I have a fella, an off-stream friend from Discord, from, like, you know, online communities that I've been in for ages, who I played through DKC 1, 2, and 3 co-op, like, years before I became a streamer. And I have talked to him about, you know, maybe it'd be fun to do that, but on stream. I don't know, that'd be pretty cool. Maybe I'd do that. Maybe that'd be like a whole bit of content. Co-op Diddy Kong Racing. I bet that'd be pretty chill because, you know, whoever wins, you get to continue. And you can just, you get double the chance of winning any given race. Which would be, Nice, having 2-player characters and all. Are you willing to do multiplayer SNES DKC on stream? I mean, I've done DKC a bunch of times. I wouldn't be opposed, but suffice to say I haven't done it before. I could. I did it a couple years ago. That'd be fun. And it was fun. Which one do you want to do, Highway? Obviously, you're not volunteering. You'd want to do the co-op, not necessarily like, the other thing, versus competitive. Competitive would be maybe a little weird because it's all, you know, one player goes and then the other player goes. And, you'd probably be seeing a lot of the same levels. 2-player team? That makes sense. Is it 2-player team, cooperative? I feel like there's a third mode, isn't there? Are there just 2 modes? You played DKC 1 and 2 with a friend doing that? Me too. I played all 3. Played all 3 that way, actually. A co-op playthrough, I think, would make some good stream content. Would have to have the right person and, you know, have them committed to going the distance. But if they were, it'd be cool. Let's get this Jinjo down here in the mines while we are a plunger. Yellow Jinjo here. Here's a card. Looking forward to moving in about a month from now. This is another one of those cards that I could talk for a bit at length. Coming up in about a month now, so literally the start of April, I'm going to be moving into a new place. It's going to be bigger than the current place I'm in, and also be nicer in a bunch of ways. It has like an attached garage, it has like a whole dining room area that I'm thinking about how to outfit. The living room area is pretty well put together, and I am definitely thinking a lot about how I'm going to do as far as setting it up to be more efficient as far as streams and stuff go. You know, I've said before that this apartment, when I moved in here, I was not thinking about streaming and stuff. I was not thinking about when I set up this layout. I was not thinking like what would be good for streaming. I was just thinking, you know, oh, this will be good for watching TV and being able to see the TV from the kitchen area, such and so forth, which are good priorities. And to be clear, priorities I still have, but with the new apartment, I'm definitely going to be placing the couch in such a way where I can put a green screen behind the couch. Currently, what I'm thinking is it'll be still placed in such a way where I can see over the couch to the TV from the kitchen and from the dining room even. But there will be like a collapsible green screen behind the couch so that I can very quickly pull that up and suddenly there'll be nothing behind me. Get ready to see nothing behind me and just me and my couch in the near future. That's going to be very, very nice, I reckon. Hope it runs on the... You got Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie 64 patch and ready to go. You're gonna try it out on the 3DS emulator. That's cool, man. That's great. Anyway, I'll also say I've been, like, shopping around a little bit for furniture for the new place. As far as, like, I'd like to have an attachment. I'd like to have a dining room table, obviously. Like a small one. I looked a bunch at IKEA and some other stores for, like, what's good. And I think something like just round. A big round table, I think, is about what I need. Considering I'm just one person and I really don't need much, I don't really need that much, personally. And a round table gives you options in case someone comes over and wants to use a second seat or something. Like, that's fine, while still looking perfectly normal if it's just you sitting there. You know, there's nothing weird about a single seating arrangement. 2 things we need to do as a plunger. We need to do this one, and we need to do the UFO. So I've done a bunch of shopping there. I've been looking at, I say shopping, more like browsing. But I've browsed, I've looked, and I've been thinking, and I think when the time comes to make a decision, I'll be ready to do so. Is there another shed like this way? I thought there was another shed at the end of near one of these buildings. Maybe not this one, not the crushing shed. I'll be all ready to make that purchase in some time now, and I'm looking forward to doing so. That'll be fun. It's nice when you're moving into a new place and there's an opportunity for new furniture and new nice things, and it just makes your life better. I'll also say I'm looking at the green screen, the dining room area. I guess I'll need more curtains because this apartment has more windows, so I'm going to have to get more curtains to black it all out. I prefer to have everything be blacked out, personally. I was thinking maybe one of them could just be a literal green curtain, so that it could just be behind me at all times, and I could have that be my green screen, rather than, so I didn't have to, like, get a separate green screen setup. I could just use a curtain and have that be good enough. I don't know if that's, like, workable. You know, the way that green screens work, I think it's best practice is that they're flat, so that they can, you know, be more even and be more easily chroma keyed out. But I'll figure it out as the move-in happens. I'll say the green screen for the couch area is the #1 priority. The secondary priority is the green screen for the PC area, because I spend less time streaming from there. You know, other than PC games and very specific edge cases, and if something goes wrong, I'll go over there to fix it. But other than that, I don't go over there all that often, so it's not like the hugest priority. Yeah, moments like this that make venturing worthwhile. That is true. My head hurts. Jeez. Okay, Canary Mary. I get it. You're swinging over there. How are you going to beat the game in one go? Oh, easy. I'm going to collect all the jiggies, or enough of the jiggies, in a quick order. As fast as I can manage. How are we doing so far, I guess, is a question. We've gotten 10. It's been about an hour. There's 90 jiggies in the game. We're on pace to do like 9 hours. Assuming the jiggies continue coming this fast, which, to be fair, they won't. Because things get harder from here. Who knew Canary Mary was handy? Yes. So you're doing a PB speedrun? You could consider it that. I mean, I'll say, I'm going to try to get every jiggy, but I'm not going to spend more than 5 tries on Canary Mary, unless we were to hit a sub-goal bingo on the Twitch side, / I would count direct donations towards that. So, like, second Canary Mary is more of a incentive thing. Because it's a fucking nightmare. This one is not so hard. Oh, it's B. It's X, I mean. This one you can just do, and it's not gonna fuck you. Still, though, I get some fear in me somewhere that she's gonna start accelerating if I do. You should do a stream on Grunty's Revenge. Totally. I did play a good amount of that game on the rare roulette. The Rare Roulette a couple, like half a year ago. More like most of a year ago. When I got 500 Twitch followers, I did a big long stream where I played a bunch of rare games, switching back and forth between them every minute or so, and Grunty's Revenge was one of them, as was Tooie. It is the same concept, it's just not nearly as hard. This one. Which version? There was a GBA version and a Java phone version? It was the GBA version. The full version. I think that the Java phone version is just basically the minigames. Head. Given that the move is now less than a month away, I am going to start having to think about it. Starting to think about getting boxes and stuff. Starting to get things packed up. And maybe thinking more heavily about the layout of things and so forth. I'm ready for race 2. Let's be honest, Grunty's Revenge is trash. I don't remember what I gave it on I don't know what my review is for that, but I think it's pretty okay. It's about as good as an isometric Banjo-Kazooie probably could be. I think it's a little heavy on minigames, but it's good. I'd say maybe a 4 out of 5. Maybe a 3. 3 is a little harsh, I think, even. I wouldn't call it trash, TYBD, honestly. I will not be honest. I am being honest right now. I think it's good. I like Grunty's Revenge. I mean, do I think it is as ambitious as it could be? No, you could... If it was more ambitious, you would have had more than 6 worlds in there. It does have the feeling of like, oh, they got midway into development and they said like, cut it off, cut it off. This is the amount of worlds we have, it's fine. Combine the fire and ice world and let's ship it. I bet you Freezing Furnace was not originally one world. I bet those got combined when they were both halfway in development. As a GBA game, you think it's fine as a sequel to Banjo-Tooie? It sucks. Granted, there's like worse on the GBA. Of course, of course. And also, it's not a sequel. It's a midquel. In betweequel. I'm excited for the move. With this current place, I have to deal with a lot of bullshit as far as hearing things, you know, like neighbors and outside shit, bass. I've been putting up with a bunch of shit living here, and I am tired of all that noise and ready for something else. Speaking of ready for something else, before we leave, we should do train. We should do the train boss, and then we can leave and go to the next world. I think we're just about ready to boogie. Banjo Pilots. Okay, I'll say Banjo Pilot also. Banjo Pilot, on the other hand, is very much a not great thing. You know, it's not especially well put together in any sense of the word, and I do think it is very much you play it and you go like, this, I don't know what you were doing. You made a Mario Kart and SNES style game where you can go up and down, but there's no terrain, there's no vertical, there's no cliff walls or anything, so it's just flying over a flat map. And for some reason, when you fly over off the road, you get all bumpy and stuff, and it's just like, that's not how it works. Why would it work like that? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for it to work like that. Not even a little bit. With here, we just do the boulder and the train, right? Are those the two things? Boulder, train? You think Gruntilda's Revenge needs a remake? I would be curious about an HD remake of Gruntilda's Revenge that, like, fleshed it out a little bit. I think that'd be neat. I don't think it's in the cards. This chanting is loud, isn't it? It's louder than anything else that the game has done. I should really just make it so that my audio sources just duck anything that's too loud, so I don't have to ever mess around with the volume ever again. But I don't know. I like having manual control over the audio. I'll just crank it all the way down for a bit. You think people like Banjo-Kazooie so much they let the standard of the franchise fall without criticism? I mean, people have criticism of this game. Let it not be said that people, you know, give this game no shit. A lot of people give this game shit. A lot of people give Grunty's Revenge shit. And, look, you probably couldn't find a soul who would tell you that, oh crap, this is the thing I need to do earlier. Here's the gateway to the other thing. We could find another way there, though. Alright. Let's do train. I don't want to transform again. But I could. Let's do train. Should I do that? That way? Is it faster to do the race or to open it with the plunger? I can do the race again to get in, or I can do the plunger to get in. It's hard to say. Excited for the move. It's gonna be really rad to have like an attached garage and just be able to, when I have groceries, just bring them directly into the apartments. I'm not gonna have anyone above me. I'm not gonna have anyone above me in the next place, so that's gonna be cool. Not gonna have to deal with like footsteps in the new place. It is going to be a bit pricier than previously, but you know, economy, inflation. There's kind of no way to avoid an apartment that's more expensive if I want one that is as good as I'd like, you know. And also, I think this will be like a final apartment, you know, final apartment before going to a house. And I think for a final apartment before going to a house, this looks pretty good. This looks like everything I need in such a place, and I'm pretty excited to give it a go. To move in and to have that as a thing. I'm gonna go get plunger. Let's do plunger. Of course, I guess it's worth considering that maybe this new place will actually be nice enough where I don't need to go to a house quite so quickly, right? Like, I know I'm in my mid-30s and all, and that's like the traditional time for being in a house versus an apartment. And being in an apartment, you always lose some element of control and have to be reliant on maintenance people fixing things in a good order. And if things are slow, if things are fucked up, if the apartment isn't very well taken care of, you basically have no recourse other than to move out. And that all sucks, and I'm very tired of it, but at the same time, it is worth noting that that like houses are very expensive and have things like I was watching Dan Reichert's streamer that I like, and he was talking about how he needs to go get a retaining wall for like $5,000. Literally $5,000 just to make a wall that makes it so that the house doesn't fall down, which isn't fun. It's not fun to spend $5,000 on a retaining wall. Yeah, I don't like the sound of that, but there is something ambitious and something like aspirational about doing a house. Why would you give Grunty's Revenge a 4 out of 5? You think that 3 out of 5 is harsh? Well, I think it's fun. I think it's well made. It's maybe not the most ambitious. It doesn't like have the length that I would like. It is a little heavy on minigames. If I had to say like what's the big issue, I would say over-reliance on minigames. Right, I need to reinvert the swimming controls. Over-reliance on minigames is like its biggest sin, I think. And I think for that it drops to a 4 out of 5. I say drops to. You know, it gets a 4 out of 5. It doesn't get a 5. It's not a perfect game, considering those minigames and, you know, the scope that is very limited in nature. But it's alright. What's down here exactly? Is it just a jiggy? This is an exit to the room where we were in earlier, right? The waterfall room? Yeah. Just check. I could have maybe came back here and did the Globo and this at the same time, but I don't know. It's easy enough to get it done now. The jiggy is to the right on this room on the right. No, it's not. It's the other way. Bunch of fools here. I'm realizing, now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't do the split up jiggy yet. And I did go all the way to World 3 to get that jiggy, to get those moves ahead of time. So probably should do those now, while I'm thinking about it. While it's, while we're here. You know, it's kind of silly to get those moves and not do the thing I got the moves for. Come to think of it. That said, it's one of the things I like about Tooie so much is that, you know, whenever you feel like moving on from a world, you can just go. You'll be back later. You can't get everything in one sweep. You're going to have to make choices. Let's go to outside Mumbo's skull, go downstairs from there. And do the two things over here. Let's do ba-ba-ba. In this game, you can just like do a talon trot out of you can just do a thing. Am I okay? My head hurts and I'm a little bit coffee, but other than that, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just, ugh. Maybe a little bit. Maybe could have slept a little bit more. That's like the big cure to headaches. I think it's not COVID. I don't think it's COVID. No, I cough a lot. I cough and sneeze and get all allergy prone. It's probably allergies. Right, I don't have the B move yet. Damn it. I can't do a flurly furlurly. The fuck? This is the thing I was talking about earlier where you can do a pack whack in midair and get a double jump. It's great. It's a really handy thing, especially in Hailfire? Oh my god, and Hailfire is indispensable to be able to jump over those grabby hand guys. You know, the guy's going like this. I wasn't thinking glide, I was thinking the attack, the basic attack move. I was trying to combo those to get like a really long, an extra long travel. Wing whack, yes, that's it. Of course I speak of wing whack. We don't do titles for like big, you know, there's already a title for the stream, which is Can I Beat Banjo-Tooie in One Go? I bet that'll play. That's a perfectly good name for the VOD later on. But what the fuck did I say? Wing whack? But what I just said sounded kind of funny. I've already forgotten it, so, you know, it's not gonna even be mentioned in the description of the VOD later on. I'll say, by the way, just take it down to -18. I'll say, by the way, I'm not sure when the VOD for this will go up. I would like to have it up as soon as possible, but tomorrow is an office day. I'll be in the office until after work, so, you know, it's not like I can just... On a work-from-home day, it's very easy to do a thumbnail and do timestamps over lunch while I'm eating stuff over my lunch break, but it's harder on a work-from-the-office day, so probably will just do it when I get home, or maybe I'll do it after the stream ends, if we end before too late. You know, if it's like 9 o'clock or something, I can definitely get that done. We'll see what happens, though. Which is in Jolly Rogers Bay. That's right, Wing Whack is in Jolly Rogers Bay. It was something funny about Wing Whack, I know that much. Oh, look at that! It let me out right near the train station. That's perfect. That's where we need to go next. Let's beat this guy's ass, and I think that's it for this world for now. I mean, I could look at the totals real fast. I'll come back later, it's fine. Whatever I don't got, I'll get later. The fact that you have all the moves you learned from bottles? Yes. That's enough to leave for now. It is true. It's also good to get the train set up because we will need that for later levels. What's under the big pile of coal? Maybe it's a jiggy. There is a jiggy under there, but not directly under there. It is true. Head. I could use some aspirin. Maybe I'll take some in a bit. It'll be... I'm looking forward to the next place insofar as there are some noises at night that keep me up sometimes. Like, I swear, I'm in my bed, I'm hearing like I'm feeling like a weird-ass vibration that I don't know where it comes from. A lot of times at night, and I'm just so distracted by that, so, like, kept up. And I'm just, you know, out of my mind going like, what the hell is that shit? And I don't like it at all, and I'm looking forward to, the new place, which will not have this problem, I'm sure. A quieter neighborhood, a quieter apartment complex, and fewer, you know, I won't have anyone above me or to either side. I'm like in a corner in the new place, so that's cool. I bet I will be able to sleep a lot better at night come the new place, which I need to be able to do so, considering that I do have to get up in the morning to go to work now. I'll also be closer to work, just not that I was far from work before, maybe like 15, 20 minutes, but I'll be a little bit closer, which is gonna be cool. It's gonna be nice. Maybe I could sleep 5 minutes more. I'll think about it, though. Used up all my things. Suck it, Samus. What? Grenades? It is true that you start off with more grenade eggs than Samus starts with missiles. I guess also you do get moves faster than Samus does, if it was a competition. It's not really, though. You also start off with moves in this one, so Samus, take notes. Do better, I don't know. Shit. Alright, I think that's all we can do here for now, so let's, I feel like there's one fast travel point we didn't get. I don't know if that looks like all of them to me. But if there is one... Oh, you know what? There might be one in the bottom area, but I didn't open up that, that zone. Is there any benefit right now to going and getting the ice eggs and doing that whole business? Wouldn't hurt, I suppose. The fact that you... The last two comments were connected. I got that, yes. Samus... Oh, you're saying that it's an abilities thing. Okay, yeah. There was no abilities here. You just kept all your moves. Unlike the Metroid games where you lose everything. It is funny that this is one of the only games where that ever has happened in history. You know, where you spent the whole first game learning moves, and the second game they just said, like, okay, we're just gonna build on top of it and make it even more complicated. Which, as someone who loved the first game, I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed going into this one and going like, hell yeah, I have all my moves. And what's this? There's more? More moves? That's sort of how things were at the time. Or at the very least, how I felt like... What I wanted out of a game is like, more moves. Holy shit. Whereas nowadays, the more common design is just to say... Start you out with all the moves that you need, and make everything else like context sensitive, like in Mario Odyssey, where you can capture a guy, and that sort of gives you the equivalent of a new move, but it's not. It doesn't require any backtracking. There's no weirdness about when you can and can't use it. It's just like, hey, do you see the guy? You can use it. That's all you need to know. Here's another card. Let's do another card. Looking forward to doing a Japan trip, probably this fall. I'm thinking like September, but nothing's like marked down. I haven't requested the time off. I haven't looked into when to buy tickets or anything. I got nothing really figured out yet, but I am thinking it's going to be a really fun trip. I went to Japan a couple of years ago. I've heard relatively recently that like the economy, inflation is bad here, but as far as like exchange rates go, Japan has it really bad right now. They the yen is really weak, and that means that when you go to Japan right now, you're gonna have your money's gonna go farther than it did than even 5 years ago, as far as hotels, as far as travel, as far as food. And that all sounds quite lovely to me. I'm thinking a basic plan just pretty much the same as I did last time, with a few additions. You know, Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto are the main places to go. I also want to go to, the Mount Fuji area and spend some time there. I want to go to Hakone, the hot spring capital of Japan. I think that would be fun. That'd be a nice, relaxing way to spend a day or two. And the other thing that I want to really add that I didn't do the last time I went to Japan was, I wasn't really a theme park person at that point, so I didn't end up doing any theme parks during my trip. And I am definitely 100% thinking the next time I go, absolutely, will make sure to do several theme parks, specifically Universal Studios Japan, Disney Earthsea, and Fuji-Q Highlands. Those are the 3 that are on my list. From what I understand, obviously Universal Studios Japan is very similar to Universal Studios America, insofar as it's a theme park with a bunch of rides in it. Pretty straightforward. It's a theme park. It has cool rides, screen rides, and regular attractions. It has the Mario area, and it'll have the Donkey Kong roller coaster by the time I'm there, which will be pretty damn cool. I'm looking forward to riding that. And of course, I'll ride the Orlando one as well, I'm sure, next year when that opens, when Epic Universe opens. I will 100% go to Epic Universe next year. 100%. That's the new Universal they're opening in Orlando next year. There you go, Royston. Fantastic. Definitely we'll be doing that. Fuji-Q Highlands, as I understand, is like the roller coaster capital of the world. And has like... Or I say of the world, of Japan, sorry. No, Cedar Point is supposed to be the roller coaster capital of the world. Fuji-Q Highlands is like the capital of Japan as far as roller coasters go. Maybe Cedar Point has like a... I'm not sure which is the capital of the world, but they are definitely the capitals in their respective regions, Cedar Point and Fuji-Q, and I think that'll be fun. It also is a theme park in the vicinity of Mount Fuji, so on a clear day, I'll be able to see Mount Fuji if it happens to be a clear day when I go there, which sounds like fun. Sounds like a thing to do. Alright, Witchyworld. Now, we don't have the Shack Pack, so we can't do... Don't have grenade eggs right now. Whoops, ran out of those. Need to get some grenade eggs so we can kill these guys, so we can do the boss, so we can do a thing. Or we could use Wonder Wing. What? Oh, that doesn't work? Okay. Grenades it is then. Again, no grenades, no jiggy there. Is there a guy up there? Yes. As for other plans, I do have a couple of things I've written down as far as, like, neat places to go, restaurants, that sort of thing. Hot springs. I have a list on my phone that I haven't updated in, like, 6 months, so probably should fill that out or something. I don't have any grenade eggs, so I can't do that yet. Oh. Shit! Right, there's 4 types now because I got the ice eggs. Alright, got that open. Good. So those are big plans, and certainly after I'm done with my move, that'll be the next big thing that happens in my life. I say in my life. I've been there before. It's not going to be like the first trip or nothing, but that'll be my next big plan. I am thinking I'd like to spend like 3 weeks there if I can. Do like a big, very long vacation. Use up most of my PTO if, you know, if needed. It will be needed. Obviously, you can't take a vacation without using your PTO unless you use like unpaid time, which, you know, yeah, who wants to do that? That's silly. That's a silly thing to do. We'll try to get like a good 3 weeks, maybe a little less, a little more, whatever, and put together a nice itinerary for pretty much every day there. It's not hard to fill up an itinerary of things to do in Japan, and honestly, I wouldn't mind going and seeing a lot of the things I saw the first time. You know, go to the Super Potato again, see all the anime stores, the nice shrines. All the shrines, nature, mountains, that sort of thing. I would like to go to Mount Takao again. That'll definitely be like a day trip. I'll see the robots restaurant again. Go do that a second time. Japan is full of good stuff, and I will definitely not be wanting for things to do while there. The last time I was there, I wasn't really big into sushi. I hadn't really had that much sushi that I actually liked, so I didn't really eat that much sushi there. Just went to like a fish market one day and got some real quick, which maybe, honestly, is not the best way to do. Probably better to just, probably better. Oh wait, we need to turn this on, don't we? So we need to go get Mumbo. And, oh yeah. So this is not ready for prime time yet, but we can at least activate this. A lot of these switches don't require you to ground pound on them. It's funny. We can at least let this fella through and have this ready to go for later. A lot of plans, a lot of things I can set up. Like I said, I haven't currently put together like a full list, full itinerary. I don't even know like how long I'm going to go necessarily yet. But it's definitely something I'm thinking a lot about. And once I move, once I get all settled in, once everything is on track, that'll be the next big thing to think about. And that'll be months out too, so it'll be a nice quiet time in my life until then. A nice time where I got no big trips planned, no big moves, no big acquisitions. The birthday stream will be like the biggest. Well, that's not true. There'll be several big streams, as I tend to do big streams on certain days. There'll be a birthday stream in May. There will be a 4th of July stream in July. And probably some sort of farewell before I go to Japan, like some sort of last stream. I'll say, I am thinking, again, if I can set up my laptop so that it can do a stream, and if the wireless egg that I get has enough upstream so that I could stream reliably, you know, I would like to do a stream or 2 or 3, like maybe from Japan, right? I think that would be very fun, and I would like to do it. So yeah, that's the Japan trip. Talked about that. I'll say I don't have that many cards, so I'm trying to pace them. and, you know, make them last in the case of some of them. So if I don't just go on right to the next card, that's why. And obviously I'm not doing that, so yeah. I was thinking for this stream, originally I was thinking not even having any cards at all. I was thinking just, let's just focus on the game and talk about, okay, where are we going next? What's the next thing to do? Next thing to do is this boss fight. But then I thought, well, let's just have some cards. And just have big ones, though. Japan was super fun last time I went, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'll say one thing that I didn't do this last time, that I will do this time. I'm gonna get a VPN for the trip. Because the last time I was there, you know, I had to use Japanese internet, which means that I can't use American Crunchyroll and all that, which meant that I was cut off from my anime for literally 2 weeks, which is, I think in retrospect, very silly that I was in Japan, you know, seeing the places, real shit, and yet I could not watch my anime from there. Like, that was a silly way to do it. Better to just, you know, have a VPN for 2 weeks and be able to watch that crap rather than doing a thing. It runs slow on your emulator, but Super Banjo-Tooie 64 is, Highway is talking about Super Banjo-Tooie 64. Utterly surreal to ride Dory in Jolly Roger's Lagoon. You already got to Jolly Roger's Lagoon in that fan game? Does it just give you direct access to each of the levels, like, right away, or do you have to, like, earn it? What the hell? No, you found a weak spot. Now we have to fly. I have seen you explore the Isle of Hags and you can go in whatever world you want. Huh. That is neat. So, do they do, like, the Banjo thing of putting a bunch of levels into the world? Natural style? Or is it like, or is it like, Mario 64, where you have to do individual levels? Either way, it's cool. It's individual stars and levels? Gotcha. Naturally. Mario, as a franchise, wouldn't change to be the other way until Odyssey. And I do think that is definitely to Odyssey's advantage. One of the reasons why I love Odyssey, why it's my favorite, one of my favorite games of all time, tied with Donkey Kong Country 2, Odyssey is, because it does the Banjo way. They did the Banjo way rather than the... crap. Rather than the Mario way, and it's so much better. Hey, we just got the face. We just got the face 2. We just got 1 left. We have 2 health. I'm just gonna go ahead and get some distance so I can turn around nice and safe. God, can this hit? Yes! God, that felt so jank. But, nailed it. Anything else I'm thinking about as far as Japan goes? Not really. I feel like I had it pretty much figured out the last time I was there. There's not really that much I need to learn or do for the first time. I know how to use the subway system. The first time I was there, I fucked up the first time. I just got on a train And I didn't understand how stations work. I didn't know how to find the train I was supposed to take to my hotel. So I just went on the wrong one, and turned out it was fine because, like, okay, well, even if you went on the... You're supposed to go on the express train, but it's fine. You just scan the ticket on the other side, even if you went on the wrong train. It's not like it's not like they care. Let's not go up there because we don't have the boots anyway. We don't have the claw clambers anyway, so there's kind of no point. Speaking of no point, these guys are already done. I think it might be time to do Wumba. Do Wumba, get Mumbo out of there, and continue on from there. Oh man, this is a pretty game sometimes. Look at that fucking sunset, man. I like that sunset a good deal. Pretty skybox. Pretty skybox. I like a good skybox. Fuck! Doesn't make a difference. It's Banjo-Tooie. It's fine. It's normal. I thought I was over the water there. Let's go outside Humpa. Did I not get the space area? I guess I didn't get the space area teleport. Whoops. It's fine. Free Globo. This is, I think, one of the best transformations. I like the transformations that are invincible. You don't fuck with a van. You can't hurt a van? Yeah. And van carries coins. That's what vans do. You ever see a van? They're full of money. You can see it has like a $sign on it. That's how you know. Money. Van can open van doors. It's not important though. Cannot go up slopes. That's the one thing a van cannot do. You'd need a fancier car to go up slopes. Can I bust down this gate as a van? No. I'm pretty sure that the way that this works is that there's stuff you have to do later that involves Mumbo before you can do everything with a van. So, right, you have to open up the Dodgems Dome before you can pay a token. So, you do have to do van twice, no matter what. Tooie has a lot of little inefficiencies. You know, things that you cannot ever make, you cannot ever make efficient. It's just not possible. Someone found the switch. I hate customers. Always wanting things. That's what I hear. So, let's see now. Whatever, that's fine. Get another one of those. I'm gonna go in there and activate the warp points. Oh, there's also a there's a thing in there that the van can get. Is there not? Is there a van only thing in the other horror area thing? I don't think so. We're good. Honk honk. Oh, it's a cheato page, okay. Still convenient to be able to drive through the lava. Grab the Globo. Get the transportation. Yeah, I think now we wum. We unwum. We unwumba ourselves. And then let's head over to the left there. Let's do the castle now. You don't need flight or anything to do the castle, right? You can do the castle. Yeah, castle just requires split up. Just requires you to be able to split up and also to do mid-air aiming. Could have used more sleep. I hope this week to maybe try to get more sleep, to relax a little bit. Just, you know, take my time every day and go to sleep at a normal approaching time so as to get at least, like, as many hours of sleep as is normal. I feel like I've hit a point where, you know, an occasional 7 hours of sleep, 6-7 hours of sleep just don't quite cut it. I need more than that. It's not enough to catch up. Even if I am able to be awake, and I'll say streaming, you know, it gives you a little bit of a adrenaline burst, you know, adrenaline boost. Makes it easier to sustain. But it does leave you tapped at the end of the day, so not advisable. Okay, let's do Banjo-Kazooie together first. Then we'll do Kazooie. Do a card. Do another card here. We shoot balloons. The blue ones are worth the most, the green are worth less, and the red are the least valuable. We just sort of do this. Yay! I will say, I think that the minigame stuff in Tooie, stuff like Canary Mary and this, to a lesser extent, probably the weakest jiggys that the game has. I do think it's better when jiggys are just hidden in the world or behind a funny request that a NPC makes or something like that. Little mini-games like this, I do think they're second banana to anything real. I guess real is a weird... No, it's all real, but... Alright, we got the Jiggy here. Perfect. Here's a card. What's next for this here channel? Thought I'd talk about what's coming up in the future. Now, obviously, I've talked a fair bit about, like, you know, main big streams that are coming. There's gonna be Odyssey. There's gonna be StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void, the last of the StarCraft 2 campaigns, and one that I have been, you know, sort of working towards for the last most of this year. You know, for the last year or so, maybe 6-8 months, we've been working through those campaigns with Zelda playthroughs between each campaign, and I'm looking forward to finishing that whole process and being free up to do more whatever. Whoops, damn it, I didn't mean to say yes. I'll be more free up to do whatever after the next StarCraft playthrough, which I'm expecting to take like 3 weeks. Be about done by the time I'm moving, basically. 3 or 4 weeks. So perfect length, really. After that will be a Mario Odyssey playthrough, 100%, which I haven't done since that game came out, and since it's literally one of my top 2 favorite games. I am really looking forward to that, and I think it's going to be a fun stream series. I'm not sure how long that'll take, but I have done before any percent in a single stream, you know, like a 3-4 hours beating the game normal style. So I do know it's not going to take that long just to get through the game. You know, maybe I could do 100 moons each stream. I would estimate 100 and change. So maybe something like 10 streams worth of that. And in the meantime, I'm expecting not to change anything up about the individual other streams. You know, the viewer levels will still be viewer levels. And I'll mix in a variety stream as I can, as I see fit. That said, after Odyssey, I'm not sure, like, what the plan will be from there. Obviously, tonight, I do have a 5-sub goal to add a Nuts and Bolts playthrough after Odyssey, but if that doesn't get met, I'm not sure if the order of the day will be to continue on with playthroughs. I've been kind of thinking maybe it'd be a good idea to just chill for a bit and maybe switch to another focus, you know? It's easy stuff to do playthrough streams, right? Because you have an idea. Okay, I want to play this. Did I do that yet? Yes, I did. You have an idea, like, oh, I want to play through all of StarCraft 2. And you just do that every week, once a week, until it's done. And you don't have to come up with another idea for a stream until it's done. Which is great. It's convenient. It gives you material content to go back to week in, week out. Sometimes that can last months and be very convenient. But on the other hand, it does lock you up for longer. And I don't know. I feel like it might be a good idea to just try more in the way of variety streams rather than big ongoing playthroughs after Odyssey. It's not like I don't have ideas for one-off streams. Like, I want to go back and play a little bit of Heroes of the Storm, see if anyone is still on that fucking game. Let's do this bit. Let's do going up the hill right now. I kind of want to see if anyone is still in Heroes of the Storm and what that's like, and do a stream of that, which is like on the stream, or is like archived. The last time I did one stream like that, but that was before streams were being archived on YouTube, so it no longer exists. This would be the first archived stream where I played that game, and you know, it was a big part of my life while it was a live game that people were playing, and it was being updated on a monthly basis. That I was big into it, and I think it'd be fun to share that and talk about that and play that game again, and, you know, like, oh man, I love this character, I love this kit, etc. There's plenty of randomizers I'd like to give some time to. You know, I wouldn't mind doing Metroid Prime 2 again, or hell, there's like a Metroid Prime 1 that easily could do. Metroid Dread, I have my eye on that, especially since now I have the new PC, so my PC can handle Metroid Dread Randomizer, I reckon. And if it can't, while streaming, and if it can't, I don't know the PC that could, right? Because this is a pretty bomb-ass PC. It's strong and can kick out a lot of game, presumably, while handling a stream perfectly good. Same time. I think that'd be a very fun randomizer to do. I love Metroid Dread, and I bet that randomizer's really good. There's other ones I wouldn't mind doing, like Wind Waker randomizer. Ooh. I'd have to come up with some really good settings for that so that I love Wind Waker, but look, there's all sorts of little islands in Wind Waker, and I'm not interested in doing checks for a million billion fucking little islands. If I do Wind Waker, I'm going to do some sort of custom settings, and maybe they already have this, I don't know. I'm gonna do some sort of custom settings where it's... I just realized I didn't open the gate. I didn't open the gate. I didn't open the Area 51 gate. I need to do that before I'm Mumbo. If I do Wind Waker, I'll do some sort of custom settings. Wind Waker randomizer. I'll do some sort of custom settings where it's limited to just the islands that matter. You know, I don't want to go to Podunk fucking Island to find the hook shot. I want to just go to Windfall and the temples and that business. The places you would go in a regular playthrough of that game. Now, I know that's not really how randomizers always work, but I don't know. The Paper Mario randomizer allows you to turn off such things as the whole fetch quest part of the game, that whole side quest. That's not in the randomizer logic if you don't want it to be. And I reckon it'll be the same way with Wind Waker randomizer. I hope. If it isn't like that, I probably wouldn't do it. As far as Skyward Sword and I don't even know if there is a Skyward Sword randomizer. Like, a lot of that game is so like plot driven insofar as you have to do one thing and then the next thing and then the next thing, etc. Like, I'm not sure how that would work even. I'm not sure how that would work even with if it were randomized. Nah, I don't see those. I will say, with any randomizer, I do kind of want an experience that's like maybe 5 to 6 hours long at a stretch, you know, maybe 8. I could go as high as 8. But if it takes as long as it would take to do the main game, that's a little much for me to do, for me to take on. You know, at that point, it almost becomes like a second playthrough of a game that, you know, a lot of these games I'm talking about, I've already done playthroughs of on the channel. And they took, like, multiple weeks. Wind Waker took, like, 5-6 parts. That's not true. Took, like, 7 parts. I can't do a 7-part Wind Waker randomizer. I mean, I can, but I don't want to. I want to do, like, a 1-part or a 2-part. I wonder if there's options as well for disabling shit like the, I wonder if you can disable... I wonder if you can disable things like the, I wonder if you can disable the, boss rush at the end of Wind Waker. Or just have, like, a fast Ganondorf's castle situation. I think that whole Ganondorf situation at the end is just a little damn long. And I'd like to not have to fight the bosses twice, if at all possible, thanks. There's probably like a glitch you can use to skip that shit, but I don't know glitches. I have no intent to learn the glitch that you need to do stuff in them games. Let's see, there's this one, there's Area 51. We have to go to Area 51 now. That's a Minjo, I'm gonna ignore that. Jinjo Colin. Other plans for the channel? I don't know. I don't really have that much big plans in mind. I think basically just stay the course maybe do more one-off streams rather than big concerted playthroughs. I've done a lot of playthroughs over the last 2.5 years, and I'm thinking Odyssey is a really good place to cut it off. That said, if we were to hit Nuts and Bolts might be the last one to be in the thing for a bit. Also, to be clear as well, I'm not really sure if maybe after I finish, maybe after I move, I'll be feeling better insofar as doing 3 streams a week again. Since I'm now working out of the office 3 days a week, it's a little bit more awkward to do 3 streams in a week. And I'm finding 2 to be a lot more manageable at that. But honestly, I do work from home on Friday, so I could do a stream on Thursday as well and have that so that it gets up like Friday morning. That said, that would put a lot of pressure as far as, you know, getting that uploaded, getting the cards made for the Friday stream, any other setup. Gets a lot more time constrained the more things I do. I mean, that said, like, obviously, like, working from home on Friday, that's the same as I did for years. So the only difference is Thursday, Monday, and Tuesday, which, yeah, days on which I avoid having a stream the day before. I think that's it for Mumbo. So let's do a death warp and pop on back. Good to know that you pop out of the skull rather than appearing right next to the chair. Earlier on, I was thinking that maybe I should have done a death warp for Mumbo when I wanted to go back inside, but that would have just put me here, even if I jumped into the lava over here. Kind of pointless. Wumba now? Let's do Wumba now, yeah. No reason not to. I forget, by the way, if the, couple months ago, I did do a stream where I tried to beat, and did beat, Banjo-Kazooie in a single session, and then did some viewer levels after. I forget if I had a timer for that as well. Whatever, man. These 2 streams are allowed to be a little inconsistent insofar as how they do. I might have done, I forget. It probably was in a different place as well. I had to mess around with the settings going into the stream because, you know, I'm on a new PC, so it turns out all my live split settings were all gone, so I had to very quickly get up the settings so that I could crop out, I could chroma out the background of the timer, get that all set up all nice and good. Hey, buddy. We should pick up some fries after we unvan ourselves. Let's see, we got the Jinjo, right? Anything else we need to do now as a van? I don't think so. I think we're good. I'm forgetting. My bad. I think we did the Area 51, yeah? Did everything else we need. Let's proceed. Okay. Now then. Got the Star Spinner up. Let's do some of these space area minigames. We'll do these space area minigames now. That was weird. The texture just appeared. Any other big stream stuff that I want to do? I'm sure there's a million ideas that I've had, and I've said, you know, oh, I want to do this at some point, and then I've immediately forgotten. And since right now, we're kind of on a hiatus as far as variety streams go. You know, I'm doing fewer of them with my new work schedule being a little more demanding, a little bit more in office and such. Just been less opportunities for them. But I'm sure I'll have some ideas in the future. I'm sure there'll be some cool, fun, dumbass streams. I'll have some fun with those. Same as always. Hey, I got 74. That's enough to pass. What other games have I considered doing full playthroughs of? Oh, a bunch. I wanted to do Ghost Trick last year, but ended up not being in the right... October ended up being full of travel and other bullshit that sort of took priority over a spooky playthrough. Though I did do Luigi's Mansion, but I took 2 streams for that rather than, like, doing it across the whole month. I could do that come October, Ghost Trick. I've thought about... I did, like, a stream where I tried out Resident Evil 2 for the first time. And I do think a fun thing for, like, the future would be... I've never played RE4, and people say that's the best game ever. Could pick up RE4 Remake and have that be a whole playthrough. I reckon that might be one that people really dig, considering that it's a very popular game, and I think people like to watch it. That's something that I've thought about, but no hard commitments there, of course. Darksiders 2 is one that I've had on my list for a bit. I have a whole list on the Twitch side that I don't update that frequently, if I'm being honest. But, you know, I have a lot of options written down there for games I wouldn't mind doing playthroughs of. Full playthroughs or otherwise. Whack the bear. This one is not looking so hot. I guess the biggest, you know... Oh, there is one stream that's coming up soon. This might not be enough. Oh, that is enough. Wow. Okay, shit. Thought it'd be like 50 or something. There is one stream that'll be coming up next month that I can talk about that'll be big and important. Which is probably going to be the last stream that I do from this apartment, I would say. But also it's going to be a stream where the servers, the Mario Maker servers, are going offline next month. I need to do a stream where I play some Mario Maker 1 and take some viewer levels from y'all. And I hope y'all are interested in seeing some Mario Maker 1, because that's going offline. We need to do a little bit of that to send it off. Alright, I forgot to get some fries and shit for these damn kids. Boggy's kids. Hey, Trubucket, how's it going? I'm just doing some Tooie. Whole bunch of Tooie. Whole game's worth of Tooie tonight. And, that guy's a fake. That's a Minjo. I should have your level done soon. Yes. You're still... Did I give you, like, an assignment last time you were on the stream? Did you ask for, like, for a setup highway? Hey, Trubucket, again. I saw... Trubucket, I remember, was talking before, a while ago, about Venba, doing some recipes from Venba, and I saw Venba did DLC, where they're adding recipes to that game. I saw that Trubucket saw that news, and was happy about it, because I posted that news to a Discord that I'm in, and Trubucket is also in. Fuck are we going? Oh, I need fries. I need fries. I need a drink. I need a burger. There we go. Your girlfriend got a Switch in Mario Maker solely to play your levels? Oh, that's really nice. I'm trying to make her a secret world. Happy affiliate anniversary. Hell yeah, that's true. Like I said up top, affiliate anniversary is something that kind of doesn't matter to anyone except for Twitch. But still, it happens to coincide with this stream, which is the big stream for the quarter. I'll do at least one big stream for each quarter, I feel like. Obviously, the summer quarter, the second quarter of the year, has the birthday stream. The third quarter has the 4th of July stream. Does it have another stream as well? Mostly just the 4th of July stream. The last quarter has, I mean, that's not third... I forget what the third quarter has in terms of big streams that I tend to do. Maybe I've always put on a random stream in the third quarter, and just by coincidence. How far are you into Banjo-Tooie? I am 24 jiggies in. There's 90 jiggies in the game. We don't need all of them to finish, technically. But I'd very much like all of them that I can get. Though, there's no guarantee on Canary Mary, for the simple reason that Canary Mary and Cloud Cuckooland is like mashing the button. Mashing, like, the X button repeatedly 100 times, and it's just a real fucking thing. Into your Banjo-Kazooie quest? Gotcha, okay. I will say, look down at sub goals. I do have an incentive where if it is hit of 10 subs, I will do a whole hour, up to an hour of Canary Mary tries. I will say, I will do 5 tries lightning round style if that is not met, but otherwise I can't spend that much time just mashing the X button and getting a whole bent out of shape. I just can't do it. I just can't let hours and hours disappear. I want to get this done in one. And that's the goal here, to get it done in one. I mean, I'll say I definitely for sure could if I jettison, like, if I were to do, like, minimum jiggies, where I think you only need, like, 72, that would be a lot easier than doing the whole thing. I'm gonna give her some food. She's gonna be good. Let me also give the boy, who is nearby, some food. And then he will be good. After I give him a good solid whack. I would say I'm around a quarter of the way done. That'd be my estimate. I mean, it's 90 jiggies, so... And 10 of them are like, Jinjo related, so, they're kind of gonna come together, like, at a faster pace. You would think Banjo and Boggy would hang out a lot. Yeah, I think they're pretty chill. There we go. Okay, I guess we didn't need a burger for him. We just needed to give him a good ass whooping. It's the other guy that requires a burger. I think so too. By the way, point of order here, point of discussion. When we see Boggy, that's when the anime hour will start, where I will go over all the anime I've been watching this season and talk about each in turn, which is a thing that I've done in several of the big, previous big live streams that I do. Whenever I do a big live stream. An event stream, as you will. Tends to be an anime hour as part of that. At least for the last, like, 3 or 4 of them. I like to do at least one big stream of this sort during each anime season, just because, you know, then I can talk about all the animes in one stream at least once. And because it's the anime hour, it'll be only 1 hour of that, so it won't be, like, infecting the whole stream. You know, infecting maybe is a strong word, but you know what I mean. It won't get out of hand. It won't dominate the conversation just because I've been watching a lot of it. Anything else you'd want in a level? You can do a fresh one in Scratch in time for your next stream. That is true. The next stream, by the way, is on Friday on account of, you know, I'm doing this big, long stream tonight. Not gonna do another stream this week, for sure. I'm pretty sure. Let's first do this bit here. What'd be fun in a level? Hodobos. Hodobos and ghosts. I'm just looking around what I see right now. I'm in an area that's lit by fire. That's Podobos. And also ghosts. That's ghosts. Do a 3D world level that has a lot of ghosts in it. Put the peepos in it. I want to see peepos. I want to see peepos. That enough? Do you have any money? No. Don't worry, we got him. We could just let these guys out without talking to them. They are funny conversations, though. Peepos. Peepos are a 3D world enemy that are sort of like ghosts, that are sort of like the emoji for ghosts. They're little, they look like ghosts with sheets over them, and they go in circles. Apparently there's a sign that says evil dinosaur in front of that guy. But she's not evil. She's fine. And she'd tell you that if you got close enough. But, we're not gonna worry. Those things? Okie dokie. Hey! We finished our first Jinjo. So as you get, like, all the Jinjos from a certain color, they give you a Jiggy when you do so. The best thing that can happen is for you to get your first Jinjo be the white Jinjo, because there's only one of those, and when you do that, it combines the you got a Jinjo for the first time cutscene with the you completed a Jinjo house for the first time cutscene. But, that's basically a 1 in I don't know how many. 1 in 50 chance, I would say. There's 10 types of Jinjo, and they go from, there's 9 types of Jinjo, then they go from 9 to 1 in number. So that would be, that's just a Cheato page over there. Yeah, we don't need to get those. We're not holding ourselves to those. Do you want something else to do for that level? Peepos and, put in Hammer. Hammer Mario. Hammer Mario. Make it so at some point you have to kill some Peepos with your hammer. Or some ghosts, either way. We'll say, speaking of rare games, you beat Blast Corp over the weekend. Oh, that's cool, Trebucket. Right, that's on N64 Online now. Kinda janky, but a fun puzzle game. Yeah, I've never beaten that in full. I've played a little bit of it in Rare Replay before. Since I played it in Rare Replay, I wasn't exactly, like, jumping to replay it now that it's on N64 Online, being honest. I take it you didn't... I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say, Trebucket, you didn't do, you didn't at any point do Jet Force Gemini now, did you? That one's harder to get into, I'm pretty sure. Go ahead and open this. Get the train in here. Oh, and there's, our fella. I like the train. It's a good idea for a mechanic. Just to bring the train around to places to do puzzle solving. I'm sure also later we'll use it as a way to get back to earlier worlds that we need to visit for a second time. Later, though, not now. Ooh, my head. You haven't touched Jet Force Gemini? That might be for the best. Did you try any of the other games that they put out recently, Trebuckets? I don't know if you have Rare Replay, I'll say. Or Game Pass, which includes Rare Replay. I'll say, Rare Replay is kind of all you need on that front. You might not have an Xbox. If you don't have an Xbox, you can't do... What the hell? I could move around while that cutscene was going. I could hit B to interact. That's weird. Let me feed this fella. And I don't have taxi pack, so I can't do anything further. But at the very least, I can feed him. Now, let's think for a second. Think for a second here. Anything else we want to do right now? Let's do the UFO. And I think then we are out of things we can do just right now, just this instant. And I think after this we ought to move on to the next world. If you haven't touched the other games of those, you want to try RC Pro-Am the most? Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I'll say that I think RC Pro-Am is the most that I have liked that sort of game. You know, where it's a top-down game where it's a drop-down driving game where the perspective doesn't change. It's kind of alright though, RC Pro-Am. And RC Pro-Am 2. Though I don't think RC Pro-Am 2 is on NES Online now, is it? What else did they add? They added Battletoads, which is a meme. Battletoads is kind of a meme. You don't have to worry about Battletoads so much. They add Snake, Rattle, and Roll, which I'll say I don't think... Look, I did a stream where I revisited all the Rare Replay games. I don't think Snake, Rattle, and Roll is very good at all. Killer Instinct, oh yeah. It's harder to go back to fighting games that are, you know, 100 years old. And, you're probably better off going with the Killer Instinct that's free to play, if you're going to play a Killer Instinct. So, is it free to play, or there's, like, character packs or something? I forget. Okay. Let's try to do this in one. Christ, I need to invert the aiming right now. Go ahead and unflip that. There we go. Can you use the left stick? No, you can't. I'll use the right stick for this. Or, I'm sorry, the left stick. The one that is unusual in modern games. Gotta do pretty damn good to get the reward for this. So let's see if we can do it on our first try. Yeah, better to play the 2013 Killer Instinct. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing a little bit of that. You know, it has N64. The SNES has SNES Online. I could totally play that with people online. That'd be a thing. I was never a big fan of fighting games until, like, Mortal Kombat. The modern one with the story mode. And even then, I sort of have the same feeling I would about that as I do a average, mid-range Netflix drama. In that, like, yeah, I enjoy watching it, but it's not exactly, I say watching, going through the story mode, but it's not exactly the most compelling thing in the world anymore. It's like a 5th season of Stranger Things, is how I would describe the last Mortal Kombat from last year. You watch it and you go like, yeah, that's good. You play it and you say, yeah, that was good. It's alright. Your opinion, KE2 is the best one. Go figure. We got nearly 300. That might be nearly enough. And we got this whole area ahead of us. What exactly are we going for here? What is the amount? I guess maybe it's higher than 300. I played a couple other fighting games in my time. Like, I played the Persona fighting game that has a visual novel attached to it. I thought that was pretty cool. Jeez. This is disorienting. I like the visual novel, Persona 4 Ultimax. Persona 4 Arena and Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. Those two are quite nice. Other than that, yeah, mostly just Mortal Kombat and... Jeez, I can't think if I played another fighting... Oh, I played Killer Instinct. I played the Killer Instinct, that new one. And also... Nearly 450. Hopefully that's enough. $500, past 500. That's gotta be it, right? Yeah. I played Dive Kick. I really love Dive Kick as well. Yeah. Oh, fuck yes. I'm not gonna do that. Why not, you say? Because it's long. And, there's nothing I can get for it. I think this place is tapped. Look at the totes. Oh, wow, we got all but one. What is the jiggy that we haven't gotten from here? Probably one that involves backtracking, right? Why don't I just go to the hint screen? The mom! Yes, okay, yeah. Good looking out, TYBD. Yeah, that's right. I am lacking a Jinjo. I'm not sure if there's a Jinjo that requires later items or if I've just... Oh yeah, it's up there. I can get that right now, sure. Get this Jinjo before I go. So I don't forget when I have to come back here later and do the claw clamber here anyway. There we go. Yeah, Mrs. Boggy, exactly, yes. You would go for, yeah. KI2, best fighting game of all time. Yeah, I got it. I understand. Did I feed the boy? Maybe. I forget. Who remembers? I really like another fighting game that I played. Okay, there are a couple more that I didn't mention. And I guess actually the first... Obviously the Smash Brothers. That goes without saying, and kind of doesn't count. It's not the same as a normal fighting game. But as far as other types of fighting games go, the normal, traditional kind, Soul Calibur. I played a Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur actually might be the first. I say might be. It's definitely the first one I ever did. First one I ever played. I played Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube because it had Link in it, and I said, ooh, I like Link. And I guess that was enough to convince me to check it out and try it out. Oddly enough, another game I played at the time, I rented once. I'll say I rented Soul Calibur 2. I did not own Soul Calibur 2. Another game that I rented at the time, I remember talking to people about it. I remember being in a gymnastics thing. I was doing like a gymnastics thing after school when I was a middle schooler. I remember talking to the people out there who are also doing like all the flips and such and saying like, oh, I heard about this game called Bloody Roar. Apparently, it's a fighting game where you transform into animals. That's gotta be cool. And I think I rented it and was like, I don't get it. This kind of confusing to me and whatever. You know, I'm sure it's just a fighting game where you have like 2 different movesets and you hit a button to go back and forth between the 2 modes. I don't know. Do people like Bloody Roar? I'll say I think it was a perfectly good gimmick. It's from the makers of the people who made Mario Party made Bloody Roar. I'm aware that Link is only on the GameCube. Yes, that's the version I played. Oh, I also have enough to do challenge number 5. Beautiful. I don't think we're ever going to lose one of these. They're all not that hard, by the way. What'd you say? Oh, sorry for stating the obvious. I know. That's fair. Perhaps people didn't know that Link, the Nintendo character, was only in the GameCube version. I will say I think Link is probably the best exclusive they've had, at least the one that I've liked the most. Or the most, like, best cameo character. The Star Wars characters didn't do as much for me. I had the GameCube version of Soul Calibur 4, so I had to do Yoda, and he was very, very okay. Not really that fun. I didn't really love Soul Calibur 4. I'll say, though, Soul Calibur 1 kind of low-key kicks ass. The Xbox exclusive was Spawn. Yeah, and the PlayStation was like, what the fuck is his name? The guy with the pogo or whatever. He's like from Tekken or something. Force choking was fun, but kind of out of place. Gotcha, that makes sense. I think, maybe this is a hot take. I think what they should do is they should literally just take Soul Calibur 1, add in more characters, and release it. Make a whole throwback to Soul Calibur 1. Same graphics and everything, but make it HD. You know, do the Xbox Live Arcade port again, basically, but add more characters. Yeah, Yoshimitsu. Heihachi was the guest. Oh, Yoshimitsu was in both of those. Heihachi from Tekken. Weird how the cameo character... There's like multiple guest characters from Tekken, and one of them is already in there. Where are we going? We're going to Clifftop. Not the biggest fighting game person, I'll say. Jolly Roger's Lagoon. By the way, I'll say I'm not sure if there'll be like timestamps for like each world or something. My thought was to just have one timestamp for the very start, and another timestamp for... And another timestamp for, like, the anime hour. I guess we could have a timestamp at the point where we start doing revisits. Because I reckon how this will work structurally is we'll go world by world for a while, and then eventually we'll get to the end of that, and we'll start going around and revisiting and doing things in a different order. Seems like a pretty good way to structure it. We might also, of course, pop ahead in some cases to do things. You found a glitch you couldn't replicate in this level as a kid? Really? You know, the people online these days, they love glitches. You know, like, if the glitch were to be useful, I'm sure they'd like to know about it. I guess there could be timestamps for, like, you know, each... Is that a Minjo? Damn it! White Minjos are just so tempting because, you know, if that were to be a Jinjo, that'd be a Jiggy. Because the white Jinjo is, there's just one of them, and it's worth a whole Jiggy. In the building, you shot a Clockwork Kazooie egg, exited through the window, came back, and exploded on Banjo-Kazooie. The game froze, and then Banjo disappeared. It didn't work on subsequent tries. Huh. You sure as hell saw it, as did your brother. Sure there's a million such things. On the N64 version, I assume. Specifically. Right, that guy's a Minjo. Fuck him. We're out. We did our bit. Jolly Roger's Lagoon is a cool level. N64 cartridge, yes, yes. I hesitate to say it's the best water level that's been in a 3D platformer. But it's probably one of the best, right? Is that a hot take? Is that too far? The Odyssey ones are obviously up there as well, I'd say. I think maybe the best part is that you can make the water oxygenated, so you don't have to worry about breathing underwater. Imagine if this level did have an air meter situation. It'd be terrible. Do speedrunners do that? Do speedrunners, like, skip aerating the water? Imagine if you did. That'd be so scary. Like, to have to swim through this whole level without, air. Just having to find your breaths where you can get them. That can't be how it's done. You need to be Kazooie to get that one. Literally 20 years ago. Real naturally. We could go get Clockwork Kazooie now, but we'd have to get the torpedo move first. Be a whole thing. Let's just relax. Ooh. Nice stretch. It's nice to stretch. Let's throw it in Mumbo's bag. Alright, we're gonna oxygenate the water and go back home. Is this the rare replay 360 version of Tooie? That is correct, yes. It's a good version, other than having to invert and uninvert the, speaking of, let me do that right now. Other than having to invert the camera controls every time you go for a swim or go for a shooting. Do a shooter level. Despite that, it ends up, I think, being a very good version. It's beautiful, it's HD. There's very little bad you can say about this version other than the aforementioned camera control shenanigans. The water now has oxygen. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wonder if this gets added to NSO. Oh, I'm expecting it to. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't already. I said before, like, when Banjo-Kazooie was added, and I was very early in my channel's history, I've said before that if it were to come out on N64 online, I will 100% do a playthrough of it on stream. I'm kind of doing that right now, though, so I don't know if we'll do it again. Maybe if it's been like a year or so, I'd be fine with that. And to be fair, we're not going after, like, we're not going after notes or anything, or not notes or anything, but, cheato pages. So, there is still going to be business left undone at the end of this, potentially, that could be done over the course of a couple weeks. You know, taking things more casually, and a little less, stressing over all the details. That said, you know, whenever you do play Banjo-Kazooie, part of your, or Tooie even, part of your thing in your head must be thinking like, well, there's the whole leaderboard aspect. It'd be nice if I could get a higher time than I had before. I say a higher time, a lower time. I would like to see it. I'd like to see Tooie added. It'd be great to have it be accessible. And yeah, to play that original N64 version again for the first time in ages would be nice. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and pay the coins. If this was like a playthrough series where I was doing like multiple of them, 3 hours would be about the length of one of these streams. I'd probably call it around here. You know, somewhere around like, okay, we, you know, maybe find like a boss to end on, that sort of thing. And then say like, okay, next time we'll go to this area. But instead we're doing all of it at once. All in one go. Which I think is fun. Like I said at top, I've never done this whole game in one go. I've always savored it. I've always done like a world or two at a time. And then, you know, not. A world or two at a time. Just relaxing and, taking it at a pace. Now, definitely trying to do everything in an efficient manner, but not necessarily holding myself to it. This is Captain Black Eye. C6 on pirate you are. Watch your tongue, buzzard. This guy, you can buy a drink for him, and then he'll be, like, drunk or something. It's a whole thing. Squeeze me. Just gonna get up on here. And, let's just go ahead and blow up the gunpowder barrel. Make a hole in the wall, and perfect. We can't do that much in that room right now, because we don't have glide, and we don't have, there's multiple things that we don't have, so there's not really that much we can do over there yet, but it's good to have that open for later. We need glide, and we need the torpedo. He was at one point the villain of Project Dream. Yes, that is true. Fun facts. The prototype game that eventually became Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, yep, exactly. I guess that's now more common knowledge than it was back in the day. Like, you know, I've spent a lot of time on Donkey Kong communities back in the day, and Rare-focused communities back in the day, and we all knew. We all knew back then that, oh, this is the deal with Captain Blubber, Captain Black Eye. That's, the thing. But now there's been, documentary footage and, you know, actual information about Dream, screenshots, and such. You know, a lot of stuff has been lost to time over the years, but I'm glad that not everything has been, and that there are some there's some cool fun facts about games and stuff that are now coming out years later. I said before, but this era of, like, video games was way different from now, you know? Where people just thought there was dragons over every hill, basically. They thought there were secrets, just, like... People literally saw a door, just a regular-ass door, and thought, what's behind this door? What's behind this door? This is not one of the doors that people had conspiracy theories about, but there were absolutely doors where people saw them and said, like, oh, Mount Fire Eye's gotta be behind that door. You know, oh, if we could open that door, we could get to Hammerhead Cove, Hammerhead Beach. And none of that was real. None of that was how it works. And that's not how game development works. There's not, you know, there's not like whole complete worlds left on the scrapping room table, just waiting to be found if someone were to get up to a ledge. One thing in this game that always intrigued me was the Flume of Doom in the hub in like the Witchyworld area right outside Witchyworld. There's like the Flume of Doom that seems to hang out over a that seems to be like a big hole in the Witchyworld wall. And I always wondered, like, what happens if you get up there? What's up there? And the answer is nothing. The answer is that nothing is up there. It's just... It's just a... I got 20 jiggies. I got 20 doubloons right here. Here you go. You always hoped that the boulders blocking Mumbo's mountain could be bypassed with a clockwork Kazooie egg. Oh yeah, that's totally a thought that I had as well. Yeah, totally. Just looking at the blockage in Grunty's lair and thinking, for those who don't know this game, Grunty's lair is like blocked off by rubble. And just thinking like, oh man, if I could go back into the lair and revisit the levels, someone has to have done a... Okay. Highway is currently playing a mod that puts the Banjo-Tooie levels into Mario 64. I gotta ask, has anyone ever done the mod that puts the Banjo-Kazooie levels into Banjo-Tooie? That's gotta be a thing. That's gotta be something someone's done. And if someone hasn't done it, look, I'm just gonna say, I should do it. That'd be so good. Like, oh man, to fulfill all of our childhood ambitions to see, you know, the other levels from the previous game in the new game. At the time, I don't think, you know, maybe it was just me being a kid and not understanding that that's not how games work. But to be fair, Stop and Swap really made it look like you could do that. And it kind of sounds like they did have the idea that it would work like that at first. It'd be like a Johto-style Kanto thing in Pokemon. So it's not just all conspiracy theories that made people think that we'd be revisiting worlds. It also seems like it might have been on the cards originally, but ended up being all manner of infeasible. Alright, I think we did all the town side stuff that we can do right now. It's time to go for a swim. Start cracking into the undersea portion of this. These guys, it doesn't matter if you hit them with an ice egg or any other egg, right? Either way, let's get them all popped so we can get those doodads. We can't get this yet until we get a thing. So now we gotta choose which way to go. I'm going to randomly choose this way. I think if we're talking like optimum... If we're talking like optimum strats, I think going to Atlantis first would be the best thing to do. But we'll see what happens. Okay, perfect. And Atlantis does have the move that we need here. So that is lovely. Let's go get that move. Oh. I was always scared. Another jiggy that I always found hard was crispy bacon. Getting that whole jiggy. So, guess that's the next thing we do. Do we want... I forget if they give you infinite ammo for that, or if you know, if there's any benefit to waiting until you, say, have infinite fire eggs. You know, Dragon Kazooie, all that. Probably let's just, get good and do the thing. Oh, that's nothing. Is there any good ones here? You know what? We'll deploy if we see a big good thing to get. I like in these days, they just made ports that are basically just scaled up HDFI'd versions of these games. They didn't like remake the models or anything. It all looks basically the same. I like that a lot. I like the authenticity of it. Nowadays, if they did something like this, if anyone did something like this, it would just literally be the same game. Without any work done whatsoever. You know, it'd be like the Pikmin ports. Which are good, but they are just ports and not full original releases. Whereas this, like, splits the difference. It's somewhere between a full port and a full remake and a port. I guess there's nothing in here but a Cheeto page, so we can dip. Ooh. Let's see, what's the combination to get into the Temple of the Fishes? Not there, it's over there. Pi, E, Omega, E. Triangle, triangle. Pi. Where's E? Pi, E, Omega, E, triangle, triangle. Have I seen Clanker yet? Clanker, isn't in Tooie, only in Kazooie. Doesn't make another appearance, sadly. I say sadly. It's fine. He's in Nuts and Bolts, though. Does make an appearance in Nuts and Bolts. In, like, at least his body is. Kinda. Arguably. He doesn't talk, but I assume he's still in there. He's still alive. Just very sleepy. And not actually talkative. I'll say, by the way, again, sub goals for tonight do include 3 things. One is a full playthrough in the future of Nuts and Bolts, and that will follow the other 2 playthroughs that are currently on the docket. So it'll be a while from now, but it will happen, and that'll be fun. That's at 5, so very affordable. Well, it's the most affordable one. At 10, I have up to an hour of Cloud Cuckooland, Canary Mary, which is basically just a bullshit tap A as hard as you can thing that is I have always struggled with, and the last time I played, I wasn't able to do within like an hour or two, so I just moved on and didn't actually do it. So I will offer up to an hour of that for 10 subs. I will do 5 tries, even without the incentive, but if you want more than that, I'm gonna need to see some subscriptions and all that, is the idea. And finally, the 20 sub is a thing I've offered before. DK64 randomizer with some bullshit on top of it, which is to say every time I have to get a golden banana, I have to do Beaver Bother, which is a infamously fucked up minigame that famously no one knows how to beat. There's a whole bits that H-Bomber guy did where he was really struggling with it, and he asked AOC how to do it, if y'all remember. Famous stream. Famous Twitch stream that was. Imagine that, but for every Jiggy, or every golden banana, and maybe like 30 to 40 of them. Truth be told, I have considered doing that as like a subathon type situation, like maybe it can even be extended out, right? Something like, oh, you know, every time a sub comes in, if a sub were to come in that stream, just add another banana to the requirements there. That'd be pretty fun if that was the setup, but we'll see. That one's pretty high up there, so I'll say I'm not exactly expecting that one to for sure hit or you know, farthest from a sure thing, but if it were to be hits, I think that would be a hell of a thing. I like to have tiered goals like that so that we can at least have one thing hit. So that every sub towards that sort of works its way up. You know, from one goal to the next. Hey, we got another Jinjo family complete. Alright, this person is saved. Must be the rescue party, that's right. Mary Maggie. The fish's mouth is open so he can leave, that's correct. See Jolly about that, he'll give you a Jiggy. Yes, okay, we'll see Jolly, we'll get a Jiggy. Jolly Roger, well-known character from this game. Of all the characters that were introduced in this one, who are the breakouts? Jolly was a breakout. Anyone else? Terrydactyland didn't end up appearing in anything after this. Boggy was existing. Is Jolly the biggest character to come out of this game? Jingling and Jiggy Wiggy. Those two. Okay, those two are big. Those two are big. I say big. They've appeared in other Banjo games since this one. Are they in Banjo Pilots? I forget. Those two, other than Jolly, are probably the other two big standouts. The miner isn't one of them, isn't a standout. Wumba? Okay, Wumba. Wumba's definitely a standout, yeah. She's practically another main character. I say she's a standout. I mean she comes back. That's what I mean. There's probably things to be said about, Scandal noted. Scandal noted is a thing that is a funny thing you can say when, look. Not gonna say Humba Wumba is a good depiction of, Native Americans, but Scandal noted. Scandal noted. Anyway. I like her, though. Scandal aside. She's a nice character. And I like how she gets, like, cowboy boots and in later games, in Nuts and Bolts. Booba, yes. Yes, it's kind of hot water. The whole, honestly, both shamans are both witch doctor, magical people are both, playing in some dangerous water, but it was the 90s, or close enough to it. Things were not as, we weren't as hot on the idea that, that we should be cool about these things, you know? They hadn't invented that yet. Of its era. And also, they are British, so they have some sort of, you know, isolation, cultural isolation, perhaps, from, they don't quite swim in the same shoals. That's a weird thing to say. They're not as close to African Americans as, you know, as us Americans are. Okay, I'm gonna swim around. And I'm gonna take these guys out. This thing always stressed me the fuck out. Going very well, though. Going very well. But far as I know, there's a fish right behind me, sneaking up on the motherfucker, getting ready to take a bite, and we'd have to start over. Oh, Jesus! We did it! Oh, that was close. That was too fucking close there. Okay. I am happy that we did that in one. One of my least favorite jiggies, perhaps, in the game, just because of how it's one and done. You fuck up and you have to start over. And it's just... okay. I saved the piggy for a jiggy. Yes, that is what happened. Shout out to Crispy Bacon. There is a viewer of this channel, goes by the name of Crispy Bacon. I'm sure I have talked to them about this NPC in Banjo-Tooie. I forget if they named themselves after Banjo-Tooie or if that is a complete and utter coincidence. That might be their actual name, also. Is there people named Crispy Bacon? Someone got on the phone because you called it? I guess. Don't know what that means, but okay. TYBD. Oh. Oh. Ah, I was trying to just turn or something. Okay. Jiggy. Here we go. Not in 1, 2. Let me just get this teleport point. Is there no teleport point in here? I guess there's no teleport point in here. I'll at least get this catched in. Should we do this now? Should we transform now or transform later? There's not that much we can do now without, you know... Yeah, I think it's time to transform. Now's a perfectly good time to transform, I think. You called the fact that sneaking up and you were about to bite. Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not quite a prediction, it's just something that's always happening when you're playing that minigame. It's just how it operates. I think this transformation is pretty cool. You get infinite missiles. they're fun to shoot. That'd be cool if you could be the walrus and like swim around as a walrus. That would be cool, I agree. That is not the direction this game goes. Can this guy freeze? Oh, you know what? Fuck, Okay. Wait, what? The sonar freezes? I have played this game so many fucking times. I didn't know the sonar freezes people. What? The sonar freezes? I guess I didn't know what I thought the sonar was for. But apparently it's a freezy thingy. Yeah, it is. It is really something. By the way, Trebucket, did you see all the new emotes? A bunch of new emotes recently. Let me just y'all see all those? Sonar freezes. Yes, that's right. One of them isn't appearing. That's fine. It's normal. Just there they all are. Bunch of new ones recently. Sort of put out in time for this stream, but they're all there. There's a bunch of new ones, including the shrugging Cranky Kong, the 5 animated ones at the bottom, and also the brain is now on tier 1. So quite a nice lineup, I think, of good emotes that are very useful. Yeah, Trebucket doing some of them. Thanks for the sub, as always, Trebucket. I know that you know, it doesn't count towards the sub goal, since that is just for new ones, but I always appreciate that in general. Maybe I should do like a sub point goal, so it includes you and the other person that has a sub. But I don't know. That is, always think that's a little bit weird. I always see in other channels when they do sub goals, they do like they just do new subs rather than sub points. And I think that's my preference as well, but it does mean that ones made last week don't count, which is a shame, but also, what are you gonna do? I do not need instructions. Hope you and anyone else subbed, and myself, enjoy those new subs, or those new emotes. And I'll say again, some sub goals tonight could end up with a nuts and bolts playthrough on the docket. That'd be a fun thing to do, a full playthrough of. I don't think I've done that. I think I've played through Nuts and Bolts twice. Once when it came out, and it was kind of hard back then because I didn't have a fucking HD TV when it came out. The text was impossible to read. And once when Rare Replay hit, I wouldn't mind another full go-round on that. I think that would be fun. That'd be really fun to do, which is why I'm offering it. There's our Jiggy. What else can we do as a submarine? We can do this, and we can do the boss of this area, and I think that's it, really. There's not that much submarine exclusive stuff. It's also convenient that it has infinite missiles, so torpedoes. So if you wanted to do the big fish, it'd be good to do the big fish this way. Let's go in there and do the boss fight. Davy Jones' locker, which is where Lord Wu Fak Fak lives. I don't know, what does Wu Fak Fak mean? Lord Wu Fak Fak. I don't get it. I've never gotten it. I don't think I've seen anyone ever try to explain what woo fack fack means. Lord woo fack fack. Let's not worry about it. Are we invulnerable too? Oh no, we do have health. It's just that knocking into him didn't do any damage. Which is nice, considering how big he is. Another card. Looking back on my tendency to rewatch, re-listen, etc. I've talked about this a couple times, but I'll say it's just generally in my nature to, you know, rather than focusing on new things I could be playing or old things that I never tried before that I could try out. My nature, my tendency is just to watch old things and things I already know I like. And that's not just games, like, you know, most of my playthroughs and on this channel have been games that I played before, and that's even before I was a streamer. I would, on the regular, revisit games, or at the very least watch GDQ runs of the games. When GDQ started up, that was a big moment as far as like, oh, I'll just watch a speedrun of it rather than fully replay this year. You know, and then maybe at that point I stopped doing Kazooie, you know, let's say Banjo-Tooie every year, Banjo-Kazooie every year, and started doing it more just every now and again. And that applies to TV as well, you know, like there's plenty of shows that I've never seen before that people say are good. Like I've never seen Fargo, the show. I love the movie, but never seen the show. Never seen, haven't finished Better Call Saul, but I do love Breaking Bad and I've seen that multiple times. Friday Night Lights, there's a bunch of shows people like, and I haven't seen. Severance. I thought Severance was a little weird, I'll say. I watched a little bit of it. What's that show with the CEO guy? Inheritance? What's it called? HBO show about the CEO who is on the verge of dying. Haven't seen that one, but for some reason, I'll watch Breaking Bad again. I'll watch The Wire again. Another run through Sopranos sounds nice. There's our Jiggy. We got in with just 1 health left. Perfect. Good. All right. Flawless victory. I think that's all we can do as a submarine, so let's return to Wombas and go back to regular style. Not 100% sure. Whatever. We need to have Kazooie and do the thing. You couldn't chat for a while? Yeah, I could see your message. I don't know what happened to your other ones, Tribuckets. I think one of the things about replaying and rewatching that's just so nice is that one of the hard things about, I say hard things, one of the things that I like to do in life is just generally always have something on. And finding the next thing to watch can be difficult. You know, if you're not rewatching something, I'll be scrolling YouTube for like minutes, just trying to find the next thing I want to see. Just trying to find the next video to watch, and oftentimes they're only like 10 minutes long or something, and it's like, okay, well, I'll have to look again in 10 minutes. That's not great. Whereas if I have like a TV show that I already know I like and don't have to pay full attention to anyway because I've seen it 100 times, I can just put it on in the background and relax and play some Balatro and just chill the fuck out. I do sometimes feel maybe a little guilty. A little like, maybe I should try more things that aren't, you know, current hottest released games. and try to, you know, get into them even years later. I guess part of it is also just with, I like to be, like, finger on the pulse. I like to be watching things. By the way, Ward Woo Fact Fact's name is based on rare engineer Paul J. Machinek. He was known for saying woo when things went right and swore when things went bad. That makes sense. So it's like, woo fuck fuck. Got it. That's, you know, I probably was thinking on a certain level, like, yeah, that probably, fact is kind of like fuck, right? It's actually fairly straightforward, the origin of that. Can we come back from this? Not sure if this is going to be a one-way trip to, okay, we absolutely can come back from this. Perfect. Let's do that. Though, while we're in the neighborhood, can we die? And here's what we should do. Wait, no, I'm gonna go through a warp door here to, you have to get the key separately? Or is it like stop and swap style? It's just every file has it. I forget. Yeah, I do have it. Okay, cool. I do have the ice key. So I can go ahead and get this Mega Globo, and then I'll pop out of here. Also, his boss has a theme in Smash Ultimate. Oh, that's a fun fact. Hell yeah. Boss themes make for good Smash music, it's true. I was hanging out with my dad yesterday. My mom was out of town, she just came back today. But, you know, my dad called me midday and I said, like, you know what, instead of just sitting around watching anime all day, why don't I go, like, pick up some food and have dinner with my dad? You know, he's kind of probably a little bit lonely and shit, right? Being, all alone in the house just with him and his cats and his dog. And I went and got some, went by Dickie's and got some ribs. And, we had a nice little dinner there. Which was nice. Do again. But anyway, we watched, like, a random episode. We were trying to find, like, something quick to watch, so we watched just the first episode of Boardwalk Empire, which... that's a series that I would be glad never to rewatch, honestly. And I don't think I watched most of it because... yeah, I really don't think... first off, I don't think that, dude... the main dude makes a good leading man. Like, look, I like Steve Buscemi. But I think he's better as a character actor than, like, the leading man. And secondly, I watched that first episode and I cannot think of a single second character other than the main character of that, Nuxie or whatever. Another character that had a personality. Other than, there was a guy who showed up and he did a scene where he said, like, oh yeah, I'm just a guy. My bosses it doesn't look like they're gonna get into alcohol. By the way, my name's Al Capone. Do you know me? And it's like, okay, I guess. I don't really care about this character just because he's a historical figure. That's not enough to get me, actually. That's not quite it. And we'll say I was talking, we were thinking about other things to watch, and one thing that did come up was Carnival. Y'all know Carnival? I wouldn't mind rewatching Carnival sometime. I bet that would be okay. Is there anything else we can do in Jolly Roger's Lagoon right now? Yeah, there's a couple things. We can do the UFO. We can do the UFO. We can do, How many jiggies do we got right now for Jolly Roger's Lagoon? 5, so not very many on the grand scheme of things. There's like the hints thing that'll tell you jiggy tips, yes. Okay, so that tip-top requires the hatch. Clean up and hit the pool. Can't do it now. Inside Smugglers, how many you need to glide? Oh, we gotta get the jiggy for Canary Mary and power up the UFO. Yeah, okay. There's 2 more jiggies we can get right now, and then we gotta move on. So yeah, that's always helpful to use that, by the way. I like that this port added that a lot. I think it helps a lot for the, you know, it helps a lot for, like, how to navigate the game and how to go about it. That's a Minjo, by the way. Don't worry about it. These guys need to have their engine powered up by ice. We'll do that just now. We have ice eggs. I think I'll go to the bathroom between this level and the next level, and we'll throw to a quick break. Maybe also grab some Advil real fast. While I do, my head hurts. Lack of sleep, that's all it is. Don't worry, it's... I need to sleep more, and then my head will hurt less, and then I'll be less tired. Any chance of a jiggy? These guys landed on one, they'll give it to me, it'll be cool, yeah. Lovely. And they'll be back later. The UFO, the aliens. Ah. Bye, aliens. It's lucky that that hole is just the right size for a UFO to go through. I've always thought that was a funny thing. As the UFO crosses through the sand hole, it's just like perfectly sized. Even for like notes as well, I wonder. And Jinjos. We got all the Jinjos, all the notes in this one. One of the honeycombs, probably like a cross-traveling thing. No, I'm not going to worry about it. I guess I'll say I'm not going to commit to getting all the honeycombs, but I will try my best to, as I see them. But I guess I won't, like, get all bogged down trying to find one last one if it's eluding me. If anyone wants to, like, remind me where one is, I wouldn't mind, I'll say, also. Since I've played this game countless times, I really should know this crap. It's not like a spoiler, it's just my memory. Very large fish. Get our reward. Give me a jiggy, give me a jiggy, give me a jiggy. There's my jiggy, let's leave. I always thought that Jolly Roger's Lagoon, quite good level. I'll say the first time I went to Jolly Roger Bay, Mario 64, by the way, I didn't play Mario 64 until the DS version came out. When I went to Jolly Roger's Lagoon, I was like, man... It's funny because obviously it came first, but my impression was just straight up like, oh man. This is clearly not as good as the other one. Oh hey, we can get Dragon Kazooie right now. Perfect. While we're in the neighborhood. Jolly Roger's Lagoon has incredible music, but the swimming isn't great. At the very least, you know, at least in Lagoon specifically, you got no air to worry about, and that's great. And so long as you have the upgraded thing. You met Bay in Mario 64. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of, just some water between some rocks and stuff. And there's, like, a cool pirate ship. So now we have Dragon Kazooie. Dragon Kazooie has, like, a fire move. And also, infinite fire eggs. Fire eggs are now our default egg. From here on out. You better believe. The Flume of Doom. I always looked at this shit and wondered, like, what if we got up there? Could there be a level back there? And I realize now, that's silly as hell. That's not how levels work. But back in the aughts, back in the day, in the era, the N64 era, you just thought an extra world could be hiding behind a random door. And that was one door I really thought might have something. Nintendo 64 was rife with weird conspiracy theories. That whole era. Think about Sonic and Smash Brothers. Yoshi in what was the Mario 64 rumor? That people always, was it Luigi or Yoshi? People always thought that Mario 64 had some character in it that wasn't actually in it. Second Klungo, let's go. We're gonna kick his ass again, and then we're gonna be on our way. Theories that Luigi was playable? Gotcha. Everyone had weird theories about N64 games back in the day. Like, maybe it was just the literacy as far as how games were developed wasn't out there at that point, where people just couldn't believe that games were exactly what they seemed to be and didn't hold untold limits. But also, there was shit like Stop and Swap and actual hidden goodies in games that made people think that anything could be in there. See you later, Klungo. One more time. So we got invisibility, we got giant, so multiple Klungos is the last one. I reckon multiple Klungos might be the hardest one. These Klungo boss fights, they're randomized. Which one you get first? Let's get Clockwork Kazooie eggs. Perfect. And we'll be heading into Terrydactyland shortly. I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. Give me a minute. Back in a second. Go. Okay, hey. There we go. There's where I'm at. Alright, for those watching the VOD later on, that was just an instantaneous thing. But, and by the way, thank y'all in the future who are watching the VOD. In real time, it was a little bit of a break, and now we're back. Let's go into Terrydactyland, the dinosaur land. I had a couple of, what the fuck, Advils? Whatever I had. I forget if it's Advil or the other one, you know. I forget what the other one is called, but either way, had a couple. I had 3. I always feel like 3 is a good number for an amount of pain pills to take. 4, I always feel like that's dangerous. That's risky to me. I don't know. How do y'all feel about such things? How many pills will you have at once? Max. You got the new shoes? Wonderful. Okay. 1 to 2. That's like the medically recommended thing. And I feel like I can do one more. I can do one more without getting all that risky. 4, I think, would be pushing it. I think that would be, on the other hand, risky. That's right, we need to open the train station for this to be a thing. My head really hurts, though, so I need 3. You ever feel like when you have pills like that, you wonder, like, is it gonna kick in? When is it gonna kick in? Not sure if it's kicking in, but whatever, you do what you can. You eat some food and you hope for the best. Okay, let's just sort of go by a rule here of whatever's closest. Whatever's closest right now is this dude, who I need to blow up in his butt. You know, he has an unprotected ass, and I need to get behind him and blow him up. Could not be more straightforward. Next card. What I have. I'll deploy after a minute here. Let me first run around a bit more. Maybe we'll go in that cave and do the whole cave business. Can we do the cave business right now? I don't see why not. What's in the cave is a bunch of notes, a move, and I think that's about it. The river passage, as it's called. Don't think we need, like, taxi pack or anything else that we don't have for this. In fact, I think we get taxi pack right here, right? That's a banjo move over there. What does that sign say? It's exciting in the Oogle Caves? Okay. It means use fire eggs on fire. Here, check this out. You don't have to fuck around with any of that bullshit up there, because you can just pack whack double jump up to here. Beautiful. Mwah. I love the pack whack double jump. Never, ever take it out. If you do a remake, Rare, or whoever. It's essential. If they were to do a Banjo-Tooie remake, and you couldn't jump out of a pack whack, I'd be very unhappy, and I think that would make Banjo a lot less fun to play. If I can't do this, what's the point of playing as Bowser, as Banjo? Would be my question to the developers of any hypothetical remake. Feel free to take out mumbo jumbo stuff, though. That's fine. Honestly, a couple of steps could be taken out of every jiggy, and I'm okay if Mumbo... I'll say this, I think Mumbo needs to have, like, some more snappy gameplay and, like, some sort of platforming abilities, rather than just being literally walking around to get to the next thing that he gotta do. If he had more gameplay to him, I think he'd be more acceptable. Get that right now. Okay. Get that as well. That honeycomb. Let's see. What's next? Ah. Mouth kind of hurts as well. I guess a lot of things hurt when you're a little bit sleep deprived. Maybe. General soreness. Could also be allergies. Effective allergy season, I guess. Probably just sleep stuff. You like these dino enemies? They're cute. Yeah, this game has some real good enemy design. They're very good looking dinos. I have another card here. I have lots of cards, honestly. Well, not that many, but here's one that I do have. Been watching a bunch, been playing a bunch, been listening to a bunch. This is just a general, all-purpose, let me talk about the things, what I've been consuming card. Like I said, you know, the cards tonight, they are, sort of cover a broad variety of topics, and this is no exception. Just like, hey, let's talk about stuff. Been rewatching The Wire, been rewatching Breaking Bad. Both of those shows are just fucking great, for completely different reasons. I say completely different. Very different, perhaps. They're different in very different as far as tone, as far as execution. But Breaking Bad, it's very much a story about one guy, obviously, Walter White, and his ascent through the drug world, and all the moments that push him a little bit further, the friends that he makes that end up, you know, enabling his rise to power, the feuds that he gets into, as well as the constant worry about whether will his brother-in-law find out, when will that happen, etc. And that's all very cool. On the other hand, the thread in the other show is also very clear, insofar as it's just like, yeah, everything's fucked up and there's no fixing this. Everything's fucked up in this department. There's no fixing it. I'm in the middle of season 3 of The Wire right now, and oh my god, it's just so clear that the department is just completely broken. I think that one of the best example of that is how long and how much time the department spends trying to find a service arm while not giving a single shit or fuck about, like, say, D'Angelo. Something happened to D'Angelo and no one gives a fuck. No one in the department, no one in the police, you know, when it's brought to the attention of the police, like, oh, hey, this was not what you thought it was. They said, like, oh, that'll be really bad for the stats, if that's the case. We don't want that. Let's not make trouble where there is none. What the fuck? They care more about finding firearms that belong to police officers than they do about dealing with fucking violent crime and murder. I'm now like midway through the Amsterdam plot, which has been, I think, very fascinating, and it's a very cool, like, little bit. Obviously, Amsterdam is clear. It does reduce harm. If you don't know what Amsterdam is, there's a whole arc in The Wire where a rogue police guy, sets up like a whole area of Detroit. It's in Detroit, right? Detroit? Is it Detroit? I forget. Jeez. Sets up a whole area in the city. Let's call it the city. Where they're not gonna stop drug dealers from doing drug deals. And instead gonna try to, like, shuffle them all over to this abandoned part of the city so that the rest of the city isn't dealing with their bullshit all the time. Which does clearly reduce harm. Does clearly make things better for the people who live in the city. but goddamn does it look bad, and turns out there's all kinds of weird implications when you just do that with some random dude. When some random dude just does that all on his own initiative. And apparently that's based on a real life thing that happened. And apparently the writer of the show originally was the one who reported on it. So they were in a very good position, the writers, to understand what exactly is fraud about it, what exactly is good about it, and how exactly it's limited. There's a whole part of the last episode I watched where they talked about oh, you know, look, you don't have... This is a good idea, to be clear, but there's not it's not like you have needle sharing thing going on in there. It's not like you have... You don't have rehab stuff going on there either. There's a lot of shortcomings here where it could be better if it could offer the kind of full... If social programs could be folded into this thing, but on account of its entirely inefficient and under the radar, entirely unofficial and under the radar, it just can't be done that way, so, it's all manner of, fraught, and I think a very cool arc that sort of exposes a lot of what is shit about the world. The Carcetti stuff is also really lovely, though it's not as big as Amsterdam in Season 3, though it is a very important plot. You gonna get some dinner, Trebucket? See you later? See you later, Trebucket. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out, all that. We now have flight pads and also some, eggs to hatch. We currently don't have the ability to hatch eggs, but we'll get that in a bit. Very good. There is the stomping grounds, which we can do 2 levels of, I think. We can do 2 stomping grounds right now, but let's save that all for later. The stomping grounds will wait until we can do all 3 routes. Pretty sick. You get 2 jiggies for beating the boss, basically, because there's a hidden jiggy right under the nest. That's rad. We want to save this baby for last for reasons that'll become clear later, but I will open this up right now. There's a baby up there. I'm gonna do that later. Other things I've been watching, playing, rewatching, replaying, all that. Revolutions podcast I've been re-listening to that. That's been really swell, really nice. Sort of going through it at a pace, watching it, or listening at, high speeds, going through the various revolutions. Right now, I'm in the middle of the 1848 revolutions, which turns out are actually called the Springtimes of the Peoples. That was a thing. I didn't just misremember that, and last time I was trying to remember if that's what it was called. It totally is, and that's totally exactly right. I should have been confident and just said, Springtime of the Peoples. That's what it is. I know what I'm talking about. I'll say, as a rule, for what it's worth, as I'm listening to this very fun story about revolutions and such from ages long past, and how they all sort of end up interconnecting in all sorts of fun ways. I'll say, for what it's worth, the whole narrative sort of washes over me to a certain degree, and I more get broad strokes out of it than anything else, and little anecdotes that pop off as I go through, right? I don't necessarily have a good memory of everything that happens, and even after listening to a whole revolution and all about the Spanish Wars of Independence with the main guy, I might even not recall a name, despite listening to the whole thing, which has relatively famous figures at the head of everything. Damn it, I should have said no. Last time I was trying to remember what the name of the guy what became king, after the 3 glorious days was, it was the Count de Orleans. And I've heard that name like dozens of times. He's a very important figure in the French Revolution, in the restoration of the Bourbons, in the subsequent overthrow of the Bourbons, and the overthrow of him, which has happened in 1848. Like, he's a very important guy, or his son, his son / descendants, same title, different guys. Very important figures, but I just can't remember every name that I see and I hear outside of the context of it. You know, I hear a name in context, maybe I'll be able to put together like, oh, okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that guy. De Orleans, yeah. Pablo Escobar? That's one of them. That's a revolutionary guy. Anyway, it's fun. There's a lot of fun little anecdotes in there. One of my favorites from 1848 so far is that apparently one thing that they tried to do to, like, rebel against the government is that everyone in a certain city quit smoking. I think this was in Italy. They quit smoking all at once. And what did the reactionary governors do in response to that? Well, they gave all their soldiers a bunch of cigarettes and told them to go, like, big cigars and shit, and told them to go find these guys that were trying to quit smoking and just smoke right in front of them and puff it into their face. And it's like, god damn, that's a hell of a reaction. A funny way to do that. Didn't work out for them, though, because then everyone overthrew their governments, and yeah, you don't want that. Don't provoke revolution. It's funny to do such things, but not always productive. It can be productive, though, sometimes. Sometimes it does work out to do a funny thing that is, you know, a funny, an elaborate way of saying fuck you is good. What else have I been rewatching, replaying, etc.? Well, I guess I'll say that this doesn't have to just be rewatch, replay, etc. This can also be stuff I've been playing for the first time. And yeah, Balatro, the poker roguelike, has just been consuming a lot of my time. While I'm watching all this stuff, I'm often listening even in some cases. Often doing a game of Balatro and having a hell of a good time with it. Oh man, that's just a fucking really fun game. And like, goddamn. You know, they did an amazing job. It's a roguelike where I'm happy to play it again and again and again. Basically, if you want to know the description of it, what it's like, basically, it's a roguelike where you're dealt like 10 hands and you make poker hands out of the cards that you are dealt. 10 cards. And each hand is worth a different amount of points and a different amount of multiplier. And also you invest in different upgrades and cards and stuff that add additional effects and additional multipliers, additional points on top of your regular shit. And it all just synergizes together to create some real fucked up bullshit. And I've gotten like 6, 7, 8 wins now. And it's been very satisfying every time because to get a win, you have to, just doing like regular poker stuff, you can maybe get like 100, 1,000 points over the course of like doing 4 to 5 hands, 3 to 5 hands, let's say. And with enough poker chips, you can have like up to thousands, hundreds of thousands times what you can do without them, because it just adds multipliers. It multiplies your multiplier in a lot of cases, adds chips, adds like powers up your hands in all sorts of ways. There's a lot of bullshit you can do in that game that is just so damn compelling. I am enjoying the hell out of it. Oh my god. I will say, I realized after last stream, something I didn't mention, is apparently there is a bit of a kerfuffle right now with that game. Apparently, some ratings board, they realized it was about poker, and they said, oh my god, poker? That's gambling. And made it 18+, which automatically took it off some stores. And I'm sorry if y'all can't get it. If anyone's in the UK, I'm not sure if it's just the UK or how that works, but that's some bullshit. It's just poker. There's no gambling. There's no money. It doesn't even use real poker gambling rules of like folding. There's no such thing as folding in the game. What am I doing? I need to do more stuff. You know what? Fuck it. There's no point in doing stuff first. Let me just... I wasn't thinking there, but also I do have to reveal some stuff before Mumbo can efficiently do his stuff. I also might as well do little T-Rex before I do big T-Rex. That just makes sense. Anyway, Balatro is going really good. I'm playing a couple of games of that. Sometimes it's frustrating, you know, you got something good going together, but you can't quite find that last Joker that puts together a really fucked up combo. You know, maybe you got a lot of multiplier, but not a lot of chips. Not a lot of, it doesn't get as big as you'd like. That sort of thing. I'll say a good example of a really overpowered combo I put together in one of my games. There's one Joker. Jokers are like your ability cards that you get that do passive effects, right? There's one Joker that makes all face cards. When you play a face card, it turns gold, which is another effect that happens on a card. So play a Joker, play a face card, turns gold. There's another Joker that makes all cards count as face cards. Okay, so now you have every card that you play turning gold. And then there's another card that if you play a gold card, it will turn it back into a normal card and transform that into multiplier. Basically, gaining 0.2 multiplier for every card it consumes like this. And because I had another card that made it so that spades and clubs counted for the same face, I was just getting flush after flush after flush. Every hand had 5 cards that scored in it. And as a result, every hand upgraded my multiplier by times a number. Which got up to, like, huge proportions. We just got lay. Very good. You can do some real fucked up shit in that. I highly recommend it. If you can't get it right now due to ratings boards, aw, geez, I'm sorry, that's fucked up. Hopefully, you'll get that overturned and appealed. There's really nothing wrong with it as far as gambling stuff goes. That is just all manner of unfair. Totally beyond the pale. Not at all what that game is. Okay, I think we've done what we can here. I think there's... How many babies are there? I should pay attention the next time dude says how many... Okay, I already did the turn in the trophy, so I don't have to worry about the stealth stuff. Other stuff I'm replaying. There is still yet more. I've been playing, replaying, etc. In particular, I have been going through Persona 3 Reload. That's been very fun to play that game in full. I'm like in the middle of the 3rd chunk of that game, wherein I'm in the middle of the 3rd chunk of that game, where you just met the dog. I just met the dog, but the dog has not, you know, done anything else of note quite yet. It is worth saying. But he will do soon. He will do soon. And that is fun. I very much like the dog. Been getting through it pretty easily since the last time I talked at length about it. I say last time. I only played a little bit since Friday. Just half of the the daytime sequence half of the month. I got maybe 10 days until the next plot thing happens. I'll say in Persona, it can get a little bit, you know, you're just spending your time just doing day after day, doing some social links, doing some, the other hangouts that they've added to this game. And that's all. What am I doing? This is the wrong partner. I should be Banjo right now, not Kazooie. Whatever. I'll switch and it'll be fine. Banjo will come pick up the guy. Or... no, that's not how it works. Banjo over there, pick up the guy. You know what? Actually, this works out perfectly. I bring the train, I switch to Banjo. Banjo picks up the sick boy and brings him this way. That works perfectly. Get it done. Let's get it done. So that's been going. That game is long, and I'm trying to find what time I can to put into it. Maybe, perhaps, you know, one of the reasons I've been having trouble sleeping or finding time for things is just like, yeah, no, I decided last night to do, like, a couple of hours of Persona 3. And if I didn't, I felt like, well, I want to finish this. I need to keep moving. I need to keep at a good pace. I can't stop. I need to keep... I need to grab the little guy. Sick fella. Not the little guy. The little guy needs to get big. I need to talk to her. Okay. Eldest Scrat, very sick, needs to be brought to a train and brought to a witch doctor. We got it, witch doctor. So yeah, Persona 3, been having a good time with that. I'll say, I mentioned some issues with it, some like slowness in the early game. And I'll say it's gotten to a point now where it's sort of opening up, I guess. Sort of getting to the point where at nighttime I have things to do. And a lot of that is them adding a bunch of nighttime things that are available almost every night, where I can go hang out with my party members, and I can go hang out with in addition to just the 2 social links that are at night, I can do non-social links with party members, which is pretty damn good. And honestly, might be better written than most of the social links, unfortunately. I've heard it said that a lot of the social links in Persona 3 are kind of weird insofar as a lot of them are very unhealthy. Weird, unhealthy relationships. Like a great example is like the student council president, who is just I don't know, he's the president. Mitsuru is the president. He's like the secretary or something. He's like the disciplinary committee guy. And a lot of it is him running around being like accusing people of smoking with no evidence and being like, I will book you, motherfucker. Being like the worst image of a cop you've ever seen, right? The most like, dude, chill out. You have no evidence. What the fuck? You're abusing your power right here. For like no reason. Yeah, a cigarette was found. Big fucking deal. No, you'd have no idea whose cigarette that is. And even if you did, who gives a fuck? Anyway, stuff like that makes you go like, man, I don't know about this social link. I feel like every social link in Persona 3, Persona 4 and 5 are a lot more just easy to get behind. Comparatively, right? Like, oh, they're nice, likable people. They have cool stories. And none of them are trying to date their teachers. None of them are trying to date their teachers. Do not, if you are a teacher, do not date students. That's weird. The age thing. It's normal for students to date. That's cool and fine and whatever, but when you're talking about, you You know, someone who is literally different part of the hierarchy, has power over them, etc. That, I think is a weird thing. I don't really like that, social link that much. The teacher dater. What the hell is going on there? Alright. Get that guy in his butt. Perfect. Okay, where are we going next? Let's fly. Let's take flight. And look around for a bit. Do I need grenades to hit this switch? It's like a switch. Hey, buddy. Huh? Grab that guy. And let's go. Let's do that, Bubba Nuts. That whatever the fuck. Do that guy real quick. And then we'll, continue making our way around. Some of the last worlds are coming up now. Pretty far in, I think. We're about 4 hours down. That's good. I'm happy with the pace so far. Obviously, some amount of revisit, backtracking will be pretty omnipresent in the back half of this stream. And also, there'll be an anime hour when we get to see Boggy, which is obviously in Hailfire Peaks. I will say that with Hailfire Peaks, the first priority will be to beat the 2 bosses. We gotta get them, like, to stop chucking rocks at us ASAP. So, that'll be priority 1. Priority 2. We'll go see Boggy and get the anime hour started. And as far as things I've been watching, playing, etc., that is a huge contingent of that, which cannot be done without cards because I fucking can't. I struggle to remember all the things what I watch. I mean, look, there's a reason I do cards, honestly, is because for the most part, I don't remember all the things that I'm doing. And would struggle to always just bring it up spur of the moment. There was something the other day that I was thinking about and talking about off stream, and then I didn't make a card for it, and I didn't say anything about it. Now I can't remember what it was. Now would be a great time to say, like, oh yeah, you know, just for sake of example. Since the last stream, I thought about, I remembered that I've been thinking about, Bionicle or some shit. It's not Bionicle. But my memory is just so full of holes that, you know, I can be talking to someone, talking to my dad about something, and then just, you know, forget to bring it up. Whereas it would, I think, make for an interesting... even if I think it would make for an fucking cock! Waste of fucking... It's all fine, it's all good. The important thing is we just hang out, you know, talk about whatever comes across the thing. And, you know, it stays interesting for throughout is my, main concern, I guess. Let's land and do this fella. Aww. Okay, how many babies are there? That's one of my precious babies. Aw, isn't it cute? How many precious babies you got? Let me Google real fast, just to make sure. Is it 3 or 4? How many babies? Harry. Tooie. 4. Okay, so we got... We got... 2 more. So, definitely want to do... the one next that is, farthest away. Where is that one? I'm trying to think. Where's the egg? Where's that egg? There's the one in the cave. There's the one up near Terry. Did I get the one? Yeah, jeez. Maybe it's by the stomping grounds. Go back to the top of the mountain real fast. Let me just confirm that I've not gotten them all. Okay, there's 2 of them. Okay, there's one more that I need to find. Where is that fella? So inside the mountain, there's one over on the right, but you want to get that one last. So, definitely gonna wait on that. Could be like mountain path. I'm gonna join up with Banjo real fast, and we'll continue to explore. It might be time to do dinosaur. Might be time to do dinosaur. Small, parentheses. Dinosaur, parentheses, small. Is it like in the Stegosaur cave or something? Or like up on this... I think it might be up on that mountain path. Up that way. Let's just look real fast. See if it's up on this mountain path. And if it is, we'll do it right now. And this is where the last of the guys is as well. The Ugga Buggas. Whatever the fuck. Ooga Boogas. I don't know. Maybe the most challenging Ooga Booga. You gotta do some platforming as a Clockwork Kazooie. That might be the most challenging platforming a Clockwork Kazooie has to do in the game. Still one of them left? Dang. Kind of hoping that guy was the last one. Okay, need to come back here with Dinosaur to do that. The Dino Door. Is it in here? Oh, right, there's one near where you learn to hatch, right? No, wait, we already got this one. We already got this one. That's one of the ones we got, okay. Let's do Dinosaur and we'll think about it. Where the last of those guys are. If anyone wants to give tip, I'd appreciate it. In fact, I can type Harry egg locations. Ah, one's in the cave where the guys are. The guys that are cold. That's right. We need to get big. We need to get big, big dino to get there. Okay. Step 1, little dino. Talk to one of these guys, learn how to roar. Have I been playing much else? I guess I played a little bit of Penny. Penny's big breakout. I think it's okay. I've been trying to make progress with that. You know, keeping it up while still playing Persona and Balatro, both of which take a lot higher priority for me. I would describe Penny's big breakout as like a relatively fine indie Mario 3D Land. Like, it's perfectly good. I'd probably say it's somewhere between a... somewhere between like a 3 and a 4. It's alright, it's nothing remarkable, but it's fun. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 roar. So 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Wait, 1, 1, 2. Wait. Roar, roar, 2, 1, 1, 2. Is how it works. 2 soft roars, 1 loud roar, 1 soft roar, 2 loud roars. Long roars, same difference. This is the main thing you do as small dinosaur, is that you roar at doors. Not kidding. That is just how small dinosaur go. You see a door, you roar at it. This is it. Short. Short. Long. Short. Long. Long. Ooh. That's it for small dinosaur. Now to go back to Mumbo's. Well, first go back to Wumbo's, transform. Go back to Wumbo's, transform real quick. Don't go through the muck, let's just go through the door. The little guy door. I forget if there's anything else that this guy can do, but I don't think so. Maybe he has like a Cheeto page or something. We're not going to concern ourselves with that. Like another Cheeto page. Now we need to go to Mumbo. Do everything that Mumbo can do, which is to say he can make big... He makes the stepping stones. We already did that. He makes Wigwam big. Haven't done that. And the third thing he can do is he can make the Dino Mother Child big. Probably would have been faster to take the teleport. Go figure. Okay, so 2 things here. Both of them, we just warp to Wumba's. And we do like a quick cutscene. That's pretty much all Mumbo does this game. Quick cutscene and out. I would say Penny's is okay. Definitely not the most exciting game, but it's fine. Maybe a 4, maybe a 4. If I have like one huge criticism of Penny's big breakout, first off, I'd say like the handling is just pretty okay. And sometimes I have trouble like if I'm trying to attack a bunch of guys at once and they're all really close together. I might try to just mash the yo-yo button, but when you mash the yo-yo button, it just does like a dodge, a dash move. So it's kind of a little bit unintuitive in that. Like, your reflexes will let you down insofar as, like, yeah, no, that's not how you attack multiple times. That's how you, that's just how you move and end up, you know, launching yourself forward in a direction randomly. Not great. The other thing I'll say is that it has, like, a basic life system where every time you fall off the stage, you lose, like, 1 pip of your health. Well, that's not the only way you can lose health. Like, any attack or obstacle, like an electric beam, let's say, will also do it and take as much health as a fall does, which feels really bad to me, considering that the electricity, it's not so severe it sends you back to a checkpoint, unlike falling off the stage, but it does take as much health as falling off the stage does, which means that you just burn up one of your tries, like, just like that, without even something that's so bad that it requires you to... Without something so bad, even, that it would even think to put you back in a previous area. And it always feels bad every time, like, oh, I lost a fucking life, and now I'm doing a game over, and I'm hitting continue because I don't really care about score, and don't see why I would. I guess I'm glad that you can continue after a game over, after losing those 4 tips, but those 4 pips of health. But I think it would have been better if it had a much simpler health, just a more regular health system, or was more fast to distinguish between a fall, which is like, oh, start from the checkpoint style life, and health. You know, it's like the meter serves 2 purposes. It is both your lives and your health, and what that means is that either it's a very generous, it's either a very generous health life meter, or it's a very severe health meter. And the way that it ends up feeling, I think, is more like a very severe health meter that lets you lose health, lose lives, in ways that are just not right. Big dinosaur time. Alright. What do we need to do as Big Dinosaur? We need to scare the caveman. We need to hit the switch. We need to hit the switch after we're done with everything else. Okay. Is there anything else I've been playing recently? Watching, listening to? Nah, not really. Feel like that about covers it. Other than stuff such as, playthroughs of games, which have been on stream, and, you know, they're all up on the YouTube. So they're not exactly easy to miss. Or, at any rate, it's all on record. Me playing Skyward Sword and, Mario Maker, as I always do. I need to get back to level making, but I don't know. I don't see that happening in this month before I move. Last time I moved was like the last time I took a concerted break from Mario making, and I think I needed a big break, and I am enjoying the big break that I am currently on. I think I'll continue on that break for at least until I'm in the new place and I have furniture set up and like everything I was looking to do done and squared away. With so many different modes and transformations, it's very much in this game. They don't have that many things they can do for each individual one, right? Like, between Daddy T-Rex and Son T-Rex, Baby T-Rex, there's only like 2 or 3 things per each of them that you can even have as options, because there's only 10 Jiggies per stage, a couple of Jinjos. There's limits, basically. 40 of 50. Nearly halfway done. That's not quite true. Who knows when taking account of the Jinjos. What are we doing here? Let's go to the hint real fast. Jiggy tips. Thirsty water pool, can't do it yet. Help the styra ba. Gotta bring a guy back to a place. Warm up and get food for the Ooga Boogles. That is now open. Hatch and return Terry's eggs. Right, we can do that now that we have the Oogie Boogies. Stomping Plains, can do that. Defeat the Rocknut Prive. Yeah, we need one more of those. Is he in the train station? It might be the train station Rocknut. I forget if I did that earlier. I think let's call it for that card then. That's enough talk about that individual card. I'm always playing and doing a fair bit. And it's nice to talk about all that stuff on stream, you know? Fairly obvious if you think about it, right? Jump up here. Go up here. I have the claw clamber. Jeez, it occurs to me I got the claw clamber. No, wait, no, I got the spring boots. I don't have the claw clamber boots yet, so this last part of this level of these Oogie Boogies is gonna have to wait. So I can't get them food yet. I can get the morph though, and I might as well just go ahead and do that now. Junk food good. I like these cavemen who are okay with fries and hamburger. Good bit. These guys are cold, so they're doing jumping jacks. We get it. Let's go. I need to split these guys up. And then get that last egg hatched. I think after that, there's not that much I can do here. And we can, we will move on to the next level. Grunty Industries, quite an infamous level. We will get that all unlocked and shit. I think for my first visit to Grunty, I'm not gonna hold myself to doing the shooter bit yet. Not gonna hold ourselves to doing the shooter bit. I'm thinking maybe saving that for a little bit later. Maybe just focusing more on just getting every floor unlocked, getting all access to that whole thing, and then moving on to the next one, and getting all the moves, of course. That's gonna be my priority. Also, I do have the whole boggy situation in Last World, and that will be when the anime hour will be. Again, that'll be 1 hour of this stream, the only hour in which I can talk about anime specifically. I mean, if y'all in chat were to bring up anime, I wouldn't say like, oh geez, I'm forbidden to talk about it until the anime hour. But as far as simulcasts go, that's what the anime hour will be focused on. I will say no more. No. I do think it's a good idea for any one topic not to consume an entire stream. And the anime hour is just a way to make sure that anime does not do that. It stays in its hour, and that's it. Oh yeah, top of the mountain. Top of the mountain. Top of the mountain, split these guys up, get the thing. Like I said, I don't think I've ever done Banjo-Tooie in one single segment before. One single session. So I will say, it's going a fair bit longer than any previous time I played the game, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good. 10 hours of a single game is not something I do all that often, honestly. You know, like other than very specific streams, I can name. I guess there probably have been like randomizer runs that have went that south. You know, where I've ended up having to spend 10 hours on a single seed. Like Majora's Mask, when I played Majora's Mask randomizer, that took like 10 hours plus another stream, so maybe like more like 14 hours. And that was 2 sessions, one of which was 10, because I really wanted to keep going and get to the point where I could finish, but just couldn't quite make it happen. I think I got a very unlucky seed, that thing. A mean seed, as I called it. The last song that I needed was in the last place it could be, which is just... That's never what you want to see in a randomizer, like literally running out of places to check. Oh boy. Right, let's deliver this guy, and that might be it for Terrydactyland for now. Is there anything else we can do? I think there might be 1 or 2 things, but wouldn't be bad to hold them until later. Save them, etc. She won't want to see another egg for the rest of the game. That is true. I don't know that I want to see another egg. There must be another egg, though. Well, actually, the ones... Okay, there's the egg that... Tip-Top's egg. Tip-Top's egg. That's an egg. You also lay on a thing, on like a alien's head. I forget if there's other eggs. Oh yeah, the floaty guys from Cloud Cuckooland. Those are eggs. For some reason, it disconnected me from Xbox Live earlier. Don't worry about it. Let me just look and see what the jiggy tips are. Thirsty Dragon can't do that. Styracosaurus can do that, but it'll take a bit. Stomping Blade can't do that. Rocknut Tribe. Okay, I can do that real fast. Let's see now. What? I'm sort of thinking now, what's the most efficient way to do this? Let me see that again. Okay, so help the Styracosaurus. That's the next thing we can do. Also defeat the Rocknut Tribe. I think the last Rocknut might be in the train station. So I think now let's continue on to the next world. And to do the next world, we're going to have to take a train ride anyway, so we might as well double up on our train rides and have the train pick us up in the overworld, heal the dinosaur, stop by Terrydactyland on the way to Grunty Industries. That sounds like a good idea. My lips get all parched, all nasty. I could also go unlock the Stomping Plains, but I'll do that later. One more luck. No, I need to help the Styracosaurus above. That's what I need. I need to do that. I remember. I already got that guy. I think it's just the train station one left. I don't think I got that one. That Rocknut. So let's head to the train station. Get our Clockwork Kazooie eggs ready. And yeah. Get this all nice and sorted out. Yep, there is the last one. Perfect. Gotta aim right. Thought I felt a tap from my watch. What that is? Sometimes I feel like I feel a tap from the watch, and I'm like, huh? It's just nothing. Sometimes that happens while I'm like in bed and I'm maybe pressing the watch against like a surface or something, just like, and it's maybe trying to tell me like, hey, stop fucking, get it off the sheets or whatever. And that's a bit annoying. I wish it wouldn't do that, because if I'm trying to sleep, I don't really want a little bit of a little bit of a jolt. It's gonna make it harder to go to sleep. That's the only thing that's been weird about the Apple Watch since I got it a couple of weeks ago. I'll also say I'm mostly using this band here, the nice faux leather band. I believe it was called like Barton or something. Found it on Amazon, found a recommendation somewhere. It's been really nice. I've also been using just an elastic one to sleep in. That's just a short watch band that's just a fabric link. No adjustments or anything, but it's tight enough where it stays on at night and needs no sort of fiddling, which is good. I have another one that is like waterproof and shit that I put in my car, so I figured that I'll use it if ever I get a good... Do I have a Globo on me? Yes, good, okay. I'll use it if I go on a nice walk or something more athletic, like, you know, going to a theme park or something. It's a little awkward to carry bands around outside the house, I found. But other than that, it's fine, it's good, and maybe I could use a few more, even. I had one that was like a magnetic clasp that would clasp on magnetically, which I thought was cool. But unfortunately, it would come loose just by, like, scraping it against the couch and stuff. Just, like, literally sitting down on the couch would make it come loose sometimes. And I just can't use a band that comes loose in normal use. Like, that is just a deal breaker, so I ended up returning that one. I very much like the idea of switching back and forth between them and having a bunch. I also have a metal one, but that's too fancy for regular use, you know, even though it was just $20. It's just... Yeah, I don't want to use, like, a chain link, fancy guy watch, thing with my big expensive watch unless it really, makes sense. I guess that is silly, also. You know, it's a $20 watch band, and, like, the watch itself costs hundreds of dollars. I got the best one. I got the really expensive one, and it's been quite nice, and I've liked it a good deal. First time ever having an Apple Watch, and apparently they're just really standard items now. Now that I got one, I swear I'm noticing when other people have them, and in the back of my head going like, yeah, everyone has Apple Watches now. Look at that. He has an Apple Watch. My coworkers have an Apple Watch. Going through the drive-thru. Oh, hey, the guy in the drive-thru has an Apple Watch. Neat. Everyone just has one now, and it's just normal. And I guess it's silly to have all sorts of big thoughts about them, but, you know, hey, it's my first time having one. I'm sure for others, they maybe get one, and they don't even talk about it. They don't even say to their friends and all that, coworkers, like, hey, new Apple Watch, what do you think? They're just sitting there going like, yeah, it's a new Apple Watch, it's fine. Let's let this guy out. Crap, I was going to go to Grunty Industries first. And I forgot about that. Whatever. See you later, little dude. How about another card? Got more cards. Stayed up real damn late Friday watching movies. That's right, I mentioned on the Friday stream that I was going to go over and see what Dan Reichert was up to after the stream. And sure enough, he did like a whole bunch of watch parties. And had like a bunch of goals to do additional ones. And he did 3 out of the 4 movies that he had on the thing. Literally Grown Ups 2, which, very funny, was the first one to come up. That you knew it had to happen when you put Grown Ups 2 on the list with Event Horizon, Creed 3, and the last one that didn't get hit was The Cable Guy, which, you know, I'm sure he'll do at a later point and I will see it then. I've never seen it. I don't think I've seen any of these movies, though I will say, watching Event Horizon, I did feel like it was somewhat familiar. I might have seen it. It might have been like a Film in 40s thing that Giant Bomb did way back, and I might have seen it then. But these movies all pretty much all new to me. I've seen every other Rocky/Creed movie. I haven't seen that many Happy Madison movies for good reason, because they're not good. And oh boy, Grown Ups 2 was not good, but it also wasn't the worst thing I've seen. A little bit offensive, a little bit like, there were some offensive bits and some stuff that really didn't hold up and got more offensive over time. But it was just kind of just skits. I think the thing that surprised me the most about Grown Ups 2 was that I've heard a lot about Grown Ups 1, I guess. Grown Ups 1 has a plot where a bunch of guys go to the woods. Okay, I don't have enough yet. Has a whole plot where they go to the woods and they like go for a big camping trip. And apparently Grown Ups 2 doesn't have anything like that. That's just Grown Ups 1 specifically. Grown Ups 2 is just the guy, he has kids. He hangs up with his friends sometimes. They're all sort of immature. That's about it. This is the wrong place. I want to go to Jinjo Village. I want to get the Jinjo there. I'm not the Jinjo here, but the Jinjo in, now that I have the, Kazooie torpedo move, I'm gonna go get that. That's enough of that card. Event Horizon to Creed 3, let's remember that as I continue to talk about those things. So I was kind of surprised that that one just doesn't have a plot. I wonder what the fuck. What the fuck does the worst podcast of all time do every week? They don't even have a plot to discuss. All they can do is say like, oh, it was very funny when that guy said, what? And say things like, oh, this part didn't rub me right this time. Stuff like that, I guess. I don't know. Never listen to that podcast. Worst idea of all time. Only listened to, only heard about it secondhand. And also listened to the Paul Blart 2 Mallcarp Death Blart that they do. I really like Till Death Do Us Blart. That's a great podcast that I enjoy every year. The yearly podcast, that one. As for the spooky one, Event Horizon, well, it was very good, very cool. Not really my type of movie, I think. Not really one that I really feel too strongly, I guess, but it had a lot of cool atmosphere. The whole ship, the whole like lost ship angle, a spooky haunted spaceship. That whole spin on things was very cool, and I enjoyed seeing how it all went to hell. Creed 3 was probably the best one of the 3, though. And I will say, I think it's probably the best Creed. Probably the best Creed, insofar as, like, I followed along with it mostly. I'll say, the Creed movies, I don't think they're quite as good in my books as the Rocky movies. You know, other than 5, which is universally known to be terrible. I prefer the Rocky movies more in that they're more old-fashioned. They have sort of a... They build their action differently, and also the music, I think, in the old Rocky movies is a lot more my speed. I like shit like going, you know, living in America, or like fucking Eye of the Tiger. Fucking Eye of the Tiger was a Rocky song, I guess. I'm pretty sure it started with Rocky. Maybe it didn't start with Rocky, I don't know, but it's a Rocky song. It's in that movie. And all that shit is like the most inspiring fucking shit you can find in like music. Whereas the hip hop rap stuff, it doesn't quite get me as excited, but I'll say they did a great job in that movie setting up the whole feud with the childhood friend, and hey, we have enough to do another one of these. Perfect. Setting up the feud with the childhood friend, and you know, they do a great job setting up the feud with the childhood friend and establishing like why it all has to come down to a big fight at the end. I will say, I think it'd be fun. It kind of reminds me in a lot of ways of Rocky 2, where Creed is trying to get a fight with Rocky, even though Rocky wants to stay retired. And he does a bunch of like, you know, he basically does like wrestling promos to try to convince Rocky to get in here. And it's kind of similar in this, except that in Creed 3, it feels like it's for real. It feels like it's not a, I'm gonna use a wrestling term, it's not a work. It's not a staged thing. Whereas in Rocky 2, it's very much like, you see scenes of Apollo saying to his manager, like, I want to fight this guy. And his manager saying, well, like, you gotta call him out. You gotta call him a coward. You gotta do this stuff. And then he proceeds to do the stuff, and you know why he's doing it, and you get it. Whereas, like, when childhood friend of Apollo calls Apollo a coward, Mr. Creed, not Apollo, the new character, Adonis Creed. Sometimes called D. When he calls him a coward, you go like, he might mean it. I think he's serious. And that's a silly thing to think in a movie about you know, I say it's silly. But it very much feels like professional wrestling, but real in this, whereas in Rocky 2, it is very explicitly like, yeah, it's like professional wrestling, it's all bullshit. He's just trying to provoke a reaction and get you in the ring. He doesn't care how he does it. And at the end of the day, you're gonna be fast friends, whereas in, Creed 3, that doesn't end up being the case. Where are we going? We're going to Wasteland. We're gonna do a big bouncy bounce. And we're gonna continue from there. I could go to Hailfire Peaks if I wanted right now, but that's silly. I gotta get the moves from this world at least. And, like I said earlier, my plan here is to, at the very least, maybe not 100% in on first visit, and in fact, I'll say, I don't want to 100% in on first visit, but at the very least, I want to open up all the floors, I want to get all the checkpoints, I want to do some stuff. I think I'm going to save the target shooting for later. You know, oh, this is a silly thought. One thing I could do, which would be efficient maybe, is I could open the train and then go to Hailfire Peaks. And Hailfire Peaks has a train, so I could totally take the train back into here and start up this level on a second visit. That's silly. Let's try to do it in linear order here. We need to go find Chuffy and go fast travel from there. We're about 5 hours in. About 10 hours is what I'm looking to do. So maybe around about. And we have the 43 jiggies. And keep in mind the Jinjos are going to be like a slightly different deal. They're gonna come in, you know, slowly or whatever. They're not gonna come in all at once. So, do remember that. Where are we going? We're going to Clifftop. Let's take the train from Clifftop. I am thinking now, it might have been a good idea to have the anime hour start, not when I see Boggy, but instead when I start doing like revisit stuff, on account of, you know, I'll be in areas that I have been to before, just doing kind of wrap-up type things. That might have been a good idea. Not the idea I'm going with. Maybe I'll try to rig it. And then when I get the thing, I'll take the train back to a previous world and we'll actually do it. Because I think we have enough to do Glitter Gulch Mine now in full, and a couple other worlds at that. Witchyworld maybe. No, not yet. We need to get the Claw Clamber Boots to 100%. Get done with Witchyworld. Right? Claw Clamber Boots. Oh, we need that. What else do we need for Witchyworld? Taxi Pack, we got that. A couple other things. I guess it would make sense to go back to Witchyworld and take care of Boggy's children after we see Boggy. Like, Boggy would like that, actually. And you know what? While we're on the train already, we might as well start doing some backtracking. Also, that gives us more time to get that incentive for more than 5 tries of Canary Mary. Which, again, I'll do 5 tries of Canary Mary. Y'all want to give me tips, I would appreciate it. Maybe 5 tries will be enough. But I'm not counting on it. And, you know, I'm scared, man. These guys are annoying. I'm going to take this guy out. Camera fucker. I've always hated these guys. People talk about Grunty Industries, and they talk about you know, backtracking and the layout and the floor stuff. That's, to me, not the part of Grunty Industries I don't care for. I don't care for those cameras and those guys that spill out. I just find them to be very irksome. You know, they start coming at me, and I'm like, ah, jeez, there's too many of them. I don't know what to do. Let's get the fuck out of here. Should I tiptoe around their domains, or should I just charge through? Like here. Should I just barrel through? Where is it? It's like on the wall here somewhere. Right above me. It's like behind a fridge or something. Fuck! Okay, I'm just gonna walk through. I'm just gonna walk through, guys. Every time that alarm goes off, it fucking makes me go, ah! Damn it! Okay, is this for just a Cheeto page? I'll do it anyway. Lago's a good fella, and if he's got a jam, I want to see to it. Someone thought it'd be funny to fill me full of paper. That's just good writing right there. That's just good writing. My aim was off, so that didn't work. There we go. There's the paper. I only like the quilted stuff. Me too, buddy. Me too. Oh, I love it. I love soft toilet paper. Who doesn't love soft toilet paper? Is there a soul alive who is like, no, I swear by that scratchy stuff. The stuff that's 2-ply. 1-ply. That's what I want. No. I don't like it when I'm in an office, let's say. In an office and they only have, let's say an office, let's say somewhere else, whatever. And they only have the thin stuff. That's, to me, I just don't like it. It's a bad thing. I feel like we can't do anything here. We can't do everything here until later, so let's just leave this until later. We need to have some banjo moves, and we need to do some stuff to turn off that, that big gizmo. So all this is for later. And in fact, let's do it on a second visit. I don't want to do... I guess I'll say we've been so far pretty diligent about doing the boss the first time in each world. But we don't have to do that. Weldar can be the last boss if we so fit, if we so see to it. It's like a pretty complicated thing to activate and get to Weldar. These boots are ba-ba-ba-da-ba. They let you walk up walls and stuff. Well, I'm not reading that right. Very good. I got like 4 more cards left, so let's try to ration them a bit. I will say, went in here with, the intent was to come in with less things to talk about, right? I was thinking more bigger things rather than smaller things. Things where I can keep on talking about them. Like, I could keep talking about grown-ups too, if I wanted to. I could talk about, you know what, I could talk about my favorite Rocky movie. And stuff like that. I think it's 4. 4 is just the best mix of damn good action, a little bit of character stuff, and also some of the best cheesy 80s drama action this side of, I don't know, whatever. Goddamn hell of a movie, and it basically ended the Cold War. That's a fact. That's true. Rocky 2, that's a pretty good one. I think Rocky, the original Rocky, it's so serious, but it's goddamn well made. Between the goofball shit of Rocky 4 and the drama, the high drama of Rocky 1 and Rocky Balboa, that series just goes amazing places. We can unlock washing machine if we so please. I think we want to wait on that until we have places washing machine can go. We need batteries. We can now get that, go get the leg plant thing. Don't need to go the claw clamber way. Perfect. I'm interested in the cable guy, I'll say. I've seen one podcast that I mentioned on the last stream. I mentioned that I've watched the Yari Yari Boys, the PGOT, post Game of Thrones. They had a podcast called I say they. One of the Yari Yari Boys and his wife have a wife. They married? I forget if they're married yet. They might be just engaged or something. Lover. The girlfriend, lover, wife, whatever. You know, for what it's worth, they probably weren't married at the time of that podcast, so it's fine. They did a podcast where they went through every Jim Carrey movie, and like rated and reviewed it. And I remember vaguely what happens in the cable guy. That might not be true. I think it's the concept that Jim Carrey is like a weird cable guy, and he's just sort of a little bit on the odd side. That's about the long and short of it. Dan Reichert, who was I was watching the watch parties with because it was his watch party. I was hanging out with his chat as part of his community, as I am. I am indeed part of the community of Dan Reichert's. I like the man. I like his streams, and I like his watch parties. He said it's good. He says he remembers it. He watched it a few years ago and actually found it to be surprisingly good. Underrated. he said. Maybe not as good as, you know, other Jim Carrey movies around that time, but it's not bad at all. It's maybe not The Mask. It's maybe not as good on that level, but compared to the shit that he's... Maybe it looks better now that we've had, like, 20 years of him not having a career since the last time he put out a good movie. You know? Jim Carrey was once on top of the world. I say it's been a while since he put out a good movie. Sonic and Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 are very, very good and very relevant, so what am I saying? Other than Sonic. Just gonna ignore those guys. Just gonna ignore those guys. Pay them no mind. Pay them no mind. It's a weird place to do this next card. Maybe it's time for this next card. Okay, there's a battery over there. Some nice little footsies over here to climb up this wall. Let's continue going around, you know, getting all the elevators unlocked, all that. And also opening passageways that'll help us navigate this space. That's the important thing about Grunty Industries if you don't know the game. Just open it up, and then you can do stuff later. And there's a lot of cases where you're going to have to come back as a washing machine, and you're going to have opened it up all the way before you can come back as a washing machine and get down to business. So, no point in getting too bogged down trying to do anything on your first way up. Just focus on moving forward and getting up all the way to the top. Definitely want that Globo. Let's go into this door and get that secret thing sorted out. I say secret thing. Open up the elevator. We're at 43 jiggies, nearly half, about 5.5 hours in. Okay. Again, it's worth noting that Jinjos are a whole X factor. They'll probably start, you know, our progress in the game. 40 of those are jiggies, and then 10 of those are Jinjos, and that'll be a little bit backloaded, you know, completing each Jinjo family. So we can really say how precisely close we are. It's gonna be a whole thing. That's how you unlock the boss. All I can say is we gotta keep on making nice, smooth progress. And doing things in a manner that we think is good. A manner we think is good. I got a card here. Try Petticoat Tails and also cannolis from HEB. I mentioned the other day that I picked up some shit from HEB. Some, like, ooh, look at this. What is this? I don't know what this is. And, thought it'd be fun to try. And so I made a card today to just go ahead and do that. Here's a Petticoat Tail, which I don't know what is. But apparently, they are, pure butter, shortbread, petticoat trail. So I think I spelled that wrong. 2 T's and petticoat. I don't know if these are like biscuits or like a pastry or what, but apparently they are They are a product of Scotland, and walkers, and let's just open them up and go to town. I also have some cannolis in the wait. Oh, that's just sugar. I thought it was for a second if it was like frozen or something, but that doesn't make sense. It wasn't. It hasn't been in the. It's not refrigerated. Kind of looks like a sugary pie. Oh yeah, that's sugar. Let me just snap off. Oops. It's crumbling real easily. Okay. I thought it would divide. Oh, you know what this smells like? Oh my god. Now that it's cracked, it smells like graham crackers. This is like a giant graham cracker. Holy shit. Like a giant graham cracker. Wow. Oh, also they split up. I ate a big chunk at once. They are 2 chunks. I'll run and get a cannoli in a bit. This is pretty goddamn good. Come on. One last. Ah, damn it. Oh, you know what? There's totally a, some jump boots in that box, aren't there? That was a bad usage of my, limited egg supply. These things are goddamn good. I'm glad I purchased this. This is good. I got some crumbs that are gonna be all up in my chair, in my couch now. That's fun. That's fine. I don't mind. A small price to pay for food during a stream. And they're not like sticky or nothing. They're graham crackers. Giant graham crackers. Just a little bit crumbly is all. You destroy that. When I go get the cannoli is in the... It's apparently like an Italian thing. Cannoli is in the fridge. So I'll go grab that in a second, in a minute. And when I do, I'll throw to a break so that, you know, the process of me running to the fridge is not in the VOD. But it'll only be a short break, very short break. Don't fear. I'm just running to the fridge, getting a pastry out, and going from there. I might also seal up this petticoat trail for later. Okay, how do I get up from here? I'll say I think there's a lot of good things about Grunty Industries. I like how each floor is like a different aspect of the construction chain or whatever the fuck. I think they do a good job, like in many Banjo-Kazooie levels, in filling this full of many ideas as they could think of. Like, oh yeah, just have like a warehouse space in there. Warehouse space, pretty good for platforming. There's a bunch of boxes, like, labeled stuff like old rubbish. There's, of course, going to be a factory floor reactor, a boiler plant. Gotta have a boiler plant. God, fuck. Okay, let's just walk on. Get up there later. Mumbo is over here. Let's go say hello to Mumbo. I don't think we're ready for Mumbo. I think we want to unlock everything before Mumbo can go. I also think we want to make sure that Wumba is ready to go when Mumbo is. So, yeah. Do some battery stuff right now if there's a split-up pad nearby. Can I make it over there? Maybe I could have done with a flip-flap jump rather than a jump and a rat-tat-tat. Anything from up in the rafters could also be gotten with Kazooie, though. That's not gonna work. That's too tall. Let's go up here one more time. I do think this is gonna come down to like 10, 11 hours. Personally, at the rate we're going. Back out. God damn it! Oh my god. This is not a good place to start from. Well, it's fine. You know what? I forgot to open the door anyway. I forgot to open the door at the front of the building. Let's do that right now, while we're remembering to do things. That also opens up the fast travel point. The warp... Fuck you, That's too low. Whatever. While we're Banjo and Kazooie, this is our starting point, right where we split up. I think I'll pop out for a second to set a start point at the start of the level. Just like a 2-second popping out of the world. Let me go grab that cannoli. Alright, and I'm back. I went and put away the Petticoat Tails, and also grabbed these traditional ricotta cream-filled Italian cannoli topped with powdered sugar, 2 count, and also one that is chocolate ricotta cream topped with filled Italian cannoli topped with powdered sugar, 2 count. I got 2 different kinds. I was kind of curious. I saw these and I said, oh, I kind of want to try them. And, well, let me try one of them. I also, by the way, if you're just getting here, just tried Petticoat Tails, which I also found at H-E-B. Turns out they're like giant they're like giant graham crackers. Really good. Weird. Kind of tastes like a frosting filled. Kind of tastes like a frosting filled pastry. A little bit like spongy. A little bit spongy. The ricotta part is. That's pretty good. Let me try the chocolate one. This will be my dinner. This is my dinner for the stream. I won't eat again until it's all done. A couple of bites of a pastry. And half a giant graham cracker. This looks like chocolate. Yeah, it's just like chocolate. A thick chocolate sauce. Like a chocolate frosting, filled pastry. I think the weakest part is the pastry. I feel like the chocolate is carrying a lot of the weight. The ricotta kind of tastes like a waffle cone. A little bit like a waffle cone, but not as good. That's kind of how I would compare it. I'm gonna go put these away and just wash my hands real fast, and we'll be back in a second. And we'll continue. For those watching the VOD later, this will all look instantaneous. Not even, no breaks, you know? Hey, Jayhawk. Just real quick. These seem good. I think I like the Petticoat Tails a lot more than these traditional chocolate, traditional ricotta cream cheese, filled with Italian cannoli situation. I think I prefer the Petticoat Trails to the cannolis, but it's interesting. Good to try new things. All right, there we go. It's all good now. Let's continue. Oh, I should get that. Get my health back up. Better. Okay. I still got some powdered donut holes from H-E-B. If you don't know what H-E-B is, it's like a local grocery store in the Texas area. It's only very recently come to Dallas-Fort Worth, which is where I'm at. And I've been finding it to be a very nice novelty. They have a very good selection, H-E-B does. And I've been very much enjoying their fine variety of both having all the regular products that I want, and also some weird foreign foods that I see and go like, oh, I'll try a Petticoat Trail. Hail. Can't speak today. Let's go get that battery and plug it in, and let's get Nap Pack right now. That sounds like a plan to me. How's your day going, Jayhawk? How's anyone's day going? People tell me how your day is going. I don't have that many cards left. Except for the whole anime hour, which does not start until Boggy gets seen. This is not the way to the battery. I'll say, by the way, my headache is going down a bit. I feel a lot better now than I did an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, or whenever I was constantly going like, my head. That Advil must have done the trick. No, I'm sure there... if you watch back the video, watch back the VOD, there must be a way of telling, like, how... there must be a moment, right? Where you can tell, like, oh yeah, the Advil is clearly kicking in. He is not so much going like, anymore. I wonder. Wonder if that's that obvious, that if you can see a through line there. It does twinge a bit, but not enough where it bothers me. Again, I reckon it's just I feel like with most headaches, it's down to how much you've slept. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but I think it's probably true. It sounds true. What else would affect those things? Other than just getting more sleep. It's like the gold standard. Alright, we're gonna fill that big toxic ooze pit. We're gonna want to come back once we have another move for that, so no worries here. We're just gonna leave. Okay. Now. Can I double jump up here? No, it's slightly too high. Ah, that was a good little treat there. Maybe I should have had, like, some sort of proper sandwich or something to try. Maybe that would be a more healthy thing versus, like, 2 bites of various pastries or crackers. But it's fine, I'll manage. I feel like on most of these very, very long streams, I just go 10 hours without eating and I don't think about it. And after I end, I'm immediately like, oh, I could eat. I could eat. Immediately just reaching for some sort of meal. Which makes sense. Let's get Wumba up and going. Up and ready. Throw in Globo to Humba. We want to do this now. I don't think so. We want to open up more places and more doors and more paths for the washing machine before we washing machine. Let's go over here. I feel like it'd be a good idea to do battery, another battery. I know where another battery is. Do I know where it needs to go? Thinking now. It's good to think. Maybe. Oh, is this a door opens if you, so long as you step on it situation? Yeah, so we need to split up to do this whole bit. Over there is a worker. That's a Minjo, isn't it? That is a Minjo. Fucking Minjo. Alright, well, we need to go find a split up pad and split up. I guess I'll say this game maybe could use a few more split pads, but that is, I'll say, I think that would be, if one were to make that criticism of this game, I think they'd be splitting hairs. Get it? Eh? Eh. Pun. Okay. Anyway, let's go step on that switch and do the thing and get that Jinjo. And I think we'll also activate flying pads while we're at it. Honestly, we could go to the roof right now, I think. But there's an order to which you do things in this level. You do things one floor at a time, and you don't worry about completing any floor till the very end. Okay, where are we going? I need to do some sort of timer, like some sort of... I have a lot of places and streams where I need to do like an hour or something, or like, you know, for viewer levels, where I do 15 minutes of a thing, right? I could probably have a thing where I can pause that, versus the way I have it now, where it cannot be paused, it can only be reset. That would probably be handy for cases such as, you know, the anime hour's coming up. What if I really need to talk about something during the anime hour? I don't know what happens there. Okay, so the flying pads are activated at the top of the building. Okay, we don't have to... Uh-oh! Well, that's a shortcut. That's just a shortcut here. It's good. We wanted that to happen. Okay, you know what? Actually, this is a great place to go get a battery. I need Banjo. What's the best way to get that battery? I think let's go to the elevator, climb up a shaft, and drop down on to where that battery is at. We also need to do a bunch of stuff like flying outside as well. This game has a whole lot of things to do, which I like. I like just having a million things to do and no clear order on how to do them. That, to me, is where a lot of interesting decisions are made. And a lot of interesting, like, well, where do I go next? Type thoughts. What do you think is the best way to do this? I don't know. I'm just winging it. Okay, so there's a place where I need to put a battery. Is that another battery I hear? Okay. Is there a battery in here? Thought I heard a battery, but maybe... Oh, that's a Globo. It's a Globo. That's what I was hearing. The Globo. Okay. Can I get the Globo with solo Banjo? I can. It's funny because you can't get that with Banjo and Kazooie because you can't do the double jump as the pair of them. Only solo style. Go to sleep real fast, get my health back. By the way, if you're wondering, my head only blocks like the only the part where it's Banjo's head, so I did have 1 health there. If you were wondering. Okay, let's bring this guy to floor 2 and open up that minigame. Is it best to go through the... Actually, I don't know if solo Banjo can even go the way that Kazooie can. So, let's just keep on a-truckin'. Alright. Let's take the warp, how about? That's probably smarter than taking the elevator, actually. Go right to Mumbo's skull. Oh, there's that guy. Sort of in the corner. Oh, and there is totally another battery there. Another place for a battery to go other than the 3rd floor generator room? Because I should take that battery to where it needs to go, but I'm not sure off the top of my head where that is. I'll say, by the way, I don't mind people remembering with me. I played this game countless times. There's no spoilers to be had for me. Oh, is that the fucking... Is that one real? Oh, that's the white Jinjo. I think it might be on the next floor or something. Maybe we'll wait. We'll wait until we have the next floor unlocked, and then we can bring everyone to party once that's ready to go. For Kazooie, she can't take the elevator, so we're gonna use the warp pad here as well. We'll keep an eye out for more battery spots. And remember, use memory. So let me just first traverse this area solo Kazooie for a bit. Let me just try to go up into the rafters real fast just to make sure there's nothing there. Oh, I could totally come in from the other angle, can't I? Can I get up here? Yes. To what end, though? That's just a Minjo, isn't it? That's a Minjo. Not a Jinjo. Okay, not sure why I wanted to go up there. Nothing there. Sometimes places don't have anything. Everything has to have something. I wonder if... A Banjo-Tooie randomizer, there must exist one. But what would you do? You would just randomize where all the collectibles are? Change Minjos for Jinjos, that sort of thing? Most jiggys are behind, like, more complicated puzzles, so... I guess you could put moves where jiggys are, that sort of thing. Obviously, that's how DK64 does it, and it's good. I say it's good. People like that randomizer. The randomizer is good. Here we run around. Grab as many dudes as possible. I love all the colored lighting. I haven't seen a blue yet. Where's the blues at? There's a blue. The blue. Go ahead and cash in. This is not a bad little mini game. I'll say, if it ends up being one and done. If we fail this, don't have enough points, I'll be sad. Alright, good. I don't know what the requirements were there, so... Nope. Do not want to play again. Thank you, goodbye. We need to, like, open stuff before we can use the other battery, I think. We need to have a path to the 4th floor, and have the 4th floor be as open as possible. So then, let's go there. Alright. This floor is pretty much done, other than the battery where which we do not have means to use yet. So, let's carry on. Go outside. Trying to talk. Let's go outside, climb these fire railings. Grunty Industries is alright. I like the parts where you go from floor to floor. The railings outside are cool. It's just a very complicated level that has a lot of moving parts and a lot of little individual areas. I understand why people struggle with it. Struggling with any of these levels makes sense, honestly. Just activated the flight pad, so now we can go to the roof. That's a Minjo. Just gotta keep telling ourselves that. That's a Minjo. Remember. Don't be tempted. Okay, to go here, we need Mumbo. So... we need two things. We need Mumbo to do a thing, but also we need to... oh no, it's not anything that complicated. We just need to... there's a Mumbo switch there. This Mumbo has a lot of cases where you'll be doing a thing, running back, and doing a thing as Mumbo, running back home, running back as Banjo to finish the job. Like, that happens a weird amount of the time in Grunty Industries. So let's do exactly that. Let's get that area opened up. Unless we want to just wait for later when we can do more things with Mumbo. But that said, we can't... Mumbo's trip... there are multiple Mumbo things here where you need to do a thing and then come back and switch back. So you cannot do this Mumbo in one trip. It's impossible. Personally, I think that's fine. I think it works. I don't mind it. Let's do another card while we're doing this whole Mumbo situation. Y'all always feel like there's a million things to do, to get to. I'll say I always feel like that. I always feel like I'm just have a laundry list of things I want to get to, things I want to do, initiatives, of all sorts, you know, stream type stuff, like, oh yeah, I do want to have every stream clipped up, you know, notable clips pulled out and made into standalone things that can now, there's a place for them to go beyond that, become shorts if I so please. That's a whole thing. You know, to do that takes a bunch of time to, you know, parse through, scrub through old streams. To scrub through old streams and find all the good bits, that takes time. And that's just one of the things I want to do. I also want to finish writing all the reviews that I want to re-review every game I've ever done, and I've done that for, like, games up to 2019. So I got, like, 5 years of games left to review, and those... I just haven't done any work on that for the last 6 months. Want to finish that at some point. Geez, haven't walked outside for a while. That is something I gotta do before I go to Japan. Speaking of the Japan thing again, before I go to Japan, I gotta get back and do some nice long walks. I gotta get back into the habit of walking multiple times a week and shit like that. And it just feels like to find time for that is like hard. You walk every day? That's great, Jayhawk. Very happy for you. I mean, I will say I now have a job where I'm in an office now and I do have to walk back to my car and, you know, I have to walk back to my car, I have to walk to and from places, and I do see people on one of the lower floors. They go down to the lower floors and they just walk laps for a bit. And that seems like a fun thing to do during your workday, you know, just take a break and walk around for a while. I don't know, though. I feel like for me, I'd rather walk outside where it's nice and, you know, scenic and shit, versus just, like, walking circles outside. Or walking circles in a air-conditioned lobby. I mean, I'll say it's nicer to walk circles in an air-conditioned lobby, but I don't know if for me, it really is good enough. What else do I have to get to? Outside is goated? It is, except when it's 100 degrees in Texas. In which case, I gotta carry like 2 whole water bottles with me. I gotta carry 2 whole water bottles worth of water. I'll say, since I am moving, I am not sure like what path I'm going to use for my outdoor walks come the future. But I'm sure I'll find one that's good, and if I'm being honest, I'd like to find one that, we're doing clickers, by the way. I'd like to find one where, I would like to find one where they have water refill things on the path. And if possible, also, lights, so if it's nighttime, I can see. Those are things that my current, path does not have, but my previous one did. You know, it all depends on what's closest to me, I guess, and what I'm willing to go to. I reckon it'll probably be a case where I'm driving a little bit to go to a trail. That's how I've been for the last year or so since I moved here into this apartment. But I'm fine with that. You know, it's a bit much to ask that the place that you live also has, like, a really good walking trail out the back door, you know. Maybe if I'm looking for a house, that'll be like a consideration, right? Like, give me a decent walking trail. At the very least, like a good lap around like a creek or something. I would like that at least. When I grew up, I had that sort of thing. I had like I grew up in a neighborhood around which there was a creek, and there was a whole like, there was paths on either side of the creek, and you could walk down either way. And it was really nice for, like, biking, too. That's a thing that I'd like to do sometime in the future. Get a bike and, get back on that old horse. Get back in the saddle, as it is. Bikes have saddles. We're doing good. 4 left. You know what? I can use the directional audio, which I so poo-pooed, to find these fellas. Not a big fan of directional audio, generally. At least in games where they hard pan where the sound effects come from, and it's a little silly. I guess it's fine if it's, like, subtle. Okay, one more. Could be down here. Up, somewhere to the left. Ooh! Got it in 1! You know what? Playing with directional audio is actually proving to be kind of good. Kind of good to be playing with headphones and be able to see, like, tell the difference between left and right. That actually worked out. I don't know if I would have found that fella in time without directional audio, so all my prejudices are being, I say all my prejudices. My directional audio maybe gets a bad rap from me because I don't like to hear saxophones in my ear, just in one ear. I'll say, saxophones, 2 ears. Saxophones, 2 ears. It always feels like there's a lot to get back to find time for, and I struggle. I struggle with all that shit. The saxophone lives in my ear? Yeah, that much I don't like about directional audio, and this game does have a little bit of that, but also it has been nice as well. Not gonna lie. Not going to front. It's actually done me a couple solids here tonight. Let's go down. Let's get the battery. Again, I did say that we would probably be leaving around this time, but man, I'm on a roll here. I think we're doing good work in this level. Maybe it would be a good idea to just go ahead and beat out and kick Weldar's ass, rather than saving that till, you know, after the other worlds, well, in catch-up. We have, in every other world, done the boss fight immediately. Worth considering. I'm sometimes, you know, indecisive, I guess. It's stressful. That's just, you know, one of the daily stresses of life and shit. Is knowing that there's a million things you can do and only so much time. And somehow finding time to watch whole shows again and play a bunch of, you know, roguelike games that are really good. Somehow finding time for that, but not finding time to write like a million reviews. Part of it, I'll say, and especially with like the clipping and the writing of reviews, is that that sort of creative effort does take work, does take energy, and sometimes I'm just not in the mood to parse through an old stream and clip out the best moments. Sometimes I'm just like, man, I'm tired, I want to watch The Wire. I just want to watch The Wire tonight and not think about stuff. Maybe play some Balatro. Penny's big breakout. It's difficult. There's also other things as well that I just have never found time for. You know, like, never been one much for romance or anything of the sort. I have on a couple cases, you know, been like, oh, let me download an app and start looking at profiles and stuff, and that just burns me out like so quickly. I just, you know, spend a little bit of day, just a little bit of looking at that shit a day, and I'm just not feeling like looking any further, you know? It's just, I very quickly get mentally exhausted trying to connect on those applications. It just romance is another thing that is like totally a mood-based thing, and you gotta be in the mood and you gotta have the right energy, and yeah, I just don't oftentimes have that energy that you need to bring to it. I say, you know, I guess it's worth noting I haven't tried that hard, and most of my attempts have just been like staring at applications and then getting discouraged when I just, you know, it's hard to find someone that seems like the right person, and also it's exhausting to just be in the market. An exhausting thing, and you know, at a certain point you gotta pick your battles. That's maybe the thing about a million things to do. Every day I do pick battles, and invariably I tend to pick the ones that are short term, you know? That, not that I haven't, like, spent a lot of time in the last few years clipping up streams and stuff, but it's hard to find the time for things, and for stuff, and for whatever. What else do I have to get around to? I guess there's a few products I wouldn't mind buying. Like, I do want to get the Sora amiibo at some point, because I do like to have every amiibo of every character in Smash that I care for, that I care to play, and Sora is definitely one of those. Would definitely get that at some point, but haven't pulled the trigger on it. With amiibos, it's weird because it's, you know, they're out of, it's hard to find them after they come out. There's games I would like to play to finish, those are more of an active project, I guess. Like Persona 3 Reload is going to be a thing I'm working on for some time now, I reckon. Damn it! Okay. Need to aim 3 ahead before pulling the trigger there. Where am I in the room? Let me just use that as a barometer. Like, very near the front. Okay. I guess those are like the main things that I'm behind on right now. Let me look in my Things app that I got. See if I have any other things written down. I guess prep for the Japan trip in the fall would be a big effort coming up. There's the big move, which I have to work on. That's something that is one of the most somethings to get around to moving. That's always a huge endeavor. Oh, cool. Okay, good. It starts where it left off. Good. 3 out. Here we go. Perfect. What? Okay. Let's try 4 out. Let me aim over here. There it is. Boom! Okay. Laundry machine can go get that later. Oh, that's a Minjo, isn't it? That's a Minjo. Fuck you. Total Minjo. Minjo is derived from Minger, right? That's like a British Minger? Maybe I shouldn't say it. It's like a British insult that I've heard maybe not that often. I don't know. Maybe on like some random English shows it's come up. The ones that are more dirty and shit. That's where it's from, right? That's definitely the derivation of Minjo. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm pretty sure it's our version of a word. It's their version of a word that's you know, more offensive here in the States that they use all the time freely. But I'm American, so I don't know, so I get it out. Maybe. Maybe. Where are we going? We could start doing washing machine stuff. I think what we want to do right now is go outside. We've done just about everything here. Inside. So now, go outside, start opening up windows, and doing other stuff outside. Things get busy. Life gets busy. Everything gets busy. There's always a million things. And stuff that is, you know, once a year or some shit. Like, you know, when Christmas comes along, it's always a bunch of work, shopping, and thinking about what to get folks. When other holidays, trips come along, that's a whole business that takes your attention away. Big streams are a bit to put on, like, let me tell you. Sometimes there's technical things in streams that I always want to get around to fixing. Like that whole Japanese thing where Japanese viewers with Japanese characters in their name weren't being recognized by the level bots. Needed to fix that whole shit. And I'm glad that it finally seems to be working. Some shit like that just takes time to get around to. Okay, I'm gonna start up this little boss fight, and then I'm gonna use grenades from a distance to deal with them. I always do it this way. I'm not sure if it's like smart or nothing, but seems to work. I'll use the fire eggs for this because then I can do it from a distance and crap. I can just spam them. Just hate these guys. One thing about nuts and bolts that I will never understand, and I think is the biggest problem with nuts and bolts. Biggest problem with nuts and bolts, I'll say, is that all the enemies in nuts and bolts are sort of in the style of these guys here, where they're just annoying guys who come at you and zap you with AoE attacks, and they're hard to hit with your weapons. Like, the weapons seem explicitly not designed to deal with the enemies in nuts and bolts, more to deal with other vehicles. They're just annoying buggers, to use another English term. They're the worst. This is my least favorite enemy in the game. These guys right here. Canary Mary is not an enemy. Canary Mary is an NPC, so doesn't quite count. Grab with the Clockwork Kazooie. That might be too high for Clockwork Kazooie to get. Yeah, totally. It's 100% too high. Okay, we need to come back as regular Kazooie here. In fact, let's do that right now. And also, let's grab those 2 notes while we're looking at them. I kinda wish I had just said to myself, had just said earlier on, like, I will trigger the anime hour when it makes... That was my last piece of health. Fine, I'll... spawning here. One thing I really like about Tooie, I like that it's nice. I like that death is not really important anymore in this one, with the exception of the final boss. The final boss is hard. That's the only thing that they've allowed to really be a challenge in this one. Can we get across here just by doing a flap in a feathery flurl or whatever it is? A wing whack? Yes. Wing whacking is good enough. Alright. Now let's go outside with both of them and fly up to the top. It's time now to go to the roof. Do some stuff on the roof. Then I think, let's turn into a washing machine, do some stuff as a washing machine, and get the boss done. Maybe not, like, full washing machine trip, just a couple things. Let's just do, I don't want to do everything right now, washing machine-wise. But I can certainly see a few things, just taking care of them real quick, like. Okay, looking for windows to break into and go in on. Not seeing any. Good. What about on this wall? Huh? There we go. That's one where we need to go in there and do a build drill. That was a premature ground pound, but it worked out. I like the build drill. It's kind of silly having an extra move on the ground pound, and it's just, you know, the beak buster but stronger. That's fun. Make Kazooie spin like a drill. And has a lot of very obvious uses, like, yeah, unscrew some screws, break up boulders. Yeah. In the previous game, you would just break up boulders by ground pounding them, by beak busting them. But in this one, the boulders are made of stronger stuff. Not good enough anymore. That old shit. Let's go in here. Maybe I should have gotten the fast travel point before I came down here. Oh, it's a white Jinjo! And white Jinjo is a whole family unto himself and rewards a whole jiggy. I should have opened the fast travel point before I left. Before I did that. Oh well. Quick inventory. Let's just look at the tools and things and whatever. Jiggy tips. What else can we do here? Inside the waste disposal plant. Does that go with Weldor? Defeat Weldor. I think we can do that. Wash the filthy workers. We can do that. Don't really want to right now. Top of the crates, floor 5. We can do that if we have enough Clockwork Kazooie eggs. Quality control, air room. That's ready to go. Just have to pick it up as a thing. Inside the trash compactor. Right, I got the moves required for that, yes. Inside the waste disposal plant, that's later. We can do most of the things. Though I am thinking let's save some of it for next time. For the return trip. Don't have to be in any rush to do 100% of everything. Let's go get the fast travel point and do whatever we can on the roof. I am a fool. Not grabbing the warp pad while it was up there. Ah, well. Tooie is such a long game that beating it in one go is a little bit more perilous than, say, Banjo-Kazooie, which is very much a sure thing. Like, yeah, absolutely, give you 6-7 hours, 5 even, that's good enough. Like I say, give anyone who's played it enough times. Get it done. Tooie, though, I definitely remember. Hell? This room is all super secured. I definitely remember my first couple times through this game, and it taking more like 20 hours to do all of when I didn't have it quite as down pat. No, that's the time to beat that I would say would be a fair time to beat for someone who is reasonably skilled and knows most of what they're doing. Knows some of what they're doing. What the hell is this whole thing for? What? This is a way... What? I don't know why you would want to come over here this way. Maybe the idea is just if you want to avoid the stealth guys, you want to avoid the dum-dums or whatever they're called. Dum-dums? Are they called dum-durums or something like that? They're called dum-dums or something like that. Dumb bots, tin-tins, whatever, I don't know. Shit. They're called something. That guy turned his wrench after he hit me. Slammed down the wrench and turned it. I totally dodged that shit. Except for the second hit. It's fine. Okay, let's go into that other window. And then I think let's aim to do Weldar, and then we'll leave the rest for later. Leave the rest of, like, cleaning up the dirty undies, that sort of thing. Oh, we'll do this as well. Yeah. Oh, I have one... Yeah! Have one Clockwork Kazooie egg. All I needed. Oh, you know what I also need to do? I need to go down there and drill bill that. Sloping away back down, won't it? And this will take us to a warp point. And then from there we can... we should go and unlock the washing machine right fast. I guess we can do the washing machine right now. Maybe it's best to do the washing machine right now. And then just get it unlocked, get it all done, and then do the dirty undies, that sort of thing, real quick, and then do the final sprint to get Weldar unlocked. Do Weldar, leave. Yeah, let's do it that way. I love, you know, we're just talking about saxophones. I think that Banjo-Tooie, for me, has somewhat of an improvisational factor to it. You know, Kazooie also has that, but in Kazooie, you always want to get everything you can. No ifs, ands, or buts. But in Tooie, it's just not possible, so why not just take it as you see it? Just take it as it comes. Why not relax a little bit? Let's go to floor 1. Alright, there's 2 guys with their skivvies. Ooh, we can also get this, that whole situation. Yes, I can give your overalls a quick spin. It is safe. Just do it. Yay! Try to find my 5 skivvy workmates. 5 is kind of a lot. That means there's 6 of them total. You'd think 5 would be enough, but whatever. There's 1 in here. Hey, buddy. I don't mind. Go ahead and do it. So let's see now. There's 1 outside. There's 1 on the rafters on floor 2. So 2 accessible via floor 2. Also, by the way, as a washing machine, I can fire out dirty undies. That's my projectile. This is a good video game. This is a great video game. What am I saying? I love this video game. I do. It has a special place in my heart. Personally, and then this is an opinion that some people find wrong, but personally, I prefer Tooie to Kazooie. Fuck. I have to say that, it's just that time, don't I? I prefer Tooie to Kazooie in just so far as it is a much meatier dish. You know, it takes around double the amount of time to go through Tooie than Kazooie. Not just because sometimes you fall in dumb ways. That's not really as big a thing. That's just doesn't happen that much. But more just because everything is more involved, and because it's, and I'll say, like, this might be a hot take. This might be a Galaxy Brain opinion. Because the game prevents you from doing everything at once, that means that you can be a lot more relaxed and a lot more just like, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna leave these jiggies for later, and I'll come back later. And later I'll have what I need to do, a bunch of other stuff, so, you know, it's not like I don't have to come back later. I will have to come back later. I might as well leave this stuff for later. Or not. You know, sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't leave things for later. I will say, in the couple of GDQ, like, Banjo-Tooie runs that I've watched, I have found it, like, really interesting every time, like, how they route it. And how they do all the revisits effectively, efficiently. And how they avoid wasting time and all that. Like, I do think that is endlessly fascinating. But it is also a thing that, like the Revolutions podcast, which I talked about earlier, it is in one ear, out the other. You know, I forget. I don't remember. It all goes out of my brain, like, immediately style. I think 2 of them are on the last floor. Let's go ahead and sort that out right now. Then we'll go down to get the, Well, hang on. Actually, did I go to the... There's the third... There's one of them on the 3rd floor behind a do not access door. Didn't do that one, did I? Yeah, there's one of them here, and one of them's on the 3rd floor. Okay. Banjo's a really good washing machine. That's fast for a washing machine. Fast for a washing machine. Also, both washes and dries in 10 seconds. That's pretty damn good. I don't know that I've ever seen a washing machine do that before. Also, eyes. He has eyes. Okay, how do we get where we need to go? Oh, over there, over there. The boiler plant. Okay, buddy. Go ahead and do the thing. And then we'll head to the last thing we need to do as a washing machine. At least right now. There is one more thing, but we need to... we have to turn off a magnet for that to work. Perhaps one of the more involved jiggies in this game is Weldar, insofar as you have to do like a half-dozen steps to even get to Weldar. You have to turn off a magnet with Mumbo, come back as a washing machine, and hit a switch. A lot of steps. A lot of steps to this. I wish that washing machine was allowed to go places. I feel like washing machine should be like a fly under the radar here. I have access. I have authorization to go places. Why not also let me go, Oh, wait. Here's a random thought. How many Jinjos have we gotten this level? I haven't really been thinking about Jinjos per level. Most of them. You know what? It's fine. On revisit, we'll figure out where the last ones are. If They're not just obviously in a place that we are going to go to in a bit. The Jinjo is probably in the place where Weldar is. I had to bet. Let me die, go back to Wumba, and then we will do the whole magnet situation. Alright. So then, let's get the magnet situation started. Mumbo. Let's figure out how we do this. Just gotta go get Mumbo. Walk him to the electromagnet room. Walk him to the electromagnet room. Walk him back. Go get the washing machine. Take that to the electromagnet room, and then done. Is this the way there? Maybe, like, the biggest trick of this will be getting Mumbo into the place he needs to go. Like, isn't it up on the rafters or something? How the fuck do you get Mumbo there? Mumbo can't climb, as you know. Fuck you get Mumbo into that room. That silly room up there. Mumbo, can he climb ladders? He can't climb ladders. Wow, okay. How the fuck do you get him where he needs to go? Is it a second floor thing? Maybe it's a second floor thing rather than first floor. You know what? I am thinking now. It is a matter, isn't it, like that you have to do something on the third floor? Drop this thing? So it's a second floor thing. Okay, okay. I think I know the way. Right, and it's just outside the door from Wumba's. This is great. Yes, okay, here we go. Ba. Alright, that is malfunctioning. It's gonna be fixed in, 90 seconds. We got 90 seconds here to get this together. Only takes probably like 15 seconds to get back to the warp pad. Get Mumbo all situated. Maybe another 10-15 seconds. Getting back at will be faster since we can tell on trot. But yeah, that's about 10 seconds. We've used up half our time. This isn't as scary as perhaps some other races such in this game. It's just the most transformations that the game ever asks you to do, and the most character switches that the game asks you to do within a limited time. I mean, I'd almost say that this could just be not timed, and just you do something as Mumbo, you come back as the washing machine later, and you do it all in one, you know. If that was the case, you could do washing machine in one trip. And I think that would be pretty cool if that were the case. Okay, job done. Now we can go do Weldar. Weldar be the last thing? Let's just check the trips. The jiggy tips again. Waste disposal plants. Some of the waste... Oh, I think one of the waste disposal plants is traveling from the other world. And the other one requires a move from another world, so you can't get either of them before right now. We can get the trash compactor and we can get the other one. We can beat Weldar. Those are the two. And we'll do those two, and then we'll leave. Ooh. Okay. What's the best way to get to the trash compactor as Banjo? I swear there's a good way to get on top of it and go in the back door. But maybe we can just go in the front door. All things being considered, it's right there. I swear there's a way to get into that door up there, but I forget. How much health do I have? 2 health is alright right now. Oh, I have plenty. Just don't get turned around. Take that hit and go ahead and get 1 more health. And jump across. Oh my god, I was able to jump across without needing to even sleep. Wow. Not twice. Not twice, though. I guess this is more of an exit than anything. Right here. I'm just gonna let myself die now, and I'll go back to where Kazooie is. And that'll be pretty good. That's a funny-looking banjo. Okay, Weldar, let's do it. You know, we didn't actually need to use the shoes. Actually, I guess there was like 3 or 4 cases where, maybe 5 cases where you could use the suction cup shoes in this level, so I shouldn't say that we didn't have to use the shoes. Just that it didn't come up that often. All things considered, as long as this level is. Alright. Time for another boss fight. Let's do it. Weldar. It looks like an enormous toilet cleaner. What kind of toilet cleaner looks like that? I don't really see it. This shouldn't be trouble, though. It's true. They know it's us. He knows it's us. He knows he's not supposed to let us go around unassailed, so yeah. I wonder if it's gonna be a problem. I only have 8 eggs. Oh no, he takes 6 hits. He takes 6 hits. 8 is plenty to kill him. Please refrain from doing that. This song's good. All the boss fight themes are good, for what it's worth, but I've always been fond of this one. appropriately climactic and all that. And probably the best version of, you know, all the songs in this game, they're all remixed a million times. I think this is the best version of Grunty Industries. Not by fans, I mean, but by the game itself. There's like a million variations of each world theme. I think this might be the best version of Grunty Industries. I don't necessarily think that's true across the board. I like the way it divides in-stores and outdoors, though, in Grunty Industries generally. Like how the outside has a bunch of tuba stuff, and the inside has a bunch of, like... I don't know how to describe it. Kind of sounds like beeps and boops, but not like in the way that a modern game would. You know, not like retro style, more like it's computer synth is how I would maybe describe indoors Grunty Industries. I don't know. Hey, he said away, hey. He said the thing. There we go, Weldar down. His welding days are over. We fucked him up, but good. And defeating him opens a path to a jiggy. Beautiful. Groan, I appear to be quite badly injured. That's too bad. Where's our prize? Saw, I guess I can let you have this. That's not a prize, but it'll let us get out. And that... You managed to use it to get back out? Jiggy's behind the fan. That's a fun boss fight. There's only a couple more boss fights in the game, and the next pair of boss fights are the least skippable boss fights in the game. Actually, you literally cannot finish the game, I don't think, without getting... I don't think you can. Without beating the train boss fight, so I guess that's technically the least skippable boss fight in the game, but... To play the level, Hailfire Peaks, you want to beat those bosses like pronto. You know, if we were doing a thing where, if I had made a rule at some point and saying like, okay, we'll try to end each world with beating the boss fight in it, I would have to break that immediately once we got the Hailfire, because, no, those guys need to get got, like, right away, because... They're fucking assailing you. They're fucking being all annoying. That's not good. Do I have enough notes to get the... I don't know if I have enough notes to get the last move. I probably have enough jiggies now to go open Cloud Cuckooland if I wanted to and grab... to do that, don't I have to have the move from Hailfire Peaks? So, actually, yeah, I can't get that without going to Hailfire Peaks. You gotta do this in order. It's good to think about it. It's good to think about. It's good to consider these things and think if we can do them out of order. Sometimes we can. Let's open, speaking of out of order, let's open the final boss level, to very least get the shock jump pad up right just now. And, yeah. Do we have enough? No, we need 3 more to open the final boss area. We should probably also have all the moves. Weird humming here. It's unpleasant. I don't like humming electric things. Generally. No. Okay, cliff top. It's time for Hailfire Peaks, which means we're near the anime hour. The appointed hour where I talk anime. Remember the premise. We see Boggy, anime hour begins. And also I'll try to, you know, I'll do some amount of, I'm thinking I'll do some amount of revisiting levels at that point. You know, we'll bounce around a bit. I'll do the train stuff in Hailfire, and then from there go some more places. You know, take care of some previous levels that we left undone. So Gobi is here. Hello, Gobi. We'll do Gobi too. We'll do the train stuff. We'll get the train all ready to go before we go see Boggy. And then we'll take the train trip. We'll take it to another world, and we'll start the process of revisiting stuff while I try to talk to every anime that I'm watching currently. Which I'll say, maybe, I don't know how it compares to previous seasons, relatively, but I did just cut a couple, because I think I realized I was way overbooked, especially on Saturday, and still on Sunday and Friday, but there's nothing on either of those days I want to cut. If I don't want to cut something, I'm not going to. Alright. Let's open up the flight and let's go kick Chili Billy's ass. Chili Billy? I think that's chili like the spicy fruit. Is it a fruit? Vegetable? Either way, that chili. Okay, let's just go ahead. Go fight this fucker. Alright, first of these. Like I said, we gotta get right on to these guys. We gotta fuck them up. We gotta stop them from raining hellfire and icefire, hellfire and hail down upon us. We do not have any pizza. We're just gonna kick his ass. I'm not sure if that one is totally used up, but I am going to continue. I'm just going to carry forward as if it is. I think maybe you can fire 3 out of each. Yeah, I could fire more out of that one, but I don't think I'd be able to finish the fight over there, and that's kind of all what I care about. I mean, gonna be enough to finish it right here. Good, okay. Second one's harder. Hell yeah. I do like that these two, after you fight them, are just like, I guess I'll go get a fucking burger from a fucking burger joint. And it's fun how it is a burger joint, that has been established in the other parts of the game. You know, they have talked about, you did go by Big Val's Burgers in Witchyworld. Apparently it's a chain. Or maybe it's not a chain, maybe he's just going to Witchyworld to pick up a burger. Maybe he has like a season patch situation. Maybe he is a annual pass holder for Witchyworld. Does Witchyworld have annual passes? Or is it just free to get into? It kind of seems like it's free. Okay, good to activate that. You know what? Speaking of, while we're here, we can go get that move. I'll say this: I'm going to get Banjo's move, and I'm going to get Kazooie's move here before we start doing some backtracking. Okay? And also, we should open up the Coliseum backtrack thing so that we can do that whole business during the anime hour. I'm disoriented. It's a little down, isn't it? Where the... Where is it? It's somewhere on the right-hand side. Oh, it's like a level down. There we go. And the great thing about the pack hack double jump is that you can jump over these guys when it's convenient. And it's just the best. It almost makes it better to navigate this area as solo Banjo than it is to navigate as the both of them. There we go, we can now become small. What's in this room? Oh, we're in the neighborhood. I'll go in here. Big fiery hell room. Can you do this as solo Banjo? I might as well do this as solo Banjo. That leads to like the icicle barrier or something? No. I seem to be getting my hair back every time I flip a switch. I'm back. No, actually, I do have one. Maybe I'm not getting my air back, but I'm going so fast, it's not a huge concern. Can I go get that honeycomb right now? Should I get that honeycomb right now? I'm not sure if that would reset my thing. I probably should have done. Whatever, I can reunite with Kazooie here. And let's go down and do that like proper style with the two of us. Oh, also, hey, there's a path that leads to the place that we want to go. Perfect. Wait, no it doesn't. It doesn't lead there at all. Wait, yes it does. Wait, no it doesn't. Not really. Close, though. I think that's a situation where you can't get there from the other side. So we can just get there from the other side. From Icicle Cave. Yeah, if I was still solo Banjo, I could double jump over there, but I'm not, so let's just move on. This Guy's a dick. It's so weird that you don't see that many games nowadays doing this music switcheroo thing, where all the instruments change and it's the same song, and maybe, you know, a different song's faster or slower, you know, different instruments, different instrumentation, etc. It just works so well in Tooie and Kazooie to a lesser degree. It's just weird that they never did it 100 times more. I say they. Anyone. It's funny that no one did that after this point, just about. Maybe there was something hard about that on disc-based games. That doesn't make sense. This is on Xbox right now, so it wasn't like a technical thing. You can do it. I don't know. Maybe there was some sort of issue there. It's more fiddly. Get that fish. That's dinner for Boggy. Boggy's going to appreciate that. Throw us out. Perfect. Okay. Chili Billy time. It's time for Chili Billy. Chili Willy. I forget which. You know, the two of them. Their names. How they're styled. Yeah, let's go over and do Chili Billy. The other one. Ice. We'll also see what's up with the aliens. They're looking for their kids, but it's a whole scene. Don't do this. Do not stand in your... Don't stand in the doorway of your alien spaceship. It's dangerous. Wind and all. Oh, he's fine. No. So the alien died. Don't worry. We have a fix for that. We have a fix for that. It'll be fine. There's another Jiggy that comes from the Stomping Plains. Next thing we gotta do is deal with the big ice dragon. Dragon? Yeah, dragon. On top of the mountain. To do that, go over here. Talk to Bigafoot. We need to have Bigafoot get out of the way. Fortunately, our ice dragon friend is going to help out in 2 seconds. Go ahead and do it, ice dragon friend, Willy Billy, Chili Willy, whatever your name is. Chili as in cold, Billy, with a Y. My poor enormous foot. Good luck with that, buddy. I'm just gonna take these shoes and go fight a dragon. Kazooie's also a dragon, but a much smaller dragon. It's very important that we deal with this, because if we don't deal with this, icic balls will be raining on us for the whole fucking level. And we just can't have that. No one can play a level like that. I'll say, this is better than DK64, where it's sort of the same situation, except it's a lot more difficult to get what you need to do to get up to beat the guy and stop the icicle rain. I was banging on my my chair here. I shouldn't do that. Shake the mic. You understand. I think you understand the concept. I don't need to explain in detail. Okay, good. We can get 3 hits from each of these before moving on. Making like a drinking noise. What? Kidding me with that shit. He got me while he was untonguing. Let's wait until he goes by. Now jump. Perfect. Perfectly done. I don't want Peter anymore. Yeah, give us a jiggy. That's exactly what we wanted. Yes. Ugh. We're 7 hours in. I do think we're making decent time? I don't know. I've never... You know, I've always played this game without necessarily looking at the clock, per se. So I don't know, like, how that compares. I would need to have a document. I don't have such a thing. Activate this warp pad. Whoa! Don't kick my ass. Please don't kick my ass. I have 1 health, buddy. It would be bad if you kicked my ass. I wouldn't like that very much. No. Is that back to the other side? Or is this into the ice cave? Okay, here we go. Ice grotto. Let's go. Did I say ice cave? I meant ice grotto. Nice place. Let's pay it respect. It's the ice grotto. And it's where we will learn how to glide. Well, just outside is where we'll learn to glide. Anime hour's coming up. I have that all prepared. It'll be a whole thing. I'm going to pull cards that have anime that I've been watching on it in roughly a chronological order when they air in the week, starting with Monday and going all the way around to Sunday. Why that? Well, the convention, I feel like, in previous cases of that, I just passed up split up pads. It's fine. I'm not looking to split up right now. I'll split up later. I mean, I guess I could split up and lower the chances of dying here. That's a Minjo, isn't it? I have, I think, something like 26 shows to talk about. So, quick summary, how I'm feeling on them, and a little discussion of the nuances involved with them. Expect that to basically be the thing. That'll be coming up soonish. It'll be fun. I watch a lot of anime is the thing. I like to have, during each anime season, I kind of think it's a good policy to have a part of a stream where I talk about everything that I've been watching. And to do it in to force myself to do it in an hour, I think is a fun way to go about that. And also keeps it so that it doesn't, like, swallow a whole stream. Previously, before I came up with the anime hour, I would often have, you know, 20 cards written for different anime, and then space them out with other cards. So the whole stream would be like, okay, let me tell you about Monday's anime. Okay, on to games I've been playing. Now on to Tuesday. Okay, how about, Movies. Let's talk about movies for a bit. You know, it'd be kind of like that. I think it's a little bit cleaner now if I just separate all the anime talk to one bit. I'm dead. It's fine. Good place to respawn. Again, fine. Okay, I had to jump off it to resplit up. Okay. I could really use a move wherein I could just go for long distances. Wouldn't such a move be nice? If only there was such a move. You know it would also be nice if I had thought to take care of an alien before coming this way. Then I could do a thing with that newfound ability. Oh well. Alright. Alright. I could probably grab like a thing or two, can't I? Maybe not like a jiggy though. Maybe like a There's something over there, but it's not unlocked yet. And I'm not going for Cheeto pages, so let's just reel it back in. Oh yeah, there's a Jinjo over here I can get real fast with Glide. There's just one move left in the game. I am tempted to go get it. And then we can start doing a bit of revisiting levels. But then again, Cloud Cuckooland is such a nice one-and-done place, you know? It's all set up where you can do it all without leaving, which is a rarity in this game. It's basically no other level is like that. And wouldn't be ashamed to bounce in there, get a move, and bounce out. A shame, yes, but I think it might be what we do. Just because I'd like to start doing some like recap stuff. I guess the only thing that you need the last move for is the only thing you need the last move for is I'm not sure exactly, but it's a thing. One of the Grunty Industries jiggies needs it. Just that. I want to go get that move. I want to go unlock the levels that we can do right now, which I think we can unlock all levels but the finale right now. Let's go do that. Let's get the last move in the game. And then we'll go see Boggy and start the anime hour and do a bunch of recap. I say recap, do a lot of revisits, as I do. I think it's about time to do that 7 hours in. That sounds like a good plan here. Let's do this. Did I get 3 jiggies from Hailfire Peaks? Might have done. Yeah, maybe. I got 2 or 3. I forget. I might not be able to unlock the final level, but I might be able to. I'll take that chance. I say I'll take that chance. We'll see. It doesn't... Either way, I'll be fine. Okay. Everything now is pretty straightforward. Easy. Ooh. Can I do the last one, or am I one jiggy off? Let's find out. When I was exiting Grunty Industries, I had 3 that I needed to get to unlock the last level. I definitely got Chili Billy and all that. I did 1 jiggy with the switches in the volcano stuff. And I don't know if I've gotten a 3rd one. If not, it's fine. We'll come back later. And we'll probably come back when we have enough to unlock both this and the finale. The actual finale. For which we need 72 jiggies. I do not have enough jiggies. Yeah, literally 55. 1 more would have done it. Again, it doesn't really affect anything. It doesn't really save time to unlock it now. We'd have to come back when we had enough to unlock the final finale anyway. Thinking, Wasteland, get the move. Wasteland, get the final move. And then let's start wrapping up. Well, we're gonna do a little more freeze easy. No, not freeze easy. 70 jiggies? Okay. My last file had 72 jiggies, or one of my files has 72 jiggies, so I assumed that was a stopping point for me for some reason. But, I guess I might have overshot. Grab this. We're here in Cloud Cuckooland, but we're only gonna be here for a second. I just want to get the last move and bounce. I want to get this last move, and then I can, you know, go about the rest of the game knowing that there's nothing I can't do. Whenever we revisit a world, it's going to be all open to us. I'm hoping that 740 is more than enough. I think I have gotten to this point before with without having quite enough to get Sack Pack, but I think we're good. Fuck. We need 25 more. Well, there's 2 over there. There's 10 over there. I just need to grab 3 more, and we'll be able to do it. Let's do that real quick, like. They're everywhere over in this level, so... 1 more, 2 more. Pretty much all the doors have some notes. I guess I must have done this before, and done exactly this. Just popped in to get the move, and found out like, oh no, you're a little short. You're a little short, buddy. That's what I get for trying to be smart. I do also think it's great for this level to come back, or when you go to it, just do the whole thing, do everything at once, but I'm thinking right now, I'd like to save that for more towards the end. Hailfire peaks, maybe, like, practically the last thing we do. That one, right there, there it is. Okay, there we go, we have enough. Oh wow, you can really jump right up there. Solo banjo is good. All these pack-whack double jumps are just so satisfying to me. Let's try that again. It's just so satisfying to double jump in this game. Knowing that, shit! knowing that the game probably wasn't expecting you to be able to do that, and wasn't really designed with it in mind, it's just serendipitous that, it happened to be so perfect. They must have done interviews or something. Has anyone asked if the double jump pack whack was intentional or an accident, or if they knew about it during development? I'd love to know. I said sack pack, I meant, whatever, pack whack. The pack whack double jump. I wonder if it was intentional, if they knew what they had, if they knew what they had done. Or if it was just a thing that people discovered, like, real quick. I assume people discovered it real quick. I've known about it forever, since I was a damn kid. It's probably like the easiest and best glitch that's ever been in a video game. As far as, if it is a glitch, if it is a glitch. If I were ranking glitches, assuming it's a glitch, I would put the pack whack double jump high up. Also, I totally could have gotten these two before going in and not have to deal with, it'd be a faster look if I had. We have all the moves now. We are fully kitted out. Now I'm going to go see Boggy, and we're going to start the anime hour, which I promised way earlier would start when we saw Boggy. And we'll also get the train ready to go. Do I have the... You know what? I don't have the train activated yet. Let's do that. And we'll activate the thing and get the situation. Activate the train, do the situation. Words fail me. You know what? We'll see Boggy and then we'll start the anime hour. And just know... Well, hang on. I gotta do this here, right. During the anime hour, I'm gonna be mostly talking anime, but maybe occasionally I'll say something like, oh, I need to go over there. Maybe occasionally I'll try to mix in some of that as I go, but the important thing is I get through this stuff. I get through everything that I've written down. The fuck? I thought that was gonna lead me somewhere good. Damn, that really fucked me. Important thing is I get through it. Where does this lead? Fuck. Isn't the switch along this wall somewhere? There it is. Perfect. Okay. Just want to get this. Also, if I could grab the, If I could grab the doorway back to World 1, that'd be ideal as well. Let's just go. Let's just go get it done. I'll let myself die here, go back to the start, and we'll go to the ice side. Start this dang anime hour situation. Lower area Wumba, yes. Now then, I was thinking about doing, going to the train, taking the train back to the other worlds. But actually, now I'm thinking about it, maybe we should start by doing the stony stuff. Maybe the stony stuff should be the first order of business here. Let's talk to Mildred and free this Jinjo. Yeah, I understand. I will get your husband back. I will bring him down. Don't you worry. Good doing business with you. Okay, I see Boggy. You know what I established earlier. Hey, Boggy, I got something for you. Here's, yes, I can see there. It's Mr. Pants is on. That's a lot of things. 3 remote controls? Ridiculous. It's got no online shopping. They have that now in the future. Here's a big fish. Lovely. I see Boggy, and that means... Thank you, Boggy. That means it's time... It's time to do what I established like 7.5 hours ago. Yeah, I'll take that, Boggy. Thank you. Thank you for the jiggy. It's time to do this, the anime hour. I see Boggy. It's time now for the anime hour. What that is it's going to be a whole hour where I try to talk about every anime that I've been watching, simulcast-wise. That is to say, the seasonal shows that have been airing, coming out this season. I have 26 of them, and I'm going to describe them and talk about how I feel. And once the hour is over, the books will be closed for the rest of the stream. No more such talk. Oh, I should open up we should open up this, I should grab this Wumba and open up the thing. So, I am going to start the hour, and then I am going to start talking about them one by one, and I'm going to talk fast. I'm going to card. We're going to get through this, and also I'm going to go and do some revisiting. It's time to start revisiting levels as well, after I get a few things squared away so that this level will be ready to return to later on. So, with that in mind, let's start the timer and do the first card. I've been watching 'Tis Time for Torture Princess. It airs on Mondays. 'Tis Time for Torture Princess, I think, is the best thing on Mondays. It's a very fun show. Basically, the concept is that a princess has been abducted and, like, subjected to torture. But the torture is in quotations for a reason, because she isn't actually being tortured. Instead, it's stuff like, oh, I'm gonna take this toast. I'm gonna make toast in front of you, and you're going to have to tell me a secret if you want to partake in toast. And, the joke of the series is that the princess always confesses, and also the confession is always useless, like, the king wears boxers. The king wears boxers, thank you. Okay, let's have our toast party now. Yay! And they're all always, the princess is always extremely happy when the torture ends and she can just do the fun thing like, have some toast, play Smash Brothers with, cool demon girls, or, you know, do other things like have a picnic. It's fun, it's lighthearted, and its one main joke is really good and has consistently been very funny. Also, the princess is very strong and it seems like she could break out if she really wanted to, so that is good to note. Also, she has a comic relief sword who is constantly saying things like, "Ha! The princess would not be so tempted by your toast." And then the princess butts in and says, "Looks good." No, I don't mean it. It's fine. It's a fun show, very lighthearted. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Definitely one of the top things this season, I would say. Second up, Hokkaido Gals are super adorable. Also a Monday show. Basic premise of that, it's a sort of a rom-com harem, maybe. There are like 3 girls, but that's not important. I would say that there is kind of a main one. But basically, it's a rom-com set in Hokkaido, where there's a guy and he meets some, some gals who have various personalities and who also live in Hokkaido. It's kind of a rom-com with a big Hokkaido bent. Where are we going? Yeah, let's go to lower area. It's a rom-com with a big Hokkaido bent, which basically just means that... it's cold sometimes, and they talk about being cold, and how you have to do things slightly different when it's cold all the time. Like, oh, they have blankets in class. That's pretty cool. When the girls are running around in, like, provocative outfits, whatever, they're gals, they're what's the word? They're like high fashion girls, When they're doing that, it's, kind of a hell of a thing to do. That's a Minjo. I would say it's very okay. It's very good. I like the characters. I like the gals. They're fun and nice characters. And I absolutely support them in everything that they do. So I'd say Hokkaido Gals is perfectly good, somewhere between a 3 and a 4. It would be my appraisal. Another card. I've also been watching Villainous, level 99. I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the Demon Lord. That's a Tuesday show. This show's okay. I think it has a very fun protagonist. The first episode is kind of weird insofar as it spends a while fucking around, showing you a bunch of, like, it's a Villainous isekai. It's set in a visual novel, and it spends the first half of the first episode just setting that up, which is kind of needless. You kind of understand, okay, Villainous, heroine, love interests, whatever. But basically the concept is, one character got reincarnated as Villainous. She spends a lot of time grinding and ends up at level 99, and she's kind of nonchalant about it. She's kind of weird about it, which is fun. I'm gonna say that is a fun thing to be. She spends a lot of time, like, talking about the best ways to grind, which is fun, as well as trying to get everyone to grind the way she does, basically alone, and firing off, like, a monster's calling horn that basically summons monsters to you. Yeah, everyone hates it when she blows her horn, but it's very funny every time she does to me. I would say that it's a very mild show. It's perfectly fine. If I'm thinking about it, 3 out of 5 might be the most fair score for it, just because, it doesn't really have that much going on an episode-by-episode basis. And the action that it has is kind of just whatever. It's boilerplates as far as these things go. But it's fun enough. It's enjoyable. I like the main character and how flat she is. If I had to say a problem with the show, I would say that Dorkness, her name is like Eumelia Dorkness or something, or Dolkness? It's supposed to be like Darkness, but they say it differently as a they change it up. She is a very flat character, and the way that she, like, has a very monotone delivery on everything, which can be a bit plain, but I do think ultimately works. Maybe it's like a 4 out of 5 show, I would say. I've also been watching Classroom of the Elite Season 3. Airs on Wednesdays. Classroom of the Elite is a show set in a high school where they do, like, pretty fucked up, weird, shit, we're doing badly this time. They have a bunch of weird, academic activities basically involve weird competitions, weird challenges, where they're constantly feuding with different classes and with each other to win certain activities or else get expelled. There's, like, expulsion on the line in Classroom of the Elite, since it is like an elite school where just, literally going forward and being still in the school is, like, supposed to be a challenge. And the main character is like a weird, kind of genetic engineered, like a superhuman, super soldier type guy who clearly can do whatever the fuck he wants and, you know, manage all sorts of weird feats. Whenever you see him fighting, it's always pretty fucking kick-ass, though he doesn't fight that up much, making it even better. You know, making whenever it does come out, it's kind of like, ooh, he's fighting again. Here's a little bit of a fight, and oh god, he does kick ass. But mostly it's just like mental games, quizzes, that sort of thing. And I'll say this season has some pretty good arcs. I think it maybe has been a bit drier than most, but I also do think that show is a slow burn generally, so it generally takes a bit to get to its best stuff. And I do think it hasn't quite gotten to its best stuff yet, I would say. We didn't get this one. We need to try it again. I'd say this season, this season of Classroom of the Elite is pretty okay. I don't know if it's the best season. It's all right. I'll have to think about it, and I'm sure it'll end well in some big arc that is exciting and fun and different, as this show tends to do. We'll see how that all goes. I'm looking forward to it. Here's another card. I have been watching Gushing Over Magical Girls. This one is a bit of a loaded gun. This is one we need to have a few disclaimers on. One of which is that it is maybe the horniest show that I have ever seen. It is the horniest show that I've ever seen. The basic premise is the main character is enlisted by an evil organization to fight magical girls, and also clearly awakens something in her that of a sexual nature, because it turns out that she is way into fighting the magical girls using BDSM, essentially. And it is something I think that speaks volumes of the show, is that it's fucking funny. It's really well written. Even before the first horny thing happens, which, by the way, it happens pretty quick, like in the first 3 minutes, I was 100% sold on the characters and the writing. They're very funny, they're all very well written. The main character, she is sort of a reluctant sadist, which turns out to be a very funny personality for a character to have. Basically, she's like being like cajoled into being a villain, and once she gets into it, realizing like so clearly enjoying every moment of it, like in her facial expressions, in like her acting. It is just some of the most, what was that again? Star, sun, star, moons. Star, sun, star, moons. Star, sun, star, moons. And I'll say, like, it is explicit, it is dirty, it is, you know, it is intense, but the characters are great. The horny stuff somehow manages to feel more fun, falls on the fun side. I do, personally. I always think there's such a thing as a fun horny and like a gross horny, and it just feels like some silly horny fucking exploratory thing. I will say, sometimes you get into stuff where it's clear like, okay, this isn't my fetish, but, you know, hey, you're exploring this thing. Clearly, the magical girls are... Clearly this character is realizing or you know, being exposed to this very specific fetish. And, that's a whole thing. You know, there's the scene with baby roleplay where one character is hypnotized into being a baby for a bit, and it's like, okay, that's like, I've seen that in Yakuza, I know it's a real thing, and the way that the character is taking to it is interesting enough but it's not, not my thing. Anyway, watching each episode, I think it's just so fun, so funny. It works, and here you have to score on other people, right? So, yeah, let's just play defensive here. It somehow works and is fun and is positive, and I think part of it is that the magical girls, you know, it's not taken all that seriously. After one of the BDSM fights, it's not like a traumatic thing. It's more like, grr, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get her for that, how that fight went. Grr, you know, it's silly. It's cartoonish. It's lighthearted somehow. And that is a hell of a needle to thread. Gushing over magical girls somehow ending up being real high on my list for this season. And again, asterisk, asterisk, horniest show I've ever seen. But also, the best horny show that is half as horny as this. I've never seen a horny show that is nearly as horny as this, nearly as good as this. It is worth saying that it is oddly commendable. I've also been watching Sengoku Yoku, also on Wednesdays. Sengoku Yoku, the premise is that there's like some, it's set in like feudal times. Apparently this is by the same guy who wrote Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer. And unlike Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer, they're actually doing this one good. It's pretty fun so far. The basic premise is you got some guys running around antiquity, some spirit guys, and they're trying to make a world, a place for spirits and humans and everyone just getting along. The main character is like an idealistic spirit who really does believe everyone can get together and get along, and that no one has to fight or be weird. And her idealism is, I think, really cool. There's a bunch of other characters that are fun, like the girl who is like half, who has been like turned into a half spirit. Something happened to her, but I'm not going to get into the details there. Kind of sad about that, I'll say. This anime does, I think, effectively move the heartstrings, maybe a little more effectively than Biscuit Hammer, which also had some tragic stuff in there that was maybe a little bit felt rushed. Jesus Christ, these guys are playing defensive. But I am enjoying it. The action is good. I like the bad guys would have shown up. They've been fun dudes doing fun things. I am quite positive on Sengoku Yoku. Jesus Christ, that they pulled ahead in the last second there. Next up, Delicious in Dungeon, Thursday show. Delicious in Dungeon is sort of one of those shows that have been like talked about for a while now. People have been talking about Sengoku Yoku, or sorry, about Delicious in Dungeon for ages, and it's finally got an adaptation, and it's goddamn good. The basic premise is that there's a dungeon. Some characters are trying to save a loved one from deep inside the dungeon. At least currently that's what's happening. And they don't really have the money, so they end up living off the land, living off the dungeon, and cooking meals out of things they find in the dungeon, which is neat. It sort of has some comfy cooking vibes, some like cooking show vibes where it's like, okay, well, you can prepare like a mimic like doing this. You could compare this by doing that. A lot of thought has been put into how the world works, how the ecosystem of the dungeon works, and it's all pretty goddamn fascinating. As well as having really fun characters that are well designed, have likable personalities, and balance off each other really well. They have good chemistry and are fun to watch. I'll say Delicious in Dungeon, one of the best shows of the season. No doubt about that. I am really impressed every time it does like lore stuff. Like recently they explained how death works in that world, and it's something basically like the way death works apparently is that the reason why people can be revived in the dungeon isn't because revival magic is like super, super good or anything, but instead it's because while you're in the dungeon, your soul is trapped in your body. Your soul is locked down to your body, so, you know, it's not so much that you can't... Death is sort of forbidden. You cannot die when in the dungeon. And that's one of the many cool pieces of lore that Delicious in Dungeon has rolled out in its, you know, in the episodes it's had so far. I'm very impressed. I'm enjoying it, and it's very clear why it has been like spread around. The images of it have been spread around on the internet for years and years. It's because it's just goddamn good and really well written and immaculate as a show. Hell of a thing. I've been watching Chain Soldier. Speaking of horny, this is more trashy horny. Like, I would say of gushing, it is very well put together. I guess, you know, it is a very horny, it is an ecchi show, so if that is necessarily trash in your book, you're like, yeah, it's trashy, but this feels trashy insofar as it also feels a little bit clotted together, a little bit, like, thrown together. It's a little bit have a messy vibe, but I think I actually really like it. The concept is, I'll say the 3D monsters in it look bad, but it's fine. The basic premise is that it's a world in which women fight monsters and have superpowers, and the main lady's superpower is that she can turn the main dude into, or any dude actually, it doesn't have to be the main dude, it just so happens that he's her man that she's landed on in the series, turn a person into a big monster. And once they're a big monster, they can do, like, you know, they can save the day, in other words. We gotta do everything while we're here. They can fight the other monsters and, do some business. And, the horny conceit of the show, of Chain Soldier, is that every time after she transforms dude into monster, she has to repay him in some way that his subconscious dictates, which invariably ends up being some sort of funny, horny little bit of fan service. Basically, she has to repay him in fan service, which is funny for both of them because he didn't literally ask for whatever she does, and she's like, "What the fuck, you want this?" And he's like, I guess I'm learning. I'm just as surprised as you are with this shit." It's funny. There's a lot of other girls, and they're also a little bit randy. And it's one of those shows where it's clear that everyone is a little bit horned in a way that is fun and light. In a messy, sloppy sort of way. Again, the 3D action does not look great, but it's fine. I am enjoying Chain Soldier quite a bit. Probably more than it deserves, really. I would, if you like creative ecchi, it is creative ecchi. And you don't mind it being looking a little bit shit. Especially when 3D monster fights happen. Specifically, when 3D monster fights happen, let's say. We still need to get a snake. Let me just check the hints here. I think we just need the snake from this one. Yeah, sleeping snake. Perfect. Sleeping Soldier, or Chain Soldier, I like it. It's good. I think it's somewhere between a 4 and a 5, depending, like, how much I let that messy, sloppy quality, like, impinge the rating. How much I weigh that, but I'm really enjoying it, and I'm consistently going like, damn, man, that's a funny bit of fan service right there. That's the thing about fan service, I think, in general, right? Like, I have seen a lot of stuff in my time. You need to get up pretty early and do something kind of creative to really, like, impress me and, like, rise above mere recognition of like, oh yeah, you're doing a horny. You gotta go the extra mile, and I think Chain Soldier does, and Gushing definitely does. Oh my god. Of the 2 horny shows this season, they go for it. There's probably more that I cut. More that I didn't go with. Hell yeah, there we go. That's why I saved that for later. For now, you know. Here's another card. Been watching Brave Bang Bravern, and airs on Thursdays. Bravern is a hell of a fucking show. The premise of Bravern is that it's sort of a weird mashup between a very serious war drama and fucking mecha robots Sentai bullshit. Basically, you have this very serious military situation, and a giant fuck-off robot appears, playing his theme song diegetically. He is actually playing his theme song in the world. People see it and go like, what the fuck is that music? And, you know, the clash between the serious and the absurd is just delicious. It's just delicious to see all these military guys taking it seriously, and this big fuck-off robot being a weird and saying things like, I believe in the heart of Isami. Isami has a heart that is rich. Me and Isami, we can beat back any odds. You just have to believe. And it's, just great. Even after the first episode, when the shoe drops, even after that, the 2 sides of the show are constantly clashed against each other, and the contrast is used to great effect. It is amazing. For sure, one of the best shows this season. Brave Bang Bravern, or just Bravern for short. Urusei Yatsura, Season 3, airs on Thursdays. Been watching Urusei Yatsura. It's a show about a dude who sucks. He is a big, horny character, and all the girls in his life hates him. Except for the one that he doesn't like to be around, who is also, by the way, the one everyone likes. Everyone loves Lum. She is a great character, and it's kind of a shame how much she is hung up on this dude who is terrible. It's okay, sometimes it's funny, but also, it is a remake of, by the way, it's a remake of a very old show, and it feels it. It is full of humor that is mostly outmoded, where the joke is like, oh, this guy sucks, and, oh, he's gonna be rebuffed or fucked up or some shit. You know, like, oh, whoopsie doodle, he's, gonna be... Everyone hates him, and he's going to be weird and horny and in a way that no one appreciates, and no one is down for. And, I'll say it's maybe a show that I should have cut. It is being made by the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure people, David's Productions. So it is very well made, but I really wish they had made like anything else. That would be my one wish. My one wish in the world. But, it's alright. I'm sticking with it. I am not gonna drop it. I watched through the first 2 seasons, which were really more like one season, split core style. Whatever, however you want to count it. Is fine by me. I'm missing a piece of honeycomb. I guess we don't have to get every honeycomb. Hey, Trebuckets. Hey, TYBD, if you're here, do you know where the honeycombs are in this level? If anyone knows where the honeycombs are in this level, I could use a reminder. Anyway, Urusei Yatsura, I don't have that much to say about it. It's fine. Next card. I'm doing the anime hour now, Trebucket. I've been watching Sasaki and Peeps. It airs on Fridays. What are we doing here? Behind the waterfall, that's right. Waterfall is over... Wait, no, at the other end, Need to follow the water this way. Sasaki and Peeps, the basic idea is that there's this dude, middle-aged, regular dude, and he ends up being sucked into several different rabbit holes and into several different weird mythological milieus, right? Like, the first thing that happens is he adopts a pigeon, a Java sparrow, and it turns out that this Java sparrow is from another world, and he teaches him magic, and lets him travel over there. Meanwhile, in the real world, he does some magic once, and some people see and think he's, oh, you're a psychic like all of us. In our world, we have psychics, so he falls into, like, the world of the FBI in reality at the same time as doing, like, a isekai situation. And also there's, I think, even, like, there's not more rabbit holes than those two, honestly, but him having to deal with both of those weird situations at once is, kind of funny, and works out to be a isekai, not an isekai, but like a weird anime where a lot is going on, and the main character is just clearly just trying his best to keep head above water and to keep from getting too overwhelmed with all the shit that's coming his way that he just has to deal with in his life. I'd say that it's a little bit messy since the first episode. I think that it was strongest up front. I don't know that the directions have been like the most compelling, but it still feels like the main character is just barely keeping things together and keeping track of his, like, 3 different campaigns that he's been fighting on, you know, at any one time. Hang on, 1 second. Let me look up where the honeycombs are. Empty honeycombs. Mine. I can't think. I can't think straight. What's this level called? Not in Minecraft. God damn it. Glitter Gulch. Glitter Gulch. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Honeycombs, okay. Toxic gas cave. Crushing shed. Near the crushing shed is a boulder. Inside the train station. Okay, let me just... I'm right near... Actually, I'm really far from the train station, but I'll just go there real fast. I think I do. That's probably the best way to get out of here, so yeah. Sasaki and Peeps, it's a show. Been watching the Undead Unwanted Undead Adventure. Kind of a show where the main character, it sort of starts with the main character dying and becoming a ghoul. And he then has to figure out, like, how he's gonna live, how he's going to... I think this is where it would be. How he's going to manage, and starts to level up by beating monsters and such. And it's pretty okay. I'll say that since it stopped being a mile-a-minute thing of like, oh, getting new skills, fighting new guys, leveling up and transforming, and started being just like, oh, I'm gonna go on a quest and it's gonna be normal. It's been dropping off a little bit as a result, but it's okay. Maybe like a 3 or a 4 out of 5 would be my honest judgment. I think it was hottest. I think it was best at the very start. But it's not like it's bad. There we go. We got that. Let's go to Witchyworld now and clear that out. It's not like it's bad, it's fine. It's just not as killer as I like. And I do think it was best in the early days when it was just focused on, like, doing basically a spider isekai thing of just, oh, I'm a monster, I'm fighting monsters, I'm gaining skills, I'm evolving, I'm changing up now. Now it's like, oh, I'm in town and I'm doing a quest and it's normal. And it's not as interesting. Another card. Been watching The Weakest Tamer began a journey to pick up trash. You didn't realize the Dragon Kazooie was permanent? Oh yeah, it's permanent. It's great. Lets you have infinite fire and also fire thing. You know, you can breathe fire. Weakest Tamer is a very fun show. It's very lighthearted. I say lighthearted. Maybe wholesome is a better word. It's about a girl who is an isekai. She has a previous life, you know. But it's different from most cases where she is still her own character. She just sometimes hears the inner voice of her previous self who will just say a thing and she'll go like, oh, like Japan. What? I don't know about Japan, other me. It's more like she has another life that just chips up things. Anyway, she's sort of on the run. She's running from her past, which is out to get her, actively. Let me, get Solo Banjo. Is there a pad over there? Whatever, I'll go find a pad elsewhere. Anyway, she's on the run. She basically got up and left with just the clothes on her back and a bunch of bags of holding. It's kind of silly. She's like running out of town with like 7 bags of holding strapped to her, which is a hell of a look. It's a great look, and she is a earnest girl trying to make her way and survive in the world. And she gets a slime who is cute and says, poo poo, repeatedly. She tames a slime, you see. And, the part where picking up trash, that just means that they scavenge trash sometimes. You're looking at Weakest Tamer on Crunchyroll? It is fun, yes. It's nice, it's chill, it's very mellow, but also there's a little bit of danger. She is on the run after all, and that can be a bit scary, but it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun, I would say. Next up. I'd say that is one of the best shows on Friday. Maybe one of the best shows of the season. Weakest Tamer. I think it's low-key great. And I thoroughly enjoy every episode. Also, it has amazing OP and ED. Amazing opening, amazing ED. Both of those are just beautiful. Been watching Free Ren. No surprise there. That show was from last season, and it's been continuing on basically the same pace. There's been a big magic user arc, which I think has been interesting. I like all these different magic users and like learning about how they do magic differently and how they're going to get past the various trials and tests and things that are, in their way. I think that is all very, very neat, and I am enjoying it a lot. Basically, if you don't know Free Ren, the concept is that it's about a immortal, ageless elf who is sort of the perspective character. The first episode takes you through like 100 years of like her basically saving the world and then spending 50 years wandering around and then realizing that all her companions were mortal and are, soon to be no longer in the world. And the whole series after that is sort of dealing with that and her just unpacking all that business, all that weight. It's fun, and it's light, it's beautifully done. I think it was one of the best shows last year, and I do also think it's one of the best shows this year. I do think the second half has been not quite as strong as the first half in general, especially as we get closer to realizing, like, oh, this journey will not complete anytime soon, right? Like, okay, this season is about to end, and we're nowhere near the place where we've been building to. And I would go so far as to guess that the manga even isn't where we're going to. Recommendation remains on that one. We got all the jiggies here. Okay. Do we have all the honeycombs and all? Yes, we're good. We're not going for Cheeto notes, by the way. Let me kill myself on this guy, and then I will go back to where Kazooie is, and it'll be good. Free Ren, still one of the best. Here's another card. Been watching The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. Airs on Fridays. The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic, the basic concept is it's an isekai, and the main character sort of finds out that he's a healer, and also in this world, healing magic is used to... It is basically like one of the stronger powers you can have, it turns out, because at least another character that he ends up being trained by in that has basically used healing to become really, really strong. Basically train without limits, get stronger and stronger, and also end battle to never die and never be taken down. And she's just a really strong gal, and, with some amount of training and process, he's become a really strong boy. There's also some other fun characters who you don't see as much, like the other two characters that get isekai'd in with the main character. Unfortunately, they're not in it as much as I'd like. Oh crap, I have to get food. I forgot to get food before we leave. Gotta get food. It's important to get food before we go to Terrydactyland. So, basically, it's alright, I guess I would say. I would say that it's kind of a shame that those two other main characters, like the otaku girl who is like so excited about being in an isekai world, it's just very funny. It's unfortunate that she isn't in it more. I think that the badass captain and their bunch of like healing crew party members, they're cool, but it's not as good as it could have been, I think. I feel like, as if some characters had been part of it more. The main character, he's alright. The bear that he got's alright. I guess it's cool the ways in which they use healing magic in an oddball way, but if I were to say, I would say something is lacking in it. I'd say maybe it's a good 4 out of 5 tops. Maybe a 3. I'll say the last arc that they did was pretty goddamn good, and I think keeps it maybe at a 4 out of 5, and maybe even, you know, if it ends well, could be as high as a, you know, 5. But it's kind of just more very good, and with some fun characters who you see sometimes, and some fun antics with the overpowered wrong way to use healing. Here's another card. Been watching Undead Unluck. Airs on Fridays. Undead Unluck, it's sort of going into its final episodes now. It was on last season as well, and it's quite cool. The basic idea is that there's a guy who cannot die, who basically... Fuck! I didn't open the gate from the other end! Oh, fuck me! I'll fix that. God damn it. Ah. So close to doing this right. Whatever. We'll come back here. It'll be fine. We lost our food. Anyway, the basic idea is that they're like fighting. They're like fighting weird relics and also other people who have abilities like they do. The main character can't die. Or one of the main dude. The main dude cannot die. The main lady, who is actually the main character, her power is whenever she touches someone, she gives them a stroke of unluck, of bad luck that could be fatal in nature. And basically they work together to fight dudes and to you know, get it done. This has been, I think, a very fun second half of Undead Unluck. I think maybe the second half has been a lot more fun, actually, than the first half, even. I've been very consistently impressed with that show, and thoroughly enjoying every arc. It's gone through some crazy ones, like the current one that we're on, sort of went directly from the world is ending to we gotta write a manga. Which, okay, sure. I appreciate a show that can have swings that dumb and just fucking go for it. And this is one such show. They fucking go for it, and it's, good. I'll also say, a weird thing about the world in that show is it's like they're doing, like, quests, but not in the way of a typical isekai-type situation. It's more just like, no, they do a quest, and if they win, they get some reward in the world, like, oh, everyone now speaks English. Everyone now speaks English. All languages have been unified. That's a reward they got. Or they might get punished, like, oh, there are now aliens. That's a punishment that might happen. And it's weird. It's almost like their whole world is a whole fucking roguelike, essentially. Their world kind of feels like a roguelike in like the weirdest way that I think actually works really good. It actually really works the way that they are constantly like, you you know, fighting against the tide, as it were. And it seems like a roguelike at the end of a run, specifically, which is quite the vibe, and I think really cool. Been really enjoying the second core of that. It's a hell of a show. Would recommend. It's on Hulu. It's like one of the only shows that... It's like the show that Hulu got, which is kind of a shame because Hulu has like a weird error where they don't render subtitles correctly. Like the subtitle will be on, and then it'll stay on until the next subtitle appears. So like during the opening theme, they'll just be like the last thing someone said on screen for like a minute and a half. It's bad. They should really fix that. Hulu should. Whatever. Moving on. Been watching A Sign of Affection. Airs on Saturdays. The premise of Sign of Affection is that it's a rom-com about a girl who is deaf and a boy who is like a big hot guy who likes to learn languages. And it turns out they're a pretty good pair. You know, he's hot and very like, you know, and also due to her condition, due to like the way that it plays out, the tone and all that. Basically any like there's a lot of signs of affection in there, in addition to being a good like pun name for a show about a deaf person. And it's sweet, and it's earnest, and it's beautiful, and it's fun, and the characters are cute, and you want to see them happy. And goddamn if it's not one of the best things on, and I think probably the best depiction I have seen of you know, sign language stuff. I watched Creed 3 the other day, similar to that, where it seems like they've done the research and figured out, like, you know, how to portray the sign language accurately, and also to handle her in a way that is sensitive and good. Let me look at the tips here. What do we need to do here? Sign of Affection is definitely one of the best shows of the season. I've been really goddamn enjoying it. Oh, Tip Top and the pool. Okay, we can't do the pool. Is there anything else in the water we need to do right now? Yeah, we need to get a... If someone could look that up, where to go for that, I would appreciate it. I got like maybe 9 shows left, so let's try to boogie through. We are a little short on time here. Been watching Mashley Magic and Muscle Season 2. That show was one of my favorite shows last year, and it's back again this year. The basic concept of that is that the main character, he doesn't have magic, but he is super, super strong. So, in the first season, he had to pass off his lack of magic, his strength, his brute strength, as magic, which was fun and wacky and good. He had a really great joke, and that is great. I'll say even in the first season, there were instances where they would just lose sight of the joke and instead focus on like, oh, it's time to do like some comic relief with his friends, with the other characters, and let's face it, no one is as good as Mashley. You know, as Bernadette. Like, he's the best character by far, and everyone else is just like a bad comic relief character, or like a played-out joke, in a way that is just unfortunate. And I'll say Season 2, I think, hasn't been doing it for me enough as much as Season 1. For a start, they've changed the premise a little bit. That is Tip Top. That is correct. This is Tip Top. They've changed the premise a little bit in a way that I won't disclose, but it's, as a result, made it a little less fun. You know, the wool is less over everyone's eyes, basically. And that just makes it so he's just doing strong things, and people are going, wow, he's strong. Which is true, but less funny. And also, there's been more shonen action, which the show is not good at, and I wish it would stop trying to do. Just focus on the big, strong guy, and how his stuff is comparable to magic. Like, he could literally kick his legs fast enough to fly, if he wants to. That's the level of ridiculous shit we're talking about here. That's the level at which Mashley operates, and yet It's not where their focus is in, sadly. Sadly. Ah, well. Show's still good, it's just not as hot. I've been watching The Apothecary Diaries, another show from last season. People have described it as like House, but ancient China. Basically, the concept is the main character is like an apothecary who is like a big potions nerd. She's a big, huge potions nerd. She loves poisons. She likes to poison herself, and as a result, she is like the perfect, turns out the perfect poisons tester for royalty in the palace that she ends up working in. And also, she is funny. She is one much to do like to slight her superiors to be like funny and shit. She's just a wonderful character, and I think she is a big reason why that show is top notch, and it was definitely one of the best shows of last year. And it continues to be one of the best shows so far this season. I'll say. Nothing has changed there. I'm gonna move on because we have 10 minutes left in this anime hour. The Dangers in My Heart Season 2 airs on Saturdays. Dangers in My Heart, the basic concept is it's about two middle schoolers, one of which is like a small boy who is a bit of an edgelord, and a big goofy girl who is also a model, and they sort of have a romantic thing with each other. And it's cute, it's fun, and it's lighthearted, and it does a good thing that every romance should do. It has steady progression, and it feels like, things are constantly popping off. They are having a lot of big moments in this second season, and I have been big into it. I think that has been definitely one of the best things this season, and been goddamn enjoying it. Lots of big, romantic, big, important moments on this season of that anime. Let me tell you. That's all, though, I'll say about that. They're a great pair. Her, a big doof, and him, a cynical little boy. And she's, like, big and tall and beautiful, and he's just, like, whatever, but they like each other. And it's, and that's, they're a good combo. They actually have a surprisingly good synergy, a surprisingly good chemistry. There we go, we got this one sorted out. I've been watching Shangri-La Frontier, another continuing show. It is a show set in a VR game, and basically the main character is a trash VR gamer. He's really good at trash games, and he gets into this game, which is actually good, and you kind of believe it because it kind of comes off as good. And also, he is just doing, like, huge ass shit. He is like, getting really good at the game. And for a show that is basically just like, oh yeah, we run around and I fight monsters in the video game, it is, like, surprisingly compelling and surprisingly, like, epic. I think it might be the most fun, most exciting VR MMO anime that I've ever seen. And I'll say I haven't seen, like, the original Sword Art Online, and that seems like it's too dark for me, but this has good vibes, the characters are fun, and the way that he combines all his abilities to perfectly make his way through what should be impossible fights, or clearly intended to be, like, endgame impossible fights, is really fun. And, comes off really well. Next place. I've been watching Banished from the Hero's Party. I decided to live a quiet life in the countryside season 2. That show's fun. It's light. The basic premise is that the main guy gets kicked out of his party, and he retires to the countryside. And in season 2, his sister, the hero, joins him in retirement. And it's nice and chill, and if ever the heroes come and, or like, whatever, some people come and say like, hey, can you actually save the world or something? It's kind of a fun thing that they get to have to come on bended knees because these guys are actually really good. It is mostly mellow, and I think it is at its best when it is that. However, I will say it does mess around with some dark stuff on occasion. I think that the addition of the sister and her friend, the spider rogue character, she's a rogue, cute rogue with a spider, is nice. It's kind of a romance also, by the way. the brother, the guy who got kicked out. He has a girlfriend slash wife who is very nice and very cool, and we like a lot. It can get bogged down with action, though, especially around the end of a season, and I do think it's getting a little bogged down now, but if not for that bogging down of action, it would be one of the best things on. And I think it's kind of a shame that it fucks around this much with weird, dark stuff when it could just be a mellow, gentle, fun, relaxing time. Fluffy Paradise airs on Sundays. We got 6 shows left. Fluffy Paradise is about a girl who gets reincarnated into another world. She wishes for all her overpowered power is that all animals love her. All animals love her, and as a result, she sort of runs around mediating fights between humans and animals, kinda. I'll say I like that show insofar as I like to see the little girl like cuddle with cute animals. I do think the drama and the action has been decidedly plain and mediocre, but it's okay. It's fine. It's a passable show, I would say, all in all, because the fluffy business is very nice and it is very, very, very cute as well. I give it a passing score. I'm thinking somewhere between a 3 and a 4 out of 5. Been watching 7th Time Loop. The villainess enjoys a carefree life, married to her worst enemy. The concept of that is it's sort of a villainous isekai, but not really. The main character, she is the character. She is the princess. But she ended up, like, whenever she dies, she goes back in time, and she has done this, like, 5 times, right? 7 times. It's the 7th time loop. This is the 7th life that she has lived. And basically every life she makes different choices, and the first episode sort of shows that whole process. It kind of reminds me of, like, an Elder Scrolls player, like, playing through the game multiple times, getting, like, different skills and stuff each time, and by the time she's in her 7th playthrough, her 7th run, she's very strong. Anyway, she ends up getting engaged to the person who killed her on the 6th playthrough, which makes for some fun romance stuff, and some weird tension in that. Like, oh, he's actually really cool and hot. And, what the hell? How is he so cool and hot? And how exactly does this all lead to war in the end? It's cool. I will say I don't think the plot is quite as strong as maybe I was hoping it would be. But I like the characters, the concept is great, and I do think it's still top-notch, even if it's not quite one of the best shows of the season. I would say it's just below that. Been watching Meiji Gekken, 1874. Basic concept there is it's a period piece, a period drama, with some very good action, and also some cool stuff. It's cool dudes doing cool stuff, a lot of charged moments, good high action. Kind of reminds me of Yakuza, like a Dragon, or say Like a Dragon Ishin in particular, I would say. Reminds me a fair bit of that game, in that it's really tense. There's a lot of cool dude stuff happening, and it's very much a period piece. It's very extremely good, is what I would say about Meiji Gekken. Really thoroughly enjoying my time with it. One of the best, but not quite the best, just below the best. I think we made it in time. We made it in time. This is the last of the shows that I've been watching. Mr. Villain's Day Off airs on Sundays. The basic premise is that it's a show about an evil villain who is part of an evil organization, but on Sunday he likes to relax. On Sunday he likes to take time off and just chill and enjoy life. He likes to go to the zoo and look at the pandas. He likes the pandas. It's kind of not that substantial of a show. It's just kind of guy who's vaguely threatening, walks around and is actually nicer than he seems, specifically on his day off. He's like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna do any evil work on my day off. No, absolutely not. Live and let live, man. It's my day off. I'm not working. I want to look at pandas and think about pandas and buy panda-related gear. It's a little heavy on the pandas. That's sort of his main thing, is that he likes pandas. I'll say that it's like Dr. Evil takes a day off and goes to a zoo. More like Sentai villain. More like Power Rangers villain than like Dr. Evil specifically. But yeah, it's like his day off. He's hanging out, being a cool dude. Sometimes he runs into the heroes, the Sentai, the Rangers, whatever, and they're like, "Oh, we fight?" And he said like, "No, it's my day off. Let's just be chill." Rita Repulsive. Sure, he's like a big dude with like a big like scorpion tail. He's gigantic, except on his day off where he's a little bit more normal looking. You know, he's not like amped up or anything, but he is still gigantic, ginormous and all that. It's a good show. It may be a little bit slight, but it's cozy, it's comfy, and I really do like a lot of the characters in it. Shout out to the store clerk. I think she is my favorite character in that. She's just a normal store clerk, but she is very cool and nice, and she deals with the big hulking man very well. She knows that, like, oh, I will just treat him like a normal customer and recommend that he try out the muffin roll. And that'll be good. Okay, right, we need to go see the Ooga Boogies. Okay. Stop the clock. The anime hour is over. Oh, that's the anime hour, folks. We used all of our time just about to go through all 26 of those shows that I'm watching. If I were to have like a final thoughts, let me just do final thoughts. I had a minute left on the clock. I'll do final thoughts and then I'll say that the anime hour is over, official like. I would say the best stuff in the season is Delicious in Dungeon, gushing over magical girls, note, very porny. Gushing is porny. Horniest show I've ever seen, Gushing, but, goddamn good. Signs of Affection, Bravern, Dangers in Heart Season 2, Tis Time for Torture, Weakest Tamer, Free Ren, and Apothecary. Those would be my list. Undead, Unluck, and Shangri-La Frontier are actually kind of close. Or low-key close, actually. I could see those going up to S if they continue to be good. The rest are sort of in the middle. I gave my knee-jerk thoughts on that as I went. We'll see at the end of the season where they all land. I guess I'm going to be like moving when most of the season's shows are ending, so there might be a point where I have to do like several of a lot of anime finished cards in a row, which, to be fair, that happens every season. That happens every fucking season. It's not really a unusual thing. Let's get back to the thing at hand. Let's play this game. This is now no longer the anime hour. Anime is over. I hope y'all learned something. Hope y'all learned something. Heard about one anime that y'all would be interested in. It's time now to talk normal. I will say I do have 2 cards that I have remaining now back in normal time, but let's pace them out a little bit. It's been an hour since I was just able to relax and not talk about the next thing. Where exactly are the notes? This map is so fun. Yeah, I love the central pillar in this, the central spire. It's a good, I feel like there's a word for like in a Disney weenie? It's a good weenie. That's like a theme park term for like big centerpiece thing that draws the eye and structures the whole land. Weenie. Do people describe platformer things in terms of weenies? Maybe like Epic Mickey people do. I wouldn't be surprised. Do I have all the Jinjos in this area? That's not helpful. Yeah, I have all the Jinjos. I'm missing a honeycomb. If anyone wants to chime in with where the honeycombs are in this world, I would love to know because I don't 100% remember, and I don't want to spend a lot of time looking. There was one in the cave, in the Stegosaurus den. I think I got that. Or whatever they are. But whatever. Yeah. World entry and exit, yeah. I need to go open the pathway so that I can bring food to these guys. If anyone wants to look up and just say in chat where the honeycombs are, empty honeycomb pieces, I would really appreciate that. If y'all wouldn't mind. Because I don't remember, I'm missing one. I would like to get all of them. I guess that's not a guarantee I'm making. And also I guess I'm not also guaranteeing that I get every note. It would maybe be bad for like the getting this done in 10 hours hopefully if we spent a bunch of time looking for every note in this world. I don't know, I'll think about it. I do think at some point we ought to do like the whole game 100%. Maybe that'll be a whole separate playthrough where it's spaced out a little bit, where I don't just do it 9 hours in a row, but instead take my time. This is the wrong exit. What am I doing here? It's been 8.5 hours. I guess I'm tired. Though in some ways, I'm more awake than ever. It's been 8.5 hours. It's now nighttime outside. 9 o'clock, in fact. I'll say, my intent is to get every jiggy in this game. Well, everyone except for Canary Mary, which I am not guaranteeing. But if it does come down to like 10 hours, 11 hours, I might just take victory. Just might take an any % victory. I guess I'm already doing that. Here we go. Thank you, Shagalicious, for getting us started. 1 out of 20. Hey, thank you for the sub. There it comes. It's coming. Oh, there it is. Twitchy alerts are slow sometimes. Thank you for the sub. Right, so I should say about the sub goals for tonight. We could hit some of them. One of them would lock in an hour of Canary Mary, which at this point I'm unsure how that works. Maybe I would go fight Gruntilda first and then do Canary Mary after, so that I'm sure it won't go over like the 12-hour mark or something. Oh right, we need to get food, we need to get shoes. Losing my fucking train of thought here. Thank you for the sub, Shagalicious. Please enjoy all those lovely emotes. What emotes, you ask? Why, these emotes. Look at them. They're all very nice. There's more of them than ever right now. Happy anniversary. That's right. It is the second affiliate anniversary, which is when I started being able to take money for people to be subscribed and all that. Which, I'll say, only Twitch really cares about that for what it's worth. YouTube especially doesn't care, and I don't think most people really care about that date in particular. I await the day where Twitch allows you to say, okay, set my own anniversary. I'm gonna set the anniversary to be specifically, you know, the day at which I started streaming. For realsies. Which I do a stream on anyway. Jayhawk and Shag, they're both from Glower's scene. Glower is a Paper Mario speedrunner who is cool and chill, and that I like to watch sometimes. Glover, LMAO. Yeah, I did say Glover. I know his name. I have subbed to him myself a couple times. Not like always, but you know, on occasion, when the mood strikes and all. I appreciate it. I appreciate support, any support. And I'll say, for what it's worth, the next place I'm going, my next apartment that I'm moving to in a month's time, I want to get a green screen for that apartment. I'm going to get like the Elgato collapsible one so that when I'm not streaming, I can see over the back of the couch from like the dining room and all that. There's like a dining corner area in my new apartment. So I could see my TV from there. And that costs a pretty penny, so every sub that y'all do, offset that cost. Yes, that's right. It is a nice apartment. Yeah, it's gonna be really great. It's on the second story. It has an attached garage. There's no one above me, and it's bigger than any apartment that I've ever had. Pretty good layout. I am quite excited to move there, and look forward to it being the last apartment that I ever have. I'm thinking. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure like how long I'll stay there. Maybe I'll stay there for a bit because it does sound like owning a house is a whole headache. And while I do think I should own a house before I'm 40, I do think that, you know, this apartment might be cool enough, might be big enough, might be in a quiet enough place enough that I don't need to necessarily jump right into house. You know, I'll have no one above me. That's like 90% of the way to house. This looks like Captain Caveman, the Hanna-Barbera. Yeah, they're cavemen. They look like cavemen. Good beards. Good healthy beards on them. They are happy now. I'm really looking forward to that. That's coming. Thanks a lot. Congrats on the new apartment. Thank you, Trebucket. Thank y'all. And I'll say, by the way, you know, Trebucket, Shag, anyone else subbed, I always appreciate any support. I also appreciate everyone tuning in to this here stream. And if you're watching the VOD later, I appreciate y'all too. You know, leave a comment or something. I don't know. Let me know who you are. If you're listening to this now, you don't have to. You don't have to. You could if you want. The VOD is going to have comments on it, I hope, maybe. Well, it's rare. Don't get that many comments on my videos, which is fine. I get enough chats, and also there's the Discord. I don't really need it, but, no, it's fun. Been doing YouTube Shorts recently. That's been a thing that I've been up to. I started putting up, the clips on Twitch. I have, like, Twitch clips, right? Started putting up some of them edited down to, like, vertical style and putting up on YouTube as shorts, and they seem to be doing all right. Tends to be so far anyway. I've been doing this for, like, the last couple of days. Got, like, 6 or 7 of, like, 8 of them up, I think. I have, like, 4 more in the chamber, and I'll prepare some more this week so that I have a good long runway of them and don't have to fret and can just put them out 1 per day. But they tend to do like a whole bunch of views and like somewhere between 1 and 5 or 6 likes. And that seems pretty good. I reckon that'll grow over time. What else is here? Do we have all the jiggies and all that? No, we don't have the one that requires you to go to Cloud Cuckooland and all. We also are missing a honeycomb. Let me just search. Banjo-Tooie Guide IGN. Okay. What is this? Oh, Glitter Gulch Mine. Okay. How do I get back to the main guide? Okay, let's go to Terrydactyland. Collectibles. Here we go. Okay, across the pool from the waterfall is a small alcove. Yeah, I got that one. I remember that one. It refreshed. The page refreshed for some reason. Okay. Climb up the vine, located behind the cascading water to enter the Riverside Passage. Sloped walks behind you after climbing up. Oh, I don't think I got that one. I don't think I got that one in the, Unless... No, I think I did get that one. That was the other side. I exited from that side. I think I got that one. Build the boulders on the floor and have Kazooie leap up. I thought I got that one. Which one should I check first? I'm right near the family. Let me just double check that I got that one. That'd be silly if I didn't, because I distinctly remember switching to Kazooie to get it. Maybe I just walked out without grabbing it first. That kind of thing happens to me sometimes. Forgetting things of that nature. Yeah, so that's been nice. I put up one before the stream. I wonder how it went. Let me pull up YouTube Studio and look. The shortest intro cutscene. Oh wow, 5 likes on that one. That one was a good one, apparently. That's about as good as they've done. Hell yeah. I'm glad people left likes on that. That fills me full of happy chemicals. Alright. Fuck, I did forget about that one. God damn it. That one was a clip where I was playing Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, and I said, like, okay, here's the setup. And then just Dark Meta Knight appeared for 2 seconds, and then he, like, hopped out, and that was the setup. Shortest cutscene I've ever seen in a game. Literally less than 2 seconds. And that's the cutscene. Funny clip, I think. I got loads of them. Gonna be continuing uploading them. Maybe at some point I'll prepare so many that it makes sense to do 2 a day or something. Hello, Paul. How's it going? Should we go and try to find all the notes, or should we move on? It hurts me to not get every note in a level, but you know, I don't think I guaranteed every note in this level. Let's move on to the next. Keep it moving, keep it moving. Okay. You gotta work early, so you're gonna have to head to bed? Yeah, we have gone late. As expected. How many jiggies, how many worlds? We have 67 jiggies. Nearly the funny number. But only a couple worlds left. We have to finish up Grunty Industries, do a whole bunch of Hailfire Peaks, which, to be fair, we have not nearly finished, honestly. We have not finished Hailfire Peaks. Hailfire Peaks, there's a whole bunch left there. That'll be fun. What's left here? Let's remind ourselves. Again, the previous times that I have on record for how long this game takes me are around like 10 to 9 hours. 9 to 10 hours. I do have a clear file with 90 jiggies that is about 10 hours long, so maybe a little behind pace, I would reckon. Also, I don't know if that counts Gruntilda. So we'll probably be finishing around 10 hours, I would reckon. Let's go, let's do it. Time for this jiggy, which we have everything we need perfectly. Perfectly. Oh, hey, there's some notes. Again, I'll say, I guess I'm not guaranteeing every note. Eventually, I gotta do a 100% proper playthrough of this. But, you know, it'll at least be when it comes out on N64 Online. It'll be at least be when it comes out on N64 Online, and for that, I will not be doing it over the course of 10 hours. I will instead break it up and just try to relax a little bit, rather than doing it all heavy hardcore at once. And for that, for sure, we will do Canary Mary. As many streams as it takes to get Canary Mary done, we will do it. And we'll get every Cheato page, and we'll unlock them, and we'll go enter them into the building with the Cheato pages in it. We'll do everything. Eventually. Like, when it comes out on N64 Online, let's say. And then probably plus some time, because I can't do it this soon, you know? There's a limit to how many times I can replay a game in a year. I mean, I say that. I know some of y'all do speedrunning and replay games like every day, multiple times even, sometimes, just based on how the stream goes. But I'll say also I can do randomizers more than once a year. I can do randomizers a lot. But for, like, main playthroughs, I got limits. And, you know, I got other games I want to play. And I do think it'd be a little bit of a big ask if let's say, in 2 months, they said Banjo-Tooie was out on N64 Online. That'd be too soon. That'd be too soon. I think the soonest I'd be able to do a full playthrough of Banjo-Tooie, again, would be fall. Even that sounds a little soon. Even that sounds a little soon. Look at that, Bowser, or Banjo, he's, wiggling in the water. Let's just, check the tips here. There's one that you have to come in. Oh, I guess we already got that one. Or maybe that's a Jinjo, where you have to come in from Hailfire Peaks. So I think we should see one Jinjo missing, and I think I know where that one is. Or maybe it's not a Jinjo, maybe it's a heart. It's a heart container. What am I saying? Let me look and see what the deal is with, that. Let me just confirm. Meanwhile, let's start walking towards Hailfire. Jinjos, where's, cheatos, Jinjos, honeycombs. Yeah, I got that first one. Breakable crate. The smokestack. Oh, there's one on the top of the smokestack. Okay. It must be a Cheeto page or something that you get by going back through the Hailfire Peaks pipe. Or otherwise, it's a jiggy that belongs to Hailfire, despite being collected in Grunty. You know what? I think it's that. I think it's jiggy, but it belongs to the other level, despite what you may think. Alright, we died. That'll take us back to the start. How about I go to the train station, take a train to Hailfire? That was one of the things we wanted to do in Hailfire, like right away-ish. So let's do that. How about? This is probably the fastest train that we can get to right now, which is ideal. I guess I'll say every time you play a Banjo game, part of you is racing the clock, because I do think part of the fun is having the leaderboard time and seeing, like, oh, how do I compare to my Xbox Live friends? And or even if you're offline, you know, oh, the clear file is like 6 hours. Can I do it in 5? That sort of thing. And even in a more relaxed playthrough where I'm maybe not completing each world 100% as I go through them, I would still be somewhat, like pushing myself to go faster, get it done, etc. I'm also assuming that 1 second in game time is 1 second on timer time. Maybe it's actually not that precise. Who knows? Hailfire Peaks Fireside, here we go. Choo-choo. I have some more cards. Here's a card. Real talk, anxieties and shit. Thought I'd put this in here. Basically talk about, you know, the things that I worry about. Things that stress me out, and things that make me go, you know, goddamn. For me, I would say my biggest anxieties are probably mostly social. You know, mostly stuff like I'm a member of a lot of communities, many of which I've been in for years and years and years. And on some level, I just kind of want everyone to like me. I find it hard, personally, to accept that some people aren't going to like you. Some people aren't going to be your friend. Some people just don't like the way that you approach things. You know, I will admit I have a hot take now and again. I have some opinions, and I sometimes say them forcefully or otherwise in a way that I think is funny. I understand that some people aren't into that as much. But it burns my ass to think about that, right? On some level, I feel like every hatchet, I would like it if every hatchet could be buried, right? I would like it if every hatchet could be buried, if we all could be cool, if whatever fucking factional things that exist on the communities that I am, if everyone was just cool and chill and relaxed. I understand that it can't be like that, obviously, for real-life reasons. There are some real-life things that... And political ideologies that do not bear, like, you know, accepting. But that aside, I do believe that, you know, I'd like to accept everybody, and I'd like everyone to accept me. And it stresses me out that that's just not how it works. Don't really feel that much in the way of, like, financial anxiety or other such things. That's, like, the biggest one for me, is just, you know, at the end of the day, who is on your side, who is not, and, it is a hell of a thing to think, like, yeah, not everyone is. Some people don't like me, and it's all just, you know, not something anyone talks about. Not anything that needs to be said. It's just something that I think about a bunch. Like, do these people that seem a little cold not really like me? Something that goes through my mind. Something that worries me. Something that I find very depressing. But, what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? Just, you gotta continue at it. You gotta do what you do. And for the folks that do come by, do hang out, do, you know, are like, friendly and have fun with me online, whether or not they watch the channel or not. I appreciate the hell out of all of them, and, you know, I understand that the thing is, you gotta focus on the people who are there for you, rather than those who are not, and you gotta be positive and shit. It's just difficult sometimes. Real talk. We said real talk. The thing that really gets me sometimes is that on Discord, you can tell if someone has blocked you, because you do an emote on them, and it just says, no, you can't emote on them. And then you know forever that they hate your guts. Whenever that happens, it's just the most unhappy feeling in the world for me. That is just the worst thing that I deal with ever, you know, these days, in general. Like, big terrible life events aside, obviously. But as far as day-to-day life goes, like, just to realize, like, oh, this person... I don't know. Did I at them once too many? Is that it? Is it just something as benign as that? I did once at one point try to, you know, use like a community game night tag a lot to get community game nights together. I do know some people were frustrated about that, but that doesn't account for all of it. That's the thing that gets to me. That's the thing that I worry about, and, you know, the thing that keeps me up at night, as the case may be. That's not true. The noise keeps me up at night. I sleep fine, I think. You can't win them all, and, you know, as much as I would like to reconcile with everyone, I, personally, if I could reconcile with everyone, who has some sort of problem with me, I would. You know, I would do it. And I wish that I could. But also, that's not how it works. No one has time for that, to accept such reconciliation or to go out of their way to do such things. And I know that on the internet, when a tie is cut, it's just cut, and there's no discussing it. And, you know, if you do, it's just drama. And I really don't care for drama. I'd like to avoid it whenever I can. And I have no stomach for such things as an adult. For getting bogged down in arguments. For things to get nasty. As a kid, as a young person, I definitely did my fair share of arguing on the internet. But nowadays, I just don't want to do anything of the sort. I want to avoid that shit. I want things to be nice and mellow and chill. And I hope that all of y'all feel the same way. Let's do the split up task. Let's do the split up thing. Anyway, that's anxieties. I know that they're a normal thing. You know, I'll say I've never done like therapy or nothing. I don't know. That would be just one more thing that I don't have time for, honestly, in my life, to go a place to talk to a person. And you'd have to explain all the weird intricacies of like internet life to them. Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you say like, oh yeah, let me talk about my Discord life and the people that I am stressing that might not like me. You know, maybe I talk to a therapist, they'd say like, okay, yeah, go just say, yeah. But I don't know, that seems like a whole nother thing I don't have time for. And, yeah. It's hard to do things in today's day and age. It's hard to, sometimes community is hard. And if I were to say one thing, I would say, you know, the way blocking works on Discord is so, like, seems to be, the idea is to be transparent and not noticeable. So why don't you just hide that for the person who's blocked? Just don't do anything. Just make an emote appear and it's only for them and it doesn't matter. And they don't have to know that their emote didn't go through. Seems to me like that would save people a lot of stress and drama and avoid a lot of unhappy realizations. I'm sure there's pluses and minuses, and oh, you know, I don't think they'll change it, but it's just a thing that really, really gets me down sometimes. When it happens, I'll say it doesn't happen that often, but when I do see it, it really gets to me, and I'll say that is always, I think, a thought that I have before I do an emote on someone's post, right? I always think to myself, like, am I going to find out that they hate me if I click this and it goes like, ah? Am I going to find out that they hate me right now? Maybe I'll just look the other way. Maybe I just won't do that. Ignorance is bliss in Hall. Ignorance is bliss. And then we can all have a nice, happy understanding where, you know, what you do is your business and all, but when I find out, man, that's just a bummer. Oh, damn it. Damn it all. Fuck. Okay. Repeat the banjo situation here. We need to not die and not do thing. That's anxiety talk. Ugh. Thought I'd talk about that, and, you know, I know y'all are preaching to the choir here. I say preaching to the choir. Y'all are on my side. I understand that. People who come by, hang out. You're cool. You're cool, dudes, and I appreciate the company and the chat and all that. It's just that it's easy to get hung up on stuff, is all. Y'all know. I used to be a real rapscallion, you know? I'll say. If it's something I did like 10 years ago where people don't like me because, you know what, that's fair. I did some shit in my 20s. I did some shit in my teens. You know, you could go find some real messed up internet drama stuff that I happily engaged with and happily, like, fought out. Some real goddamn fights. But, you know, that's not, how it is now, and, you know, it's a different time, different era, and, I'd like to think that I'm different now? Yeah? Something like that. There we go, we climb over there, and we do another thing. I'd like to think we can all be chill, and all get along, and I'll just have a good time hanging out. I understand that's more complicated than it seems, but, you know. Again, can't win them all. Down there now. Perfect. Oh. Fuck. Wait. It's Kazooie next, right? Oh, it's anyone. Either of them could get it. Okay. The double jump does not reset your jump height for falling. It's worth noting. That's like the one thing about it that's not up to snuff. Okay, where to next? Well, I have the train and the station, so I'm now ready to do what's his face, Gobi. So let's go do Gobi. Huh. Oh hey, here's a Globo that we didn't get. And also, we didn't activate this switch to open a shortcut. Really didn't save myself any time there not doing either of those things, huh? Okay, we need to fly though, so let's fly. Where are we flying to? The station. Let's go to the station. Are we all ready for Mumbo to do Mumbo stuff? I think so. Pretty much. We're at the 9-hour point, just about. We are... I was gonna pause and see how many jiggies we got, but we got quite a few. We might have the funny number. We have 70, so there's 20 left in the game. It's worth noting that many of those are Jinjos, and every Jinjo... I think every Jinjo we get now basically will give us a Jiggy. So, a number of regular dudes and a number of Jinjos, and we literally have not done any Cloud Cuckooland, so that's gonna have most of our Jiggies. I'll say, we did a little Cloud Cuckooland just to run and get the move, but a lot of Cloud Cuckooland left. Also a couple of Jiggies that are enabled by Cloud Cuckooland. that are just, you know, you hit a ice cube, and then you're good to go, and you can get a jiggy right then there. That's a Minjo, I'm pretty sure. Yep, Minjo. Alright, 71. Let's just look at the tips real fast. How many do we have left in this level? We have 3 left. Saberman, we have to do the oil drill, and the UFO aliens. Okay. Those are the 3 left over. 2 of them involve Mumbo, so that'll be our next thing, our next big project. To go by and do that. So let's go find a fast travel point. Go back to Ice Side. Defrost the dude. We got defrost the dude. Then head over to Mumbo, and that'll be the next thing. Do both of Mumbo's tasks, and then the babies, the baby aliens. Baby aliens. Bunch of stuff. And the snowball thing, where we have to be a really big snowball and do a thing. There's also a Jinjo in a wind thing that we can pick up real fast. Jinjo in wind, we'll get that one too. How many Jinjos are left in the game, I wonder? There's 6, there's 5 in Cloud Cuckooland, and there's 1 in Hailfire Peak. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So yeah, I think I must have gotten a Jinjo while I was in Hailfire Peaks or something. I'm pretty sure my count is right. No matter. Unless I did get them all. Did I get them all? Let me see. No, I got one more, and that'll be the one in the wind. That one there. Can I just use a Clockwork Kazooie egg to get it? Maybe if I hit it onto the ground. Get off my asshole, you dude. That was a waste. We'll do it as a snowball later. I don't know if you can do it like that. Maybe that was not gonna work. Waste of perfectly good eggs, which we need 4 of for the next world. We probably should have saved those, actually. Okay, I'm gonna split up here. Let's have Kazooie do the, Kazooie do this bit over this way. Kazooie will defrost Saberman. Oh, well, hang on. This is a dumb move. Now I need to go get Banjo before I go back to Mumbo. Oh, okay. You need to revive him first, and then you unfreeze him. Okay, order of operations here. Would have thought it'd be the other way, but, nah. Make sure the Mumbo pad is there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Mumbo can work with that. Okay. Lower side Wumba. We already have the transformation on. But we're not going to do Wumba yet. We're doing, Doing the other thing first. Mumbo. I think you do have to do 3 different mumbos, if I'm not mistaken. Is it this wall? No, it's the other wall. You have to do mumbo twice. Because you... Okay, this wall, though. You can't do it in one because you have to revive the adult. And then the child, you have to do something before you can revive the child as well. We got a Globo. Take Globo. I give help. Yes, yes. We need all the help we can get. It's 9 hours in now. I'll say this is perhaps a little closer than I would have liked. I would have liked to maybe be at the endgame right now. Finishing up. That it would be in my hopes for this stream would be to be finishing up, but what are you gonna do? Maybe I did things inefficiently. Maybe I got caught up in anime, or maybe the time that I had as an example in game time doesn't match quite with real time. Doesn't match so much with the time what is tracked. If I had to guess, I'd say I made my estimate based on game time. I bet you the in-game time isn't quite the same. That would be my guess. Hope this works. It will work. Oh. You're alive. Spaceman ungrateful. This is good writing. I like this writing. Very straightforward. Mumble-like gift. Not tacky merchandise. There's one of them. There's another. That one's dead, so I'll have to do Mumbo again. But I have to first free him from ice, and I can't do that until I'm back to being Banjo and Kazooie. But first, I gotta do Saberman. It's this way to the thing. Been a long day, it's been a long stream. Probably about as long as I've ever played Banjo-Tooie in one session, I'll say. Usually I would space it out a little bit. I'd do a little bit at a time, and I wouldn't exactly take my time, but I would at least take things a little bit more lackadaisically. I do feel like we got a hard out here. We should finish by midnight. I want to finish in the next 2 hours, ideally. I'm not sure how long the VOD will be, but if it's like 12 hours long, that's too long for YouTube. I very much hope that I don't have to split the VOD. That is like the one thing. If it comes down to that, I would just go beat the game. But I want to get everything before I do so, you know. I would accept less than nearly all the jiggys before I gave up. But also time, but also... What am I doing? Let's just walk. It's not that far. And also, I do have to pass through the wigwam either way, right? Because it's gonna spawn me right outside the wigwam. Rather than, like, entering Mumbo's skull, for instance. Right. Let's help the kids. Let's help the guys. Let's do some stuff. I wonder if any of these rafters have had stuff. I know there's one Jinjo, I think, in the Cloud Cuckooland rafters. But other than that, I don't think they have much. Maybe a note or something that I missed. Again, I'm, you know, hard out here tonight. Gotta end around midnight at the very least, at the very most. I got work tomorrow morning. You know, you'll understand. Let's go over here and do the other one. And then I think we'll warp to the icicle place and do the third one real fast. The one that, the one where you need to get the, where you get the glide ability. Near that one. Yay! Hard out tonight, I'll say, again. But I think we can do it. I think we're on good pace. There's not that much left in this world to do. Just like 3 things. This way. Go up to the teleporter. Teleport to the icicles. Take Kazooie and take her to the outside. That'll do for that. In fact, why don't I split up now, and we'll start back here after a quick Kazooie death in the Icicle Cavern, the Icicle Grotto. Aye. Aye. I like that they say aye. I got one last card here. Been holding on to it for a bit. And here it is. The last card of the night. Shout out to DK Vine / folks off of DK Vine. I've talked about the biggest community that I'm in these days that I, you know, like to spend a lot of time in. Dan Reichert's community. Talk about him a bunch, but I didn't really talk that much about DK Vine, which was sort of my first home on the internet back in the day. You talk to this person? Yes. Don't really talk that much about DK Vine, but basically it was the place where I spent a lot of my time from being a mid-teenager, you know, in the mid-aughts, to, like, the present. And I know a lot of people from it from back then, you know, like, Highway is always in chat. I met Highway back on DK Vine, like, 15, 20 years ago. And I met a lot of people there. And I always appreciate I always appreciate, like, the thing that DK Vine went for, which was that, like, oh, we take things very seriously, we are dirty as fuck, though. You know, we allow this and that and everyone to speak their mind. Kind of we're grammar Nazis, but that's fine, you know, hey, in the early aughts of internet, like, that was, it was a rarity to find a place where people spelt right, and, it kind of made it nicer to hang out in as a result. But I always felt like it had a good mind as far as, like, one of the things I really appreciated was just, over time, everyone just sort of became, like, family, right? Like, oh, you know, big community, happy. There was a certain amount of like, lenience given to anyone who had done the distance, had spent the time, you know, who had lived there on the site for tens of years. Where, like, yeah, okay, you did something fucked up, right? Like, we all, sometimes things get out of hand, the band hammer comes out, all that shit. You know, I was a kid, everyone else was, you know, teens and 20-somethings at the time. You know, that shit happens. But we had a philosophy, though, which was that You know, we're family. You know, give it enough time. All things, you know, the hammer will be buried and you'll be welcomed back into the fold in time. And I really thought that was the right way to go about it. Very nice and chill. And, well, I did some shit in my time, I'll say again. And won't say I didn't deserve any of, the bands what came my way. We argued, we fought, we said some fucked up shit. I hope that, I understand the original DK Vine is off the internet now. I don't know if those posts are available, and for my sake, I would enjoy if they weren't, you know? You know, I said some things as a teenager. I had some opinions that I have maybe refined over the course of my life. But at the same time, I appreciate, you know, the connections I made there, which have been the longest lasting connections I've had on the internet. And, you know, shout out to them. Obviously, I'm not on forums anywhere, no one is. But there's a Discord or two, I'm sure, and one of which has all the left-leaning DK Vine people on it that I like to hang out on and chat on occasionally. I say occasionally, it's like one of my main Discords. And one of my most chatted on ones. Shout out to them. I don't think they really, like, ever hit it big as far as, you know, they have Twitch streams. They pull down maybe 5-10 viewers like I do, roughly. Well, I tend to pull a few less when I'm not doing something special or viewer levels. But you know what I mean, like, they have a following, but never quite as big as other fan sites, maybe. Possibly because a little standoffish, a little elitist in ways, but, you know, that razor-sharp, weird, aggressive humor probably forms a lot of the basis of my humor, as does, like, a bunch of the other people that I follow and hang out with and, you know, like to listen to. In general, a lot of my humor comes from, like, the content I consume. I have, in the past, noticed, like, oh yeah, I listen to this person a lot. Now I suddenly feel like I'm just talking like them a bunch. And, I guess that's just how it works sometimes. You know, we all influenced each other and it was a whole thing. Anyway, that's, the last card of the night. And of course, you know, DK Vine, I'll say, for what, I didn't even describe what DK Vine was. A fan site specifically of the shared universe of the Donkey Kong Country games. Basically, looking at Donkey Kong Country and saying, like, okay, well, Diddy Kong Racing spun off of that, Banjo and Conquer spun off of that, Royston is in there, connects to Grab by the Ghoulies and Viva Pinata. A bunch of silly, like, you know, A to B to C, connections between different, franchises that Rareware did, and sort of following that rather than, say, Rare as a company overall. I would say, like, DK Vine was like the dirty, rare rich project, basically. The one that was more, you know, cancelable. We said some shit. We were foul. We were, you know, as dirty as they come on the old days of the internet. Not like in a conservative weird way, but, you know, we like to say shit. And sometimes we had some pretty standoffish opinions, you know. The Donkey Kong, like, country, fandom, in, like, the days of, Jungle Beats and all that, after Rare had split up, and before Donkey Kong Country Returns happened, man, that was some dire times. Everyone was really depressed, and really just despairing for the fate of their franchise. In that space, anyway. And, it was all silly. Donkey Kong eventually came back, and it was Donkey Kong Country style. It stopped being, you know, Jungle Beat was not the end of K. Rool. Well, actually, K. Rool was gone for a while longer, but, you know, Jungle Beat was not the end of Diddy Kong. You know, it wasn't like Jungle Beat happened and we never saw Diddy Kong or Cranky Kong again. Nah, that was just a one-off thing, and in retrospect, it was quite silly that everyone got so heated about the fate of our favorite characters, and whether or not Nintendo cared about them, and who cares, you know? This is things that the teenagers worry about, and people who are maybe getting a little carried away with their stuff. Still, was fun times. And, like, probably the first recordings you could find of my voice would probably be in either archives of... There was, like, a Heroes of the Storm podcast that I was a Patreon of. And I was in, like, patron games and something. Or, more likely, before that, voicemails to the podcast that DK Vine does and did, and still does, but I don't listen to anymore. I'll say that, it's a very specific thing. Yeah, I don't need a weekly or whatever the schedule is. I don't need to always be thinking about Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong spin-offs anymore. But I still have a great deal of affection for everyone who's from there, everyone I met there, and again, I don't necessarily condone the things I said or did as a teenager, but they were fun times. And, I think we all, had a good time, end of the day, even if there was drama, even if there was other bullshit. Alright, we need to do snowball stuff, which basically means two things. We need to get really big and go to the fire area and do a big walk to get the oil drill done, and we also need to get a Jinjo. Those are the two orders of business here. Is this the way to do it? Yes! Good, okay. Alright, just need to find a warp pad, and yeah. I'm all out of cards now. I have discussed everything I meant to discuss. Like I said up top, I sort of kept it to big topics that I thought I could talk to for some time, and, as needed. Oh, hey, you can just kill those guys by snowballing through them. I don't think I knew that. I think every time I played this game before, I've just, struggled through. Just, like, slowly melting. And, slowly melting and taking damage. Go figure. Okay, this way, this way. Let's see if there's anything worth digging up. It's a jiggy. I'll say also, shouts to y'all, and shouts to Dan Reichert and his community, and shoutouts to I guess I could shout out everyone that I know. I could shout out McClunky Culkin, who is busy trucking across America, no longer streaming that actively, sadly, but is enjoying their new life as a trucker. I could shout out Glower and Shag, good dudes. I could shout out a lot of people. I will say I appreciate y'all, and enjoy hanging out and shit, wherever we hang out or know each other from. I appreciate y'all. I think you're cool. I'm gonna take a drink. Spilled some water over me, that's fine. Is that the last thing we need to do here? Got the Jinjo that we needed. And the last thing is the thing we have to bury up. Okay, there's a honeycomb we didn't get. Let me look that up real fast while we're walking to the next place. Let me go and navigate to Hailfire Peaks Collectibles. Wonder Wing to leap through the scalding hot waterfall. Okay, did that. Jinjo at the bottom, yes. Firebomb the ice cube outside the Oh, wait, these are the Jinjos. Honeycombs. Inside the fire train station, as to your right. I think I got that one. Grip, grab, or fly to the hot water pool, all the way to the far side where you can grab a thing. I got the one that's inside that you get through the grotto. It's either the hot water pool or the train station. I'll check both. We're almost done with this level, which means that we're almost to the final level of the game where we can do it all in one go without leaving. Which will be really nice for a change of pace, I'll say. What am I doing? Get the other... We need Banjo. Where exactly was it? Let me see. Hot water pool. Grab... Oh! Where the fish is? Go over here. I think... This side? Or the other side? Should be a hot water pool. And should be a jiggy. Or sorry, a honeycomb. The other side. I bet I can glide there. I bet I can just do that. Ah, that's totally it. I did not go up high. There it is, yes. Go ahead and die real fast so we can go back to Banjo. And now let's just go and get that jiggy that went into Grunty Industries. And that'll be it for this level. Wonderful. 9.5 hours. I'm not gonna lie, I think that part of me was thinking that it would be a little smoother sailing than this. I guess, to be fair, when I played this game previously, I wasn't, you know, the last couple of times. You know, the last time I played this version was before I streamed at all, so that was multiple years ago, and was naturally paying full attention, not trying to talk about anime, and also doing it in smaller sessions where, let's face it, your concentration suffers a little bit over multiple, suffers somewhat over, such spans. Let's go. We did it. It's time to leave. Final world. This is perhaps my favorite world in the game on account of you can do it all in one go without leaving. Which, to be clear, I do find is fine not having that ability in the rest of the game here, but just being able to do a world at the very end and it's all in one go, it's just nice. It's just a nice thing. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's finish this. Hopefully, we get through this in quick order. I'll say, I think we do have enough. We have enough jiggies to finish the game. Let me just open the ending real fast before we go. Yes, we have enough jiggies to finish the game. Let's just open the ending real fast. And then we can head right from Cloud Cuckooland to the finale. I'll say this VOD probably won't be available until Monday night, considering that I will be working tomorrow, and you know, I don't have time to do a thumbnail and such tonight. I need to get a good night of sleep, and probably watch a couple of those animes that I was talking about. There's like 6 of them that air on Sundays, man. I need to do that. I need to keep up and shit. I say I need to. I make myself do that. I insist that I do. Also, you know, it's nice to have new stuff every day to watch. That's a thing that I very much enjoy. So the VOD will be up tomorrow, let's say. I'll write the description right away, as I tend to do. I write descriptions, like, right after I hit end stream, right before I hit upload. Right before I upload, and it all happens pretty quick-like. Behold the power of the mighty Jiggy Wiggy. That's right, this door is opening now. Wonderful. I wonder if the in-game timer doesn't count cutscenes or something. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. I'll be curious once we finish, like, to see what the in-game time says. Okay, yes, I know. Just let me do it. Thank you. I am so tempted right now. You know, 10 hours in here. We could just go and finish this game right now. I could skip my favorite world. This is a thought that would not occur to me normally. It only occurs to me like 10 hours into a stream. I guess that's how it is when I do it all in one session. This game. It's just... You know... I get tired. More tired than I usually am at this point in the game. Less relaxed and more on edge, and ooh, and more worried that, like, you know, like I said, the YouTube does not like VODs over 12 hours, so we're on a clock here. I guess the clock is around 2.5 hours, maybe call it 2. I don't know how long I spent talking up top. To be fair, there have been breaks, and the breaks don't count towards that timer because they're cut out of the VOD. And there is a time to set up, but basically I want to be done in 2 hours. So we gotta boogie, we gotta go to Cloud Cuckooland and get shit done in a fast and efficient manner. And I'll say again, even if we don't hit that goal, there's not time for an hour of attempts, is there? Oh, you know what? I totally thought I would have. I totally thought I would have an hour wiggle room here, honestly. I think the hour of attempts has to come after we finish the game, and we have to have enough time where I don't have to worry about splitting the VOD. I'll say this, if that ends up being the case, I can do an hour of attempts at a later date. Just a whole stream of of Cloud Cuckooland attempts, if that incentive were to be hit. But it does look like I'm going to have to. It does look like time is going to be tight here, and I'm not sure like how the math does as far as, you know, how much time is really on the clock. Cloud Cuckooland. Let's do it. This time we're here for real. This will be the final world. We're not going to leave here until we're all done. So let's do it. Let's go. Let's get it done. All that. Where is Canary Mary? I got the Cheeto page, right? I did get Canary Mary in the mines sorted out, right? Let's do this right now. I'm really not sure what the time I can expect to do Cloud Cuckooland in, but let's see. Let's try. Dude, I got shoes on. I got shoes on. Mr. Fit, I'm ready to go. I got shoes on. Okay, there's challenge 1. Challenge 2 is now over there. I guess a good rule of thumb here with this world would be to do things in an order where Mr. Fit, you're doing the next Mr. Fit thing in good order. To get to the next Mr. Fit thing, we have to lay a bunch of eggs. How are we on, we have a Globo. We can totally get, that all cashed in and stuff. Okay. We can do Wumba now. Also probably a thing in there. Okay. I'm gonna do 5 tries on Canary Mary. Just 5 tries. This will go quick. 5 tries, Canary Mary. There is still an incentive to do more, but given the time constraints, I don't think we can do them to date. Oh, Jesus! Stay behind, stay behind. Ah! She's getting ahead! No! Did I tap too fast? I'm trying to keep level. The nuance here is lost on me. No, if the idea is to go slow, slow immediately loses the race. Like, this is slow. Tap, 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 tap. Okay. Not that slow. Okay, I know the idea. You have to tap slow. Stay, like, right behind. Or something. Fuck! She's going so fast! Do I literally have to go, like, tap, 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 tap to start? Okay, that was, what, try number 3? Let's call it try number 3. This will be try number 4. I might have miscounted there. Whatever. Tap, 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 tap. Oh, she's going slow. Tap, 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 tap. She's picking up speed. Tap, 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 tap. Oh, God. I swear I was going slow there. Last try. And, we'll have like I said, I'll do an hour more for 10 subs. And y'all can explain to me how I need to do this. Tap, tap, tap. It seems like she's accelerating. I need to, like, keep her in view? Okay. What? That was too slow? I thought that was just perfect. Whatever. Canary Mary. I can't deal with Canary Mary right now in this playthrough. I gotta move on. I gotta... We just can't. We don't have time tonight to deal with her shit. I'll say... You know, maybe after tonight we'll do like a standing sub-goal thing. I don't know how the logistics will work. But I could definitely have it so I gave more attempts to it. And I'll say like that sub-goal incentive is still in play, but there's not time for it tonight, I don't think. Sadly. This is an easy one. And I also take care of this, this ice cube right now. No, he doesn't talk to bees. Canary Mary is, you know, I've seen people talk about, like, challenges like Tyson, stuff like that. For me, Canary Mary is that. Is my, white whale. And though I have beaten her before, on several files, on several tries, I do not have her down pat, and it would take time for me to do it. And I would be bummed out the whole way. Is that Judo? Judo, you know, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? This is, Banjo-Tooie. I'm playing all of it, all day. I'm 9 hours in, nearly 10 hours in. I'm in the last world. I got, 15 jiggies left. How are y'all doing? Hope y'all are having a good one. Judo, you know, cool dude. Shout out to Judo. I'd shout you out, like, literally, but, I'm on a timer here. I want to get this done before the 12-hour point. And I don't know how long this is going to take me, realistically. What were y'all doing? Mario Kart? Hey, J0, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. That's great. I'm trying to beat Banjo-Tooie in one session. It's a little tighter than I was hoping, honestly. When I say one session, 12 hours I feel like is the absolute max I can go to. You know, I got work tomorrow in the morning, and also I like to do YouTube VODs, and YouTube don't like it when a VOD is over 12 hours, so if it went longer than 12 hours, I'd have to split the VOD. I think I would have to call an audible if that were to happen and go to the thing. Go to the last level. You were playing Mario Kart? Hell yeah, Judo. Good dude, Judo. Judo, you know. Happy to see y'all, happy to meet y'all. I don't need instructions! Shoot my friends as they fly around. I'm sorry, I actually didn't need instructions, my man. I understand that blues are worth more, greens are worth less, and red are worth the least. I understand this. I know. I know. I am ready. Let's go. And I'm just going to, you know, spam spray and hit dudes, and it'll be fine. This is... You can't follow this. Just know that I am doing a good job, I think. Good times, yeah. Indeed. Mario Kart Deluxe is a good game. I like it too. I need 13 more points. Need 9 more points in the next... 2 more points. Perfect. Okay, we did it. Right? Or is that just... Is that just a Cheeto page? Is that enough? Yeah, okay, good. Got the actual Jiggy. Oh. I'm so tempted to just finish the game. I tell ya, considering that I've been at it for so long, but I want to get as close to finished as I can. I want to go the distance. I want to get everything but Canary Mary. Hey, thank you for the sub, Judo Udo. I appreciate it. Good shit. I love to see it. Good on ya. Appreciate all the support and do enjoy the lovely emotes. 1 second. I fucking got a thing over the thing. Re-upping your sub for the anniversary? Hell yeah. Or whatever. I'll say I do think only Twitch really cares about specifically the anniversary of affiliate being met, but still, it is something to be celebrated and something cool, and I appreciate the support. And it does do like a special thing. It shows like a special thing on Twitch when it's your affiliate anniversary. Really, they should have it so that you could set a just anniversary and have that be separate from when you got affiliates. Because I don't really celebrate... Personally, I feel like that is not the thing to celebrate. The affiliate date. But, you know, hey, celebration. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to you, Judo. You didn't celebrate yours this year? Well, yeah, that's just how it works. I didn't realize it'd be quite this tight. This, whole thing, what I am doing. Okay, here's this. I need more Clockwork Kazooie eggs. You may have if you knew it was a thing. Yeah, it's on like your Twitch page or something in your dashboard. There's like a place for celebrations. And specifically the only celebration you can have is your Twitch affiliate anniversary. That light is bright. Okay, we get it, dude. You want me to send you down? I will absolutely send you down. This is perfect. I will do the thing. Enjoy the icy side. That's not the right side. I guess we'll have to revisit there to get that Jiggy and do the kids later on. But that's fine. We'll manage that. It's all fine now. I'll say this is not a 100% run. Not going for all everything. And indeed, I haven't gotten to... Oh, wow, hey, that's 3 gift subs. Wow. And that means, hey, a Nuts and Bolts full playthrough will come in the future. Fauntleroy, Alan McBoos, and Jayhawk got one. Enjoy the subs, you 3. Good gifting. Good looking out. Hell yeah. Jayhawk has watched a bit of this stream, so I think Jayhawk will really appreciate that in particular, as I hope the others do as well. Very good emotes on offer with that. Hell yeah. And yeah, that officially means that this is the real one. This is the real Mumbos. That officially means that we'll be doing Nuts and Bolts after I do Odyssey 100%, which I'll say is gonna be a ways away. I'll say that's not anytime soon at this point, just because it's a little bit there's other playthroughs that are in the can or in the lineup to hit up, but definitely will happen. It'll probably be a few months. Please understand. Definitely will at you, Judo, or, you know, you'll see in the Discord. You'll see in the Discord that I have my Discord. Also yours, because I post my streams to your Discord, as you know. I'll say, for the second sub goal tonight, I don't think there's time to do that tonight, but I will absolutely, on some later occasion, make good for an hour of, if that were to get it, I would make good and do an hour of that crap. I'm not expecting it tonight. I just don't think there's enough time to do that. I don't need to do, speaking of things I don't need to do, I need to do that, because all it is for is going over here. I already went over here with Banjo. Thank you, dude. Can Kazooie plant seeds by herself? Kazooie even get to where the seeds are? Oh, jeez. I don't know. I appreciate the show of force. A show of support? Show of force. That's not what that was. I appreciate the show of support, and love you, Judo. You do some good streams yourself. Very chill and mellow. I've been playing Persona 3. Persona 3 Reload. I saw you were doing some of that last night, off stream, I think. You were doing that. I saw on Xbox that you were playing it as well. How far in Persona are you? Persona 3 are you? I'm like 10 days away from the third moon. From the third full moon. I guess the fourth full moon? You know, June. The third chunk of the game. After the tutorial. I haven't gotten Koromaru. I've met Koromaru. You're in June as well? Gotcha. It takes time to go through those games. Don't you know? You just got Fuka? Yeah, she's great. Love her shit. I like those super... Have you gotten the super moves yet? Hello, the real Julian Cats. The real Julian Cats, how you doing? Oh man, that's a cool mechanic, Judo. You'll see. You'll see. They added super moves to every character. That's pretty handy, and I'll say it has made the next chunk of game more easy than the previous chunk, where I was really struggling on that mini boss at the end of the second chunk of dungeon in May. Like, oh my god, that just kicked my ass. It kicked my teeth in, you know? But after that, been smooth sailing. You're glad to be here? I'm glad that you are here. Okay, let's think. I think I want to go this way and plant a seed as Banjo. Jeez, I was this close to saying Mario. Plant a seed as Banjo, solo Banjo. Or do I need... Is it a seed or is it a floaty guy? It's a floaty guy. It's an egg. Still, though, I can go down here and get this done. And then I can die to get back to Kazooie. And Kazooie can go plant a thing. Or lay an egg. Or... Jeez. There's a lot to do in this game. So much. Okay, Kazooie needs to go. Can I get like boots to get Kazooie up there? How does that work? Or can I just spring jump? Not high enough. How do I get Kazooie where she needs to go? I mean, Kazooie can fly. I'll just fly with Kazooie, that's fine. Oh, I forgot. Where is my, docket? Where is my thing that activates the... Crap, I can't find the thing that I use to... Game finish, maybe? That's not it. Sub-goal, Crap, I forgot to set up a button where I can make it so that the sub-goal at 5 marks as complete, but that's sometimes a thing when I do these streams. I guess it's not set up on my current machine, on my current stream deck. I would have thought I would have left that. That was a boneheaded thing to do. Do I really not have that somewhere? Viewed all, camera controls, no. Docket. I can show photos. Yeah, I don't have that, Unless it's game finish. Oh, I think it's good. It was game finish. Okay. We're good. It's set. Okay. I relabeled it to game finish for one of the other streams that I did recently. I say recently, that was ages ago. But I guess that does the sub-goal tracker thing. See, it made it purple to indicate that that goal is met. Okay. Fly. Let's take care of garbage right now. It's in the neighborhood. I'm here. Let's go ahead and do this business. I don't think I have eggs. Wish I had Clockwork Kazooie eggs. That's always the bottleneck with this game. You know, having Clockwork Kazooie eggs. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to say yes. I think at some point soon we're gonna have to call an audible and start going towards the end game, because I don't want this whole VOD to go over 12 hours, and I'm not sure how long the end game will take. It is a shame to not get nearly everything, but it is what it is. I did wonder, I did go into this not knowing, like, how conceivable would it be to do this whole thing. And, turns out it's pretty damn tight. I did an estimate. Hey, Jayhawk, yeah. Say thank you to Judo. Lovely dude. I did go in thinking it'd be tight. I didn't know how tight exactly. And I do think we should go and go do Endgame sooner rather than later. But how much of this world can we do before that? I'll say at least 20 minutes. I think we could do at least 20 minutes here. Get as close as we can to finishing before we have to think very seriously about whether we want to go do the end game right now. I want to have an hour for the final boss fight and the Terror of Terror and the boss fight before that. I think that would be a good rule of thumb. Oh, jeez. I don't think I can get up there. I don't have a Clockwork Kazooie egg to get there. Dang. This is not efficient. If this were a speed run, it'd be around this point that I'd be saying, like, yeah, this run is hosed. If that were the thing, I'd say, like, man, clearly I'm behind my previous files. Clearly. Unless there's some conversion difference between this and, real time. How many jiggies are even left? 8. Couple of Jinjo jiggies. Mostly jiggies in this world. A lot of them have multiple steps. I need eggs. I need Clockwork Kazooie eggs. I need them. I don't have them. That's a little bit fraught. I think it might be time to just go ahead and go to the end game. And I'll say, I think definitely at some point I want to do a fucking actual, honest to God, 100% run of this game. I say run of this game, playthrough of this game, that perhaps spans multiple streams and can be something I do, and then I say, okay, I'll see you later, and we'll finish it the next time, rather than all in one like tonight. Definitely want to do that, but we're getting to the point where we need to audible. We need to call an audible. We need to think about whether audibles should be called and what the call is. You know, if the question of the stream is, can I beat Banjo-Tooie in one session? The answer has to be mostly. Mostly. But is it entirely? Not tonight, it doesn't look like. Especially since, like I said, Canary Mary, there's no time to do Canary Mary. That is just a right off the table. Let's do the boss here. Actually, let's save the boss for last. Let's save the boss for last. We'll end on the boss. And then we'll leave and do other bosses. God, I need to get over there. I need to hatch this egg. I need to... I'm at my limits here. I'm tired. We got 82. That's most of them. I don't think I can do the rest of them tonight. I'm just at my limits. And also, 11 hours is too close. And beyond that, 12. I think it is time to finish up this boss. I'm gonna do this boss real fast. And then I'm going to, go down to the old... I'm going to go down to the final boss, and we're gonna finish it. I didn't say this would be a 100% run. I did say I would try to get as many as I can, but I need to... It's a work day tomorrow. We gotta wrap up. We gotta wrap up. Could there be a stream later on with the parts of Cloud Cuckooland that I couldn't do now? Maybe? Possible. I think it'd be more fun to not do that, though. More fun to just leave this as is and just have it be any percent. Two more hits. I have 1 health. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Very good emotes, Jayhawk. Hope you like it. 1 more hit. Can I do this? This is a good note to end. Fuck! This is a good note to end Cloud Cuckooland on. It would have been... Let's go and do Endgame. We're 10 hours in. We gotta call it now. I gotta get to bed and do other things tonight. The answer to can I beat Banjo-Tooie in one session, in one go, is mostly, but not entirely, it looks like. That's just how it's going to be. It, as any Banjo player will tell you, it breaks my heart to leave Jiggys behind, but we gotta get going. It's late. It's late. I want to go by the plateau and get some health. 2 things. Go to the plateau, get some health. Kind of a shame I didn't get the last, piece of honeycomb. I could have gotten the full upgrade maybe if I had gotten that one I saw but didn't collect. Maybe I'd still be short. Maybe I'd still be short. But yeah, actually I think I would be short. Let's see. Would I be 2 short or 1 short? What's the damage? I did see one honeycomb earlier. So if I just have one away, I am one away, damn it. If I had collected that honeycomb rather than dying, I could go into the final boss with even more health. Whatever. We gotta get this done. One more thing, I'm just gonna stop by Hailfire Peaks really fast, and I'm just going to get that final jiggy, and I'll say maybe we'll do a stream later where we come back and do Cloud Cuckooland. I'll say this. Eventually, when the game comes out on N64 Online, I will do a full playthrough of the game. And I will mostly go, maybe in each stream, like 2 worlds at a time. And I'll take it nice and easy, and those will be maybe like 2-hour streams each. Maybe 2 or 3. And that will, of course, end with all of Cuckooland in one solid stream. And that'll be very satisfying. We will eventually get back to that and do it. But tonight, that is not the question. The question is, can we finish it? And the answer will be mostly. Will I do this again sometime, but with, I'll say, I don't think so. I think that this is good as a one and done. I feel like, I will say personally, part of what I love about Tooie is the fact that you can sort of take things as you will to make a decision and say like, okay, I'm gonna do that today. I'm gonna collect these 5 things and then go on to another world. And doing it in one session is a little more hectic and a little more stressful. And probably better to do it the other way for my personal, for where I stand on it. I prefer just to take the time and to you know, just be able to relax a little bit and not worry so much. But I do think this was an interesting experience, and it's not over yet. We got the final world here. Let's do it. Let's beat the final boss. Let's beat the second to final boss. Let's beat the boss before that. I'll say, by the way, if you're thinking like, oh, is this eligible for... I mean, I'm not really looking to mark this as a speedrun or whatever. It's not a very good time for a start, and also, I did pause the timer when I went to the bathroom, so keep that in mind. It's just more for me than it is for any official thing, right? I will say. Is this guy a Jinjo? Wait. Oh, I thought that was a Jinjo. I thought that there was a Jinjo in this thing. That explains the count that I had when I thought there was 6 Jinjos and there was one in a non-Cloud Cuckooland. That's how my count was off, Jinjo-wise. Last Klungo, let's go. Here's what's gonna happen in this final stretch of the game. Here's what happens. We fight Klungo, we do the trivia show, credits, I'll skip them if I can. I mean, they're good credits, they're like fun and all. Fake credits and shit. But we don't have time, man. We don't have time. I don't have time tonight. It's 11 p.m. We got a boogie. I'm not sure how long the VOD will be, all things considered, with breaks taken out and all that, but I am really worried about the 12-hour mark. Like I said, with VODs, with YouTube having a limit of 12 hours, I don't want any stream to go over 12 hours, plus of like actual gameplay that isn't a break, plus it is a work night. So, let's go, let's do it. I noticed something happened. Klungo gets less and less handsome. Yeah, Klungo's getting beaten up. Klungo doesn't need this. Go on, Klungo. Be the hero of your own game. Klungo is a great character. I love Klungo. He's off to be a video game developer. You play one of his games in Nuts and Bolts, which we will play through in full, by the way. Again, that incentive was hit. So that playthrough will be following, 2 others. Should I do want to play Mario Odyssey first, I'll say. But, yeah, so it'll be the 3rd. It'll be coming up. But it is now officially on this thing. Yeah. Let's go. Tower of Terror. After this stream, I'm gonna eat some food. I haven't eaten proper food all stream. I had a couple of snacks. Found out that Petticoat Tails are basically like giant graham crackers. Those are pretty cool, but they are not a meal. I also had a few bites of cannoli, which are also just pastry, pretty much. Not exactly the most filling things in the world. Introducing on the left, it's my gorgeous slim sister, Mingella. And she's called Mingy for short. We said that's like a curse in it's like vulgar in the UK. That's a funny way to name your characters, and I'm happy for them that Nintendo didn't call them out on that. That's I can figure that out. Saberman. It's Terrydactyland. But what's the question? Lucky guess. That must have been how many bones or something. Okay. There's 6 fans. Oh, they're like yellow. Yellow, yeah. Bigafoot. What spell does Mumbo perform in Grunty Industries? EMP. Which is a weapon used by the flat bad guys. Yeah, it's like a balloon animal. I wouldn't call it a hot dog sausage. Make games. Game developer. Which of these areas is home to Guffo? Fuck! I know that. She got it wrong. Trash can. We're winning. We're doing good. It's onions. Onions. We didn't go in there, but I know what's inside. Banjo-Kazooie bread spread. Checkerboard. There's a Freeze Easy Peak. It's like circular. Which of these wasn't a problem that Terrydactyland's dinosaur family kids? Too big, too small? Too big. Here's a scene from the game. We didn't go there, but you have to get 90 to get a jiggy. Oh, that's easy. It's the pot of gold. I know that. Terrydactyland? Yeah, okay, good. No spaces as well. It's like 50? Yeah, 50. 50 points. What is the name of the World 3? That is Witchyworld. Jolly Circus of Fun. That's a good one. That's Jolly Roger. They're gonna buzz in before. Alright, let's just let the timer run out here. Okay, there's no hatchery. I'll say that. We won in a landslide there. Round 2, let's go. I like this quiz show a lot. I think this is a better quiz show than in Banjo-Kazooie. It's less random and more just knowing things. And there's no challenges. There's no like exercises. A bow tie? Yeah, that's it. 2? Fuck. Dinner. It's dinner. Boggy Bear. That's Boggy Bear's dinner. Too thirsty. What? Oh, stomach cramp. Yeah, right. We ate and we did the thing. Oh, I thought it was the other one. Oh, railway bridge? Yeah. Railway bridge. That's another thing I was always curious about. The railway bridge. I thought it was so cool. The saucer. I thought that railway bridge might lead somewhere cool. Like, what's on the other end of that railway? What? What number question is this on your list? I can't answer that. There's 3 boxes. There's a shovel. I said 3. Jolly Roger's Lagoon was the name of the wrecked ship. Oh, it's like the Scurvy Sea Dog? Oh, it might have no name. The Salty Hippo is from Kazooie. It has no name. It's trick question, trick question. We both lost it, though. Puff Master 2. There's a red, a green, and a yellow. Red, green, and yellow. Beautiful. World 1 is Mayahem Temple. That's Mr. Pants. It's Boggy's Igloo. I can answer that. Seasick? Sickness and diarrhea? It's seasickness. It's seasickness. It's funny. Diarrhea is a funny answer. This is the bridge that leads to Bovina's. Oh, I can't answer that. You can have it, Mingy. You can have it. Pawno. It's Pawno. Alright, that's the second round. Now for the final round, we just have to beat a total amount of points. And for this one, we can skip a question if we don't know it, I think. We just have to hit Z or something. I'm changing the rules for the final round. To make it harder, won't show you the answers unless you buzz in. If you don't know the answer, you press Z or RT-LZ to pass and move on to the next one. Okay, we got this. This is not hard if you know the game like the back of your hand. And now we don't have to worry about, Tootie? Now we don't have to worry about other people buzzing in. Minjos. The Dimdos. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Spew? Wow, that was a good guess. A Cheeto page? I don't know. A Jinjo and a... Fuck, it was a Okay. 3. 3 of those. What is Witchyworld's inflatable castle called? Fort of Fun. Crazy Castle. Fuck. Him and his partner. What's the name of Cuckooland's athlete? That is Mr. Fit. Mr. Fab. How many different ways into the factory are there? Oh, I don't know. Ah, fuck. 11? Okay. 11 is right. Sprint. There's a long jump. What? Long jump, long jump. It was long jump. We saw an octopus and an anglerfish. No sharks, though. A jiggy. We almost got this. Stegosaurus. Velociraptor. No velociraptors. Huh. That's a mission. Which of these was a boss character? Well, that would be Lord Wu Fack Fack. We did it! So long as we don't lose too much. Not gonna answer that one. It was a Jiggy and a Cheato page. Cheato page as well. He would jump. He would jump. It was out of power. No fuel, that's it. Who lurked in the train's boiler? That would be, Old King Cole. Named by a fan, in fact. Fun fact about Old King Cole. I know what moves I lured. I lured the Talon Torpedo. It's a good name for a torpedo. I feel like I forgot what it was called. Not gonna answer that one. I'm fine. I got enough points. Woo! That, took me a bit longer than I would have liked to get up to 15, but, got there and then some. We are good to go. I'm gonna skip these cutscenes, but suffice to say, Tooie, Mumbo, Bottles comes back to life, and Ginjonator comes back to life, and they all go do a really big party. Something I would always want to do when I played this game casually, like in the past. I am playing it casually. When I wasn't on a timer, let's say, when I wasn't pressuring myself to finish within a single night, is I would always try to bounce out of here and go back to where they are so that I could hear the party music, and so that on the jukebox, the party music would be there. Because if you don't do that, the party music is just gone forever. That's not important right now. Who cares? We're not doing this for jukebox music. In memory of Chris Melander? Oh, jeez. That's sad. No, Chris Melander was, I bet he was at the time of this game. Either that or it was changed in post eventually. Rip to the dude. Let's skip, let's skip. No crits, no crits. Skip this as well. This must be the end now! That's right. We've had crits and everyone's alright again. We gotta kick Grunty's ass, though. This is the end. They are right. We gotta go fight Grunty, and we're going to do so in 2 minutes. Just as soon as this cutscene is over, I'm gonna jump in the crock pot. I'm gonna get my stuff back, and then we're going to wrap up. I say we're gonna wrap up. We're gonna do a whole fucking boss fight that can be a little difficult. I hope to do it in one. We'll see what we can do. I am not exactly at maximum health here. Yes, I remember. Give me my ammo and stuff back. I'm already in there. I'm already in there. Do the thing. It's time to finish the game. I'll put the timestamp where Banjo says it must be the end of the game, because Banjo is correct. It is the end of the game. I say the timestamp. That'll be when I do the VOD later. Again, that'll be tomorrow, because it is way too late to do a VOD, to do all that metadata and stuff tonight, to make a thumbnail, whole 9. Not sure what should be the thumbnail. Maybe I'll find a nice close-up of Banjo and Kazooie somewhere, not necessarily from the stream. I didn't at any point, like, make a effort to pose or anything. You know, line up Banjo and Kazooie in such a way that they make for a perfect thumbnail. Wait, is this the thumbnail? Right here? Nah, they're in, like, Talon Trot mode. There could be a thumbnail later in this fight. That'll be tomorrow's problem. That'll be tomorrow's problem, and specifically tomorrow after work. And I'll say, by the way, the next stream will be on Friday. There's not going to be any streams for the rest of the week. It's been a long day. And I think that they'll do it for tonight's, for streams for a bit. But next Friday will be, this Friday, viewer levels, and the Tuesday after that will be, do I need to invert my aiming real fast? I think I might need to invert the controls again. Let me just see if this is right. I think that is going to be correct for the first-person shooter segment. That I will push up to aim up. Thought the quiz was over? Think again. What was wrong with the kids' pool? It's cold and full of toxic waste. Difficult to, like, flick the stick up and fire it off at just the right time such that you hit Grunty. It's a difficult thing, and I think I got mostly the knack for it. Oh man, I'll say, whenever I'll do a full playthrough 100% when N64 Online Banjo comes out, probably whenever it does, maybe plus or minus a few months, but that's gonna be maybe harder on the original software. His eggs have been stolen, that's right. Damn it! Hey, BL Raven Wizard. How you doing? We are finishing up this game. I'll say we didn't get every jiggy, nearly every jiggy, but we got places to be, you know. I got work in the morning. B.O.B. Bob. Big old blaster. Big old blaster? Is that right? I'm gonna switch to fire eggs now since I have an infinite supply of those. Oof! Not again. Alright, what's this phase? The mortar cannons, okay. And hey, this gives us a whole life, so we get our health back. Good. I so 100% want to do this in one go. He's a skeleton now, that's right. Where is the burger stand? Oh, it was on top of the ticket booth. The fries button was behind the, There we go, another phase done. Every phase we can do 10 damage. More firepower, other mortar. And jump every time it fires out. Last round? Last round. How many sections made up Targazan? Oh, it was like 4 or 5? 5. 5 including the head. Alright, we got another phase done. Perfect. Fetch the cannons back in, open the exhaust. It's gonna drive around for a bit, and we're going to have to avoid it and its lasers. Jeez, I watched like Tex Avery cartoon about the car of the future, about cars of the future, right? And one of the cars was like a car with a really big bumper so that it could hit pedestrians better. That's this. This is exactly what Gruntilda has cooked up. I think we need to destroy battery next. So let's get ready to do that. This is Bottle's coffee mug. Well, it wasn't nuts and bolts. Probably Tooie. Yes, okay. Okay, we need to do a few more hits here. And then, next time... Okay, here we go. Time to destroy the battery. We did a little mischief back there. Now we got a harder thing to avoid. A little bit of jump rope. Fuck. It's fine. We got empty, spare honeycombs ready to go. What was the first word I said? Your. Ah, dang, I forgot. I forgot what the first word she said was. Okay, got it. Good. That's another phase. Here we go. Second battery. They're diamond, is what it says on the battery. And now the drill is off. And now it's just Grunty from here on out. $40 damage. Let's go. We have full health. She is going to start poison gas anytime now. Okay, minions. Okay. Wait, he's on top of me. Grab that health. You know, this is easier, I think, on a stick versus a Nintendo 64 controller. I remember sometimes I've done this boss and it just being very hard to do, very hard to manage. We're doing it. We're this close. Release the toxic gas. Cyanide and mustard gas flavor. Oh, that is exquisite. Nine, 7, 6, 1. We got her. Bottles is alive, but Winky Bunyan is her last name. That is true. It is, that's like a euphemism in the UK. Drop the fucking thing. There we go. I took a few shots. That worried me for a second. Okay. I thought she was gonna hold on for it to like 3 seconds. Give me time to hit her, but nah. I don't know if we need to be worried about time, but I think that's time. Time. Good enough. My hotkeys for the... I didn't set up my hotkeys correctly for the new computer, for the timer thing. Whatever, close enough. 10 hours, around 41 minutes, according to real time, and also including pauses to a certain degree. We missed the party, and Klungo is now cool. They had a great time without us. I think you can go and find all these guys, like, you know, in between the end of the game. Even though they're in there partying, you can still have Mumbo do his Mumbo thing in the levels itself. GG, says BL Raven Wizard. Thank you, BL Raven Wizard. And thank y'all for coming by and doing things, and hanging out and chatting, and meeting one of the sub-goals. I'm always happy when one of those gets hit, even if they all don't. You know, I only put like multiple of them there just so that we have something to reach for. You know, we have a 5 sub goal that is pretty doable, a 10 sub goal that's a little bit more of a reach, but a little bit bigger of a thing, usually. I guess Canary Mary isn't that much bigger, but it would be annoying for me. And then a 20 sub goal that is farther out of reach, but more up high in the sky situation. You know. Does anyone fancy a kick around? We gotta see this. This is a good bit. We're pretty much good to go. We're around the 11-hour mark, well within the 12-hour mark. Honestly, we could go back and try to do more Cloud Cuckooland, but I'm tired. I'm ready to end. It's been a long stream. It's nearly 11:30, and we've been streaming since noon, so yeah. The answer. Where's Grunty's body? Who knows? She's gonna have a robot body next time in Nuts and Bolts. Let me tell ya. Let me tell ya if you don't know. And I think she might have lost the eye permanently right here, right now. Also called Nuts and Bolts. It got blew up, that's right. The end. There we go. Ugh. Yeah, go ahead and connect. Sure, do whatever. Banjo 3 never happened. There's Nuts and Bolts. That's a game. Well, folks. Well, folks. That there was one of my favorite games of all time. Banjo-Tooie. Let's see what the endgame time says. The endgame time says 9:48. Jesus, that's literally an hour less than what we actually timed it as. Okay, so that explains the times that I had before to use as a comparison for how long to expect this to go. Okay, it was a little bit off the actual clock, and I needed to budget like another hour in there. Okay, that explains why my estimations were a bit generous, a bit thing. What's that SNS icon for? Oh, it means stop and swap. It means stop and swap was done in this file, etc., or is done forever. Stop and swap is a whole thing between Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, which is sort of officially supported in these remakes, in these two remakes here on the Xbox. You can see there's a nuts and bolts copy of the game, and hey, because we met that sub goal, there will be a playthrough of that down the line. It's not going to be immediate, it's going to be a ways from now, but it's going to be fun whenever we do hit it. That'll be good. I am noticing now that the timer is not quite as lined up as I would have liked it to be. I guess that's what I get for resizing it on a monitor that's far away and I can't quite see. I hope that wasn't too glaring or too distracting for the length of the stream, y'all. Maybe it was fine until like the 10s mark got in there, until the thing got a little bit longer. Let's do a raid. Let's end. Let me do the things that I do at the end of streams. One of which being, I'll talk about when the next stream will be. It'll be on Friday. I'm gonna take this week and just sort of relax and sleep and get stuff squared away. You know, last week I finished Skyward Sword HD, and after I finish a playthrough, I like to take a week and not do anything for a bit. You know, I like to take the next week off from a Tuesday stream, but since I did do a Sunday stream, I am considering this to be still a 2-stream week. And, you know, this was a long stream too, so it's gotta count. It's gotta count. I am feeling generous. Let's, you know, Tickle Bits is someone I know from the Dan Reichert's community. Why don't I send you over there? He's ranking SNES games now. That sounds fine with me. That sounds good. I'm gonna pull it up on my phone so I can see the raid goes in. I'll be back on Friday with viewer levels, and then next week, like a week and change from now, Tuesday, will be StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void. That whole playthrough will run like probably 3 or 4 weeks. Then will be Odyssey, which will run for a while, and then will be that lovely nuts and bolts playthrough that y'all have redeemed here tonight. Final thoughts about Tooie? Damn, I felt like I could actually get more jiggies in 11 hours, but it was damn close, and also, like I said, the in-game timer sort of plays down. It's sort of underestimating a bit how close that was, and threw my estimate off, but I will say, the answer to can we beat Banjo-Tooie in a single session? Mostly, which I will take. I'm happy with that. Folks, I'll see you on Friday, 6 p.m. Central. Viewer levels, as always. Y'all, take it easy. Have a good one. I'll see you then. Bye, folks.